Pet Sematary, a novel by Stephen King for Kirby Macaulay. Author's notes. Special thanks to Russ Dorr and Steve Wentworth of Bridgeton, Maine. Russ provided medical information and Steve provided information on American funeral and burial customs and some insight into the nature of grief. Here's some people who have written books telling what they did and why they did those things. John Dean, Henry Kissinger, Adolf Hitler, Carol Chessman, Jeb Magruder, Napoleon, Talleyrand, Disraeli, Robert Zimmerman, also known as Bob Dylan, Locke, Charlton Heston, Errol Flynn, the Ayatollah of Khomeini, Gandhi, Charles Olson, Charles Colson, a Victorian gentleman, Dr. X. Most people also believe that God has written a book, or books, telling what he did and why, at least to a degree, he did those things, and since most of those people also believe that humans were made in the image of God, then he also may have been regarded as a person. Or, more probably, as a person. Here are some people who have not written books telling what did and what they saw. The man who buried Hitler. The man who performed the autopsy on John Wilkes Booth. The man who embalmed Elvis Presley. The man who embalmed badly, most undertakers say, Pope John the 23rd. The spearing paper cups with those spikes custodians carry in city parks, waving away the flies. The man who cremated Willem Holden. The man who escased the body of Alexander the Great in gold so it would not rot. The men who mummified the pharaohs. Death is a mystery, and the burial is a secret. Introduction. Stephen King. When I'm asked, as I frequently am, what I consider to be the most frightening book I've ever written, the answer I give comes easily and with no hesitation: Pet Sematary. It may not be the one that scares readers the most based on the mail. I'd guess the one that does that is probably The Shining, but the feared one, like the funny bone, is located in different places on different people. All I know is that Pet Sematary is the one I put away in a drawer, thinking I had finally gone too far. Time suggests that I had not, at least in terms of what the public would accept, but certainly I had gone too far in terms of my own personal feelings. Put simply, I was horrified by what I had written, and the conclusions I'd drawn. I've told the story of how the book came to be written before, but I guess I can tell it one more time. Last time pays for all. In the late 70s, I was invited to spend a year at my alma mater, the University of Maine, as the writer-in-residence, and also teach a class in the literature of the fantastic. My lecture notes for that course formed the spine of Danse Macabre, which was published a year or two later. My wife and I rented a house in Orrington, about 12 miles from the campus. It was a wonderful house in a wonderful rural Maine town. The only problem was the road we lived on. It was very busy, a lot of the traffic consisting of heavy tanker trucks from the chemical plant down the road. Julio Desinctis, who owned the store across the road from us, told me early on that my wife and I wanted to keep a close watch on our children, and on any pets our children might have. "Our road has used up a lot of animals," Julio said, a phrase Chad made its way into the story. And the proof of how many animals the road had used up was in the woods, beyond our rented house. A path led up through the neighboring field to a little pet cemetery in the woods. Only the sign on the tree just outside this charming little makeshift graveyard read Pet Sematary. This phrase did more than just make it into the book, it became the title. There were dogs and cats buried up there, a few birds, even a goat. Our daughter, who was 8 or so at the time, had a cat named Smucky, and not long after we moved into the Orrington house, I found Smucky dead on the lawn of a house across the road. The newest animal Route 5 had used up, it seemed, was my daughter's beloved pet. We buried Smucky in the pet cemetery. My daughter made the grave marker, which read Smucky. He was obedient. Smucky wasn't in the least obedient, of course. He was a cat, for heaven's sake. All seemed to be well until that night, when I heard a thumping from the garage, accompanied by weeping and popping sounds like small firecrackers. I went out to investigate and found my daughter, furious and beautiful in her grief. She had found several sheets of that blistered packing material in which fragile objects are sometimes shipped. She was jumping up and down on this, popping the blisters, and yelling, "He was my cat. Let God have his own cat. Smucky was my cat. Such anger, I think, is the sanest first response to grief that a thinking, feeling human being can have, and I've always loved her for that defiant cry. Let God have his own cat. Right on, beautiful, right on. Our youngest son, then less than 2 years old, had only learned to walk, but already he was practicing his running skills. On a day not long after Smucky's demise, while we were out in the neighboring yard fooling around with a kite, our toddler took it into his head to go running toward the road. I ran after him, and damned if I couldn't hear one of those Chinbro trucks. Orinko, in the novel. Either I caught him and pulled him down, or he tripped on his own. To this day, I'm not entirely sure which. When you're really scared, your memory often blanks out. All I know for sure is that he is still fine and well and in his young manhood. But a part of my mind has never escaped from that gruesome what if. Suppose I hadn't caught him. Or suppose he had fallen in the middle of the road instead of on the edge of it. I think you can see why I found the book which rose out of these incidents so distressing. I simply took existing elements and threw in that one terrible what if. Put another way, I found myself not just thinking the unthinkable, but writing it down. There was no writing space in the Orrington house. There was an empty room in Julio's store, and it was there that I wrote Pet Sematary. On a day-by-day basis, I enjoyed the work, and I knew I was telling a hot story, one that engaged my attention and would engage the attention of readers. But when you're working day by day, you're not seeing the forest, you're only counting trees. When I finished, I let the book rest 6 weeks, which is my way of working, and then read it over. I found the results so startling and so gruesome that I put the book in a drawer, thinking it would never be published. Not in my lifetime, anyway. That it was published was a case of mere circumstance. I had ended my relationship with Doubleday, the publisher of my early books, but I owed them a final novel before accounts could be closed completely. I only had one in hand that wasn't spoken for, and that one was Pet Sematary. I talked it over with my wife, who is my best counselor when I'm not sure how to proceed, and she told me that I should go ahead and publish the book. She thought it was good. Awful, but too good not to be read. My early editor at Doubleday, Bill Thompson, had moved on by then, to Everest House. As a matter of fact, it was Bill who first suggested, then edited and published Danse Macabre. So I sent the book to Sam Bond, who was one of the editorial giants of the time. It was Sam who made the final decision. He wanted to do the book. He edited it himself, giving particular attention to the book's conclusion, and his input turned a good book into an even better one. I've always been grateful to him for his inspired blue pencil, and I've never been sorry that I did the book. Alco, in many ways I still find it distressing and problematic. I'm particularly uneasy about the book's most resonant line, spoken by Louis Creed's elderly neighbor, Judd. Sometimes, Louis, Judd says, dead is better. I hope with all my heart that that is not true, and yet within the nightmarish context of Pet Sematary, it seems to be. And it may be okay. Perhaps, sometimes dead is better, is grief's last lesson, the one we get to when we finally tire of jumping up and down on the plastic blisters and crying out for God to get his own cat, or his own child, and leave ours alone. That lesson suggests that in the end, we can only find peace in our human lives by accepting the will of the universe. That may sound like corny, new age crap, but the alternative looks to me like a darkness too awful for such mortal creatures as this to bear. September 20, 2000. Part 1. The Pet Sematary. Jesus said to them, Our friend Lazarus sleeps, but I go, that I may awake him out of his sleep. Then the disciples looked at each other, and some smiled because they did not know Jesus had spoken in a figure. Lord, if he sleeps, he shall do well. So then Jesus spoke to them more plainly, Lazarus is dead, yes, nevertheless let us go to him. John's Gospel, paraphrase. 1. Louis Creed, who had lost his father at 3 and who had never known a grandfather, never expected to find a father as he entered his middle age, but that was exactly what happened. Although he called this man a friend, as a grown man must do when he finds the man who should have been his father relatively late in life. He met this man on the evening he and his wife and his 2 children moved into the big white frame house in Ludlow. Winston Churchill moved in with them. Church was his daughter Eileen's cat. The search committee at the university had moved slowly. The hunt for a house within commuting distance of the university had been hair-raising, and by the time they neared the place where he believed the house to be, all the landmarks are right, like the astrological signs the night before Caesar was assassinated. Lewis thought morbidly they were all tired and tense and on edge. Gage was cutting teeth and fussed almost ceaselessly. He would not sleep, no matter how much Rachel sang to him. She offered him the breast even though it was off his schedule. Gage knew his dining schedule as well as she better, maybe, and he promptly bit her with his new teeth. Rachel, still not entirely sure about this move to Maine from Chicago, where she had lived her whole life, burst into tears. Eileen promptly joined her. In the back of the station wagon, Church continued to pace restlessly as he had done for the last 3 days it had taken them to drive here from Chicago. His yowling from the cat kennel had been bad, but his restless pacing after they finally gave up and set him free in the car had been almost as unnerving. Lewis himself felt a little like crying. A wild but not unattractive idea suddenly came to him. He would suggest that they go back to Bangor for something to eat while they waited for the moving van, and when his 3 hostages to fortune got out, he would floor the accelerator and drive away without so much as a look back, foot to the mat, the wagon's huge 4-barrel carburet gobbling expensive gasoline. He would drive south, all the way to Orlando, Florida, where he would get a job at Disney World as a medic, under a new name. But before he hit the turn, Pike Big Old 95 southbound, he would stop by the side of the road and put the fucking cat out too. Then they rounded a final curve, and there was the house that only he had seen up until now. He had flown out and looked at each of the 7 possibles they had picked from Fa.'s. Once the position at the University of Maine was solidly his, and this was the one he had chosen. A big old New England colonial, but newly sided and insulated. The heating costs, while horrible enough, were not out of line in terms of consumption. 3 big rooms downstairs, 4 more up, a long shed that might be converted to more rooms later on, all of it surrounded by a luxuriant sprawl of lawn, lushly green even in this August heat. Beyond the house was a large field for the children to play in, and beyond the field were woods that went on damn near forever. The property abutted state lands, the realtor had explained, and there would be no development in the foreseeable future. The remains of the Micmac Indian tribe had laid claim to nearly 8,000 acres in Ludlow and in the towns east of Ludlow, and the complicated litigation, involving the federal government as well as that of the state, might stretch into the next century. Rachel stopped crying abruptly. She sat up. That's it, Lewis said. He felt apprehensive. No, he felt scared. In fact, he felt terrified. He had mortgaged 12 years of their lives for this. It wouldn't be paid off until Eileen was 7. He swallowed. What do you think? I think I's beautiful, Rachel said, and that was a huge weight off his chest, and off his mind. She wasn't kidding, he saw. It was in the way she was looking at it as they turned in the asphalted driveway that curved around to the shed in back, her eyes sweeping the blank windows, her mind already ticking away at such matters as curtains and oak-cloth for the cupboards, and God knew what else. Daddy? Ellie said from the back seat. She had stopped crying as well. Even Gage had stopped fussing. Lewis savored the silence. War? Love? Her eyes, brown under the darkish blonde hair in the rearview mirror, also surveyed the house, the lawn, the roof of another house off to the left in the distance, and the big field stretching up to the woods. Is this Horn? It's going to be, Boney, he said. Hooray, she shouted, almost taking his ear off. And Lewis, who could sometimes become very irritated with Ellie, decided he didn't care if he ever clapped an eye on Disney World in Orlando. He parked in front of the shed and turned off the wagon's motor. The engine ticked. In the silence, which seemed very big after Chicago and the bustle of State Street in the Loop, a bird sang sweetly in the late afternoon. Home, Rachel said softly, still looking at the house. Home, Gage said complacently on her lap. Lewis and Rachel stared at each other. In the rearview mirror, Eileen's eyes widened. Did he, was that? They all spoke together, then all laughed together. Gage took no notice, he only continued to suck his thumb. He had been saying, "Ma," for almost a month now and had taken a stab or two at something that might have been, or only wishful thinking on Lewis's part. Home. But this, either by accident or imitation, had been a real word. Lewis plucked Gage from his wife's lap and hugged him. That was how they came to Ludlow, too. In Lewis Creed's memory, that one moment always held a magical quality, partly, perhaps, because it really was magical, but mostly because the rest of the evening was so wild. In the next 3 hours, neither peace nor magic made an appearance. Lewis had stored the house keys away neatly. He was a neat and methodical man, was Lewis Creed, in a small manila envelope which he had labeled, Ludlow House Keys received June 29. He had put the keys away in the Fairlane's glove compartment. He was absolutely sure of that. Now they weren't there. While he hunted for them, growing increasingly irritated, Rachel hoisted Gage onto her hip and followed Eileen over to the tree in the field. He was checking under the seats for the third time when his daughter screamed and then began to cry. Lewis, Rachel called. She's cut herself. Eileen had fallen from the tire swing and hit a rock with her knee. The cut was shallow, but she was screaming like someone who had just lost a leg, Lewis thought, a bit ungenerously. He glanced at the house across the road, where a light burned in the living room. All right, Ellie, he said. That's enough. Those people over there will think someone's being murdered. But it hurts. Lewis struggled with his temper and went silently back to the wagon. The keys were gone, but the first aid kit was still in the glove compartment. He got it and came back. When Ellie saw it, she began to scream louder than ever. No, not the stingy stuff. I don't want the stingy stuff, Daddy. No _. Eileen, it's just mercurochrome, and it doesn't sting. Be a big girl, Rachel said. It's just, no _. You want to stop that or your ass will sting, Lewis said. She's tired, Lou, Rachel said quietly. Yeah, I know the feeling. Hold her leg out. Rachel put Gage down and held Eileen's leg, which Lewis painted with mercurochrome in spite of her increasingly hysterical wails. Someone just came out on the porch of that house across the street, Rachel said. She picked Gage up. You want to stop that or your ass will sting, Lewis said. She's tired, Lou, Rachel said quietly. Yeah, I know the feeling. Hold her leg out. Rachel put Gage down and held Eileen's leg, which Lewis painted with mercurochrome in spite of her increasingly hysterical wails. Someone just came out on the porch of that house across the street, Rachel said. She picked Gage up. He had started to crawl away through the grass. Wonderful, Lewis muttered. Lou, she's tired, I know. He capped the mercurochrome and looked grimly at his daughter. There, and it really didn't hurt a bit. Fess up, Ellie. It does. It does hurt. It hurry. His hand itched to slap her and he grabbed his leg hard. Did you find the keys? Rachel asked. Not yet, Lewis said, snapping the first aid kit closed and getting up. Aye. Gage began to scream. He was not fussing or crying but really screaming, writhing in Rachel's arms. What's wrong with him? Rachel cried, thrusting him almost blindly at Lewis. It was, he supposed, one of the advantages of having married a doctor. You could shove the kid at your husband whenever the kid seemed to be dying. Lewis, what's? The baby was grabbing frantically at his neck, screaming wildly. Lewis flipped him over and saw an angry white knob rising on the side of Gage's neck. And there was also something on the strap of his jumper, something fuzzy, squirming weakly. Eileen, who had become quieter, began to scream again, B. She jumped back, tripped over the same protruding rock on which she had already come a cropper, sat down hard, and began to cry again in mingled pain, surprise, and fear. I'm going crazy, Lewis thought wonderingly. Do something, Lewis. Can't you do something? Got to get the stinger out, a voice behind them drawled. That's the ticket. Get the stinger out and put some baking soda on it. Bump will go down. But the voice was so thick with down east accent that for a moment Lewis's tired, confused mind refused to translate the dialect. Got to get the stinga out and put some baking soda on it. T'll go down. He turned and saw an old man of perhaps 70, hale and healthy 70, standing there on the grass. He wore a bye-balls over a blue chambray shirt that showed his thickly folded and wrinkled neck. His face was sunburned, and he was smoking an unfiltered cigarette. As Louis looked at him, the old man pinched the cigarette out between his thumb and forefinger and pocketed it neatly. He held out his hands and smiled crookedly. A smile Louis liked at once. And he was not a man who took to people. "Not to tell you why business, Doc," he said. And that was how Louis met Judson Crandall, the man who should have been his father. 3. He had watched them arrive from across the street and had come across to see if he could help when it seemed they were in a bit of a tight, as he put it. While Louis held the baby on his shoulder, Crandall stepped near, looked at the swelling on Gage's neck, and reached out with one blocky, twisted hand. Rachel opened her mouth to protest. His hand looked terribly clumsy and almost as big as Gage's head, but before she could say a word, the old man's fingers had made a single decisive movement, as apt and deft as the fingers of a man walking cards across his knuckles or sending coins into conjurer's limbo. And the stinger lay in his palm. "Bigoon," he remarked. "No prize winner, but it'd do for a rib bon, I guess." Louis burst out laughing. Crandall regarded him with that crooked smile and said, "Iya, corker, ain't she?" "What did he say, Mommy?" Eileen asked, and then Rachel burst out laughing too. Of course it was terribly impolite, but somehow it was okay. Crandall pulled out a deck of Chesterfield Kings, poked one into the seamed corner of his mouth, nodded at them pleasantly as they laughed. Even Gage was chortling now, in spite of the swelling of the bee sting, and popped a wooden match alight with his thumbnail. The old have their tricks, Louis hot. Small ones, but some of them are good ones. He stopped laughing and held out the hand that wasn't supporting Gage's bottom. Gage's decidedly damp bottom. "I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Judd Crandall," he said and shook. "You're the doc, I guess." "Yes." Louis Creed. "This is my wife Rachel, my daughter Ellie, and the kid with the bee sting is Gage. Nice to know all of you. I didn't mean to laugh. That is, we didn't mean to laugh. It's just that we're a little tired." That, the understatement of it, caused him to giggle again. He felt totally exhausted. Crandall nodded. "Course you are," he said, which came out, "Coss you triple A." He glanced at Rachel. "Why don't you take your little boy and your daughter over to the house for a minute, Mrs. Creed? We can put some baking soda on a washrag and cool that off some. My wife would like to say hello too. She don't get out too much. Arthritis got bad the last 2 or 3 years." Rachel glanced at Louis, who nodded. "That would be very kind of you, Mr. Crandall." "Oh, I just answered to Judd," he said. There was a sudden loud honk, a motor winding down, and then the big blue moving van was turning, lumbering, into the driveway. "Oh Christ, and I don't know where the keys are," Louis said. "That's okay," Crandall said. "I got a set. Mr. and Mrs. Cleveland, they that lived here before you gave me a set. Oh, must have been 14, 15 years ago. They lived here a long time. Joan Cleveland was my wife's best friend. She died 2 years ago. Bill went to that old folks apartment complex over in Orrington. I'll bring 'em back over. They belong to you now, anyway." "You're very kind, Mr. Crandall," Rachel said. "Not at all," he said. "Lookin' forward to having young uns around again. Except that the sound of this, as exotic to their Midwestern ears as a foreign language, was you ones. You just want to watch 'em around the road, Mrs. Creed. Lots of big trucks on that road." Now there was the sound of slamming doors as the moving men hopped out of the cab and came toward them. Ellie had wandered away a little, and now she said, "Daddy, what's this?" Louis, who had started to meet the moving men, glanced back. At the edge of the field, where the lawn stopped and high summer grass took over, a path about 4 feet wide had been cut, smooth and close. It wound up the hill, curved through a low stand of bushes and a copse of birches, and out of sight. "Looks like a path of some kind," Louis said. "Oh, ayuh," Crandall said, smiling. "Tell you about it some time, Missy. You want to come over and fix your baby brother up?" "Sure," Ellie said, and then added with a certain hopefulness, "Does baking soda sting?" 4. Crandall brought back the keys, but by then Louis found his set. There was a space at the top of the glove compartment, and the small envelope had slipped down into the wiring. He fished it out and let the movers in. Crandall gave him the extra set. They were on an old, tarnished fob. Louis thanked him and slipped them absently into his pocket, watching the movers take in boxes and dressers and bureaus and all the other things they had collected over the 10 years of their marriage. Seeing them this way, out of their accustomed places, diminished them. Just a bunch of stuff in boxes, he thought, and suddenly he felt sad and depressed. He guessed he was feeling what people called homesickness. Uprooted and transplanted, Crandall said, suddenly beside him, and Louis jumped a little. You sound like you know the feeling, he said. No, actually I don't. Crandall lit a cigarette. Pop! Went the match, flaring brightly in the first early evening shadows. My dad built that house across the way. Brought his wife there, and she was taken with child there, and that child was me, born in the very year 1900. That makes you trademark. 83, Crandall said, and Louis was mildly relieved that he didn't add years young, a phrase he cordially dearested. You look a lot younger than that. Crandall shrugged. Anyway, I've always lived there. I joined up when we fought the Great War, but the closest I got to Europe was Bayonne, New Jersey. Nasty place. Even in 1917 it was a nasty place. I was just as glad to come back here. Got married to my Norma, pure and my time on the railroad, and here we still are. Buck, I've seen a lot of life right here in Ludlow. I sure have. The moving men stopped by the shed entrance, holding Che box spring that went under the big double bed he and Rachel shared. Where do you want this, Mr. Creed? Upstairs. Just a minute, I'll show you. He started toward them, then paused for a moment and glanced back at Crandall. You go on, Crandall said, smiling. Teal see how why folks are mackin' out. Send 'em back over and get out of your way. But movin' in's mighty kirsty work. I usually sit out on my porch about 9 and have a couple of beers. In warm weather I like to watch the night come on. Sometimes Norma joins me. You come over, if you're a mind. Well, maybe I will, Louis said, not intending to at all. The next thing would be an informal, and free, diagnosis of Norma's arthritis on Che porch. He liked Crandall, liked his crooked grin, his offhand way of talking, his Yankee accent, which was not hard-edged at all but so soft it was almost a drawl. A good man, Louis thought, but doctors became leery of people fast. It was unfortunate, but sooner or later even your best friends wanted medical advice. And with old people there was no end to it. But don't look for me, or stay up, we've had a hell of a day. Just so long as you know you don't need no engraved invitation, Crandall said, and there was something in the man's crooked grin that made Louis feel that Crandall knew exactly what Louis was thinking. He watched the old guy for a moment before joining the movers. Crandall walked straight and easily, like a man of 60 instead of over 80. Louis felt that first faint tug of affection. 5. By 9 o'clock the movers were gone. Ellie and Gage, both exhausted, were sleeping in their new rooms, Gage in his crib, Ellie on a mattress on the floor surrounded by a foothill boxes, her billions of Crayolas, whole, broken, and blunted, her Sesame Street posters, her picture books, her clothes, heaven knew what else. And of course Church was with her, also sleeping and growling rustily in the back of his throat. That rusty growl seemed the closest the big Tom could come to purring. Rachel had prowled the house restlessly with Gage in her arms earlier, second-guessing the places where Louis had told the movers to leave things, getting them to rearrange, change, or restack. Louis had not lost their check, it was still in his breast pocket, along with the 5 $10 bills he had put aside for a tip. When the van was finally emptied, he handed both the check and the cash over, nodded at their thanks, signed the bill of receipt, and stood on the porch, watching them head back to their big truck. He supposed they would probably stop over in Bangor and have a few beers to lay the dust. A couple of beers would go down well right now. That made him think of Judd Crandall again. He and Rachel sat at the kitchen table, and he saw the circles under her eyes. You, he said, go to bed. Doctor's orders? She asked, smiling a little. Yeah, okay, she said, standing. I'm beat. And Gage is apt to be up in the night. You coming, the street underscore? He hesitated. I don't think so, just yet. That old fella across. Road. You call it a road, out in the country. Or if you're Judson Crandall, I guess you call it a rud. Okay, across the rud. He invited me over for a beer. I think I'm going to take him up on it. I'm tired, but I'm too jived up to sleep. Rachel smiled. You'll end up getting Norma Crandall to tell you where it hurts and what kind of mattress she sleeps on. Louis laughed, thinking how funny and scary it was, the way wives could read their husbands' minds after a while. Favor, I guess. He was here when we needed him, he said. I can do him a barter system? He shrugged, unwilling and unsure how to tell her that he had taken a liking to Crandall on short notice. How's his wife? Very sweet, Rachel said. Gage sat on her lap. I was surprised. Because he's had a hard day, and you know he doesn't take very well to new people on short notice under the best of circumstances. And she had a dolly she let Eileen play with. How bad would you say her arthritis is? Quite bad. In a wheelchair? No, but she walks very slowly, and her fingers. Rachel held her own slim fingers up and hooked them into claws to demonstrate. Louis nodded. Anyway, don't be late, Lou. I get the creeps in strange houses. It won't be strange for long, Louis said and kissed her. 6. Louis came back later feeling small. No one asked him to examine Norma Crandall. When he crossed the street, Rudd, he reminded himself, smiling, the lady had already retired for the night. Judd was a vague silhouette behind the screens of the enclosed porch. There was the comfortable squeak of a rocker on old linoleum. Louis knocked on the screen door, which rattled companionably against its frame. Crandall's cigarette glowed like a large, peaceable firefly in the summer darkness. From a radio, low, came the voice of a Red Sox game, and all of it gave Louis Creed the oddest feeling of coming home. Doc, Crandall said, I thought that was you. Hope you meant it about the beer, Louis said, coming in. Oh, about beer I never lie, Crandall said. A man who lies about beer makes enemies. Sit down, Doc. I put an extra couple on ice, just in case. 6. Louis came back later feeling small. No one asked him to examine Norma Crandall. When he crossed the street, Rudd, he reminded himself, smiling, the lady had already retired for the night. Judd was a vague silhouette behind the screens of the enclosed porch. There was the comfortable squeak of a rocker on old linoleum. Louis knocked on the screen door, which rattled companionably against its frame. Crandall's cigarette glowed like a large, peaceable firefly in the summer darkness. From a radio, low, came the voice of a Red Sox game, and all of it gave Louis Creed the oddest feeling of coming home. Doc, Crandall said, I thought that was you. Hope you meant it about the beer, Louis said, coming in. Oh, about beer I never lie, Crandall said. A man who lies about beer makes enemies. Sit down, Doc. I put an extra couple on ice, just in case. Know what's there? The Pet Sematary, Crandall said. Pet Sematary, Louis repeated, bemused. It's not as odd as it probably sounds, Crandall said, smoking and rocking. It's the road. It uses up a lot of animals, that road does. Dogs and cats, mostly, but that ain't all. One of those Bip Orinco trucks run down the pet raccoon the Ryder children used to keep. That was back Christ, must have been in 73, maybe earlier. Before the state made keeping a coon or even a denatured skunk illegal, anyway. Why did they do that? Rabies, Crandall said. Lot of rabies in Maine now. There was a big old St. Bernard went rabid downstate a couple of years ago and killed 4 people. That was a hell of a thing. Dog hadn't had his shots. If those foolish people had seen that dog had had its shots, it never would have happened. But a coon or a skunk, you can vaccinate it twice a year and still it don't always take. But that coon the Ryder boys had, that was what the old-timers used to call a sweet coon. It'd waddle right up to you gory, wanty fat, and lick your face like a dog. Their dad even paid a vet to spay him and declaw him. That must have cost him a country fortune. Ryder, he worked for IBM in Bangor. They went out to Colorado 5 years ago, or maybe it was 6. Funny to think of those two almost old enough to drive. Were they broken up over that coon? I guess they were. Matty Ryder cried so long his mom got scared and wanted to take him to the doctor. I suppose he's over it now, but they never forget. When a good animal gets run down in the road, a kid never forgets. Louis's mind turned to Ellie as he had last seen her tonight, fast asleep with Church purring rustily on the foot of the mattress. Call him Church for short. My daughter's got a cat, he said. Winston Churchill. Do they climb when he walks about? I beg your pardon? Lewis had no idea what he was talking. He still got his balls, or has he been fixed? No, Lewis said. No, he hasn't been fixed. No, what's there? The pet cemetery, Crandall said. Pet cemetery, Lewis repeated, bemused. It's not as odd as it probably sounds, Crandall said, smoking and rocking. It's the road. It uses up a lot of animals, that road does. Dogs and cats, mostly, but that ain't all. One of those Bip Orinco trucks run down the pet raccoon the Ryder children used to keep. That was back Christ, must have been in 73, maybe earlier. Before the state made keeping a coon or even a denatured skunk illegal, anyway. Why did they do that? Rabies, Crandall said. Lot of rabies in Maine now. There was a big old St. Bernard went rabid downstate a couple of years ago and killed 4 people. That was a hell of a thing. Dog hadn't had his shots. If those foolish people had seen that dog had had its shots, it never would have happened. But a coon or a skunk, you can vaccinate it twice a year and still it don't always take. But that coon the Ryder boys had, that was what the old-timers used to call a sweet coon. It'd waddle right up to you gory, wanty fat, and lick your face like a dog. Their dad even paid a vet to spay him and declaw him. That must have cost him a country fortune. Ryder, he worked for IBM in Bangor. They went out to Colorado 5 years ago, or maybe it was 6. Funny to think of those two almost old enough to drive. Were they broken up over that coon? I guess they were. Matty Ryder cried so long his mom got scared and wanted to take him to the doctor. I suppose he's over it now, but they never forget. When a good animal gets run down in the road, a kid never forgets. Lewis's mind turned to Ellie as he had last seen her tonight, fast asleep with Church purring rustily on the foot of the mattress. Call him Church for short. My daughter's got a cat, he said. Winston Churchill. Do they climb when he walks about? I beg your pardon? Lewis had no idea what he was talking. He still got his balls, or has he been fixed? No, Lewis said. No, he hasn't been fixed. In fact, there had been some trouble over that back in Chicago. Rachel had wanted to get Church spayed, had even made the appointment with the vet. Lewis canceled it. Even now he wasn't really sure why. It wasn't anything as simple or as stupid as equating his masculinity with that of his daughter's Tom, nor even his resentment at the idea that Church would have to be castrated so the fat housewife next door wouldn't need to be troubled with twisting down the lids of her plastic garbage cans. Those things had been part of it, but most of it had been a vague but strong feeling that it would destroy something in Church that he himself valued, that it would put out the go-to-hell look in the cat's green eyes. Finally he had pointed out to Rachel that they were moving to the country, and it shouldn't be a problem. Now here was Judson Crandall, pointing out that part of country living in Ludlow consisted of dealing with Route 15, and asked him if the cat was fixed. Try a little irony, Dr. Creed, it's good for your blood. I'd get him fixed, Crandall said, crushing his smoke between his thumb and forefinger. A fixed cat don't tend to wander as much. But if it's all the time crossing back and forth, its luck will run out, and it'll end up there with the Ryder kid's coon and little Timmy Deser's cocker spaniel and Mrs. Bradley's parakeet. Not that the parakeet got run over in the road, you understand. It just went feet up one day. Teal take it under advisement, Lewis said. You do that, Crandall said and stood up. How's that beer doing? I believe I'll go in for a slice of old Mr. Rat after all. Beer's gone, Lewis said, also standing, and I ought to go, too. Big day tomorrow. Starting in at the university? Lewis nodded. The kids don't come back for 2 weeks, but by then I ought to know what I'm doing, don't you think? Yeah, if you don't know where the pills are, I guess you'll have trouble. Crandall offered his hand and Lewis shook it, mindful again of the fact that old bones pained easily. Come on over any evening, he said. Want you to meet my Norma. Think she'd enjoy you. I'll do that, Lewis said. Nice to meet you, Judd. Same goes both ways. You'll settle in. May even stay a while. I hope we do. Lewis walked down the crazy paved path to the shoulder of the road and had to pause while yet another truck, This one, followed by a line of 5 cars headed in the direction of Bucksport, passed by. Then, raising his hand in a short salute, he crossed the street road. He reminded himself again and let himself into his new house. It was quiet with the sounds of sleep. Ellie appeared not to have moved at all, and Gage was still in his crib, sleeping in typical Gage fashion, spread-eagled on his back, a bottle within easy reach. Louis paused there, looking in at his son, his heart abruptly filling with a love for the boy so strong that it seemed almost dangerous. He supposed part of it was simply homesickness for all the familiar Chicago places and Chicago faces that were now gone, erased so efficiently by the miles that they might never have been at all. There's a lot more moving around than there used to be. Used to be you picked a place out and stuck to it. There was some truth in that. He went to his son, and because there was no one there to see him do it, not even Rachel, he kissed his fingers and then pressed them lightly and briefly to Gage's cheek through the bars of the crib. Gage clucked and turned over on his side. "Sleep well, baby," Louis said. He undressed quietly and slipped into his half of the bed that was for now just 2 single mattresses pushed together on the floor. He felt the strain of the day beginning to pass. Rachel didn't stir. Unpacked boxes bulked ghostly in the room. Just before sleep, Louis hiked himself up on one elbow and looked out the window. Their room was at the front of the house, and he could look across the road at the Crandall place. It was too dark to see shapes. On a moonlit night it would not have been, but he could see the cigarette ember over there. Still up, they stand watch. Thought, he'll maybe be up for a long time. The old sleep poorly, perhaps. Against what? Louis was thinking about that when he slipped into sleep. He dreamed he was in Disney World, driving a bright white van with a red cross on the side. Gage was beside him, and in the dream Gage was at least 10 years old. Church was on the white van's dashboard, looking at Louis with his bright green eyes, and out on Main Street by the 1890s train station, Mickey Mouse was shaking hands with the children clustered around him, his big white cartoon gloves swallowing their small, trusting hands. 7. The next 2 weeks were busy ones for the family. Little by little Louis's new job began to shake down for him. How it would be when 10,000 students, many of them drug and liquor abusers, some afflicted with social diseases, some anxious about grades or depressed about leaving home for the first time, a dozen of them girls, mostly anorexic. How it would be when all of them converged on the campus at once would be something else again. And while Louis began getting a handle on his job as head of University Medical Services, Rachel began to get a handle on the house. Gage was busy taking the bumps and spills that went with getting used to his new environment, and for a while his nighttime schedule was badly out of whack, but by the middle of their second week in Ludlow, he had begun to sleep through again. Only Ellie, with the prospect of beginning kindergarten in a new place before her, seemed always overexcited and on a hair-trigger. She was apt to go into prolonged giggling fits or periods of almost menopausal depression or temper tantrums at the drop of a word. Rachel said Ellie would get over it when she saw that school was not the great red devil she had made it out to be in her own mind, and Louis thought Rachel was right. Most of the time, Ellie was what she had always been, a dear. His evening beer or two with Judd Crandall became something of a habit. Around the time Gage began sleeping through again, Louis began bringing his own 6-pack over every second or third night. He met Norma Crandall, a sweetly pleasant woman who had rheumatoid arthritis, filthy old rheumatoid arthritis, which kills so much of what could be good in the old ages of men and women who are otherwise healthy, but her attitude was good. She would not surrender to the pain. There would be no white flags. Let it take her if it could. Louis thought she might have another 5 to 7 years productive, if not terribly comfortable years ahead of her. Going completely against his own established customs, he examined her at his own instigation, inventoried the prescriptions her own doctor had given her, and found them to be completely in order. He felt a nagging disappointment that there was nothing else he could do or suggest for her, but her Dr. Weybridge had things as under control as they were ever going to be for Norma Crandall, barring some sudden breakthrough, which was possible but not to be counted upon. You learned to accept, or you ended up in a small room writing letters home with Crayolas. The first day of kindergarten arrived. Louis, who felt pretty well in control of the infirmary and the medical support facilities now, took the day off. Besides, the infirmary was currently dead empty. The last patient, a summer student who had broken her leg on the student union steps, had been discharged a week before. He stood on the lawn beside Rachel with Gage in his arms, as the big yellow bus made the turn from Middle Drive and lumbered to a stop in front of their house. The doors at the front folded open, the babble and squawk of many children drifted out on the mild September air. Ellie cast a strange, vulnerable glance back over her shoulder, as if to ask them if there might not yet be time to abort this inevitable process, and perhaps what she saw on the faces of her parents convinced her that the time was gone, and everything which would follow this day was simply inevitable, like the progress of Norma Crandall's arthritis. She turned away from them and mounted the steps of the bus. The doors folded shut with a gasp of dragon's breath. The bus pulled away. Rachel burst into tears. "Don't, for Christ's sake," Louis said. He wasn't crying. "Only damn near. It's only half a day." "Half a day is bad enough," Rachel answered in a scolding voice and began to cry harder. Louis held her, and Gage slipped an arm comfortably around each parent's neck. When Rachel cried, Gage usually cried too. But not this time. He has us to bimself, Louis thought, and be damn well knows it. They waited with some trepidation for Ellie to return, drinking too much coffee, speculating on how it was going for her. Louis went out into the back room that was going to be his study and messed about idly, moving papers from one place to another but not doing much else. Rachel began lunch absurdly early. When the phone rang at 10:15, Rachel raced for it and answered with a breathless, "Hello," before it could ring a second time. Louis stood in the doorway between his office and the kitchen, sure it would be Ellie's teacher telling them that she had decided Ellie couldn't hack it. The stomach of public education had found her indigestible and was spitting her back. But it was only Norma Crandall, calling to tell them that Judd had picked the last of the corn and they were welcome to a dozen ears if they wanted it. Louis went over with a shopping bag and scolded Judd for not letting him help pick it. "Most of it ain't worth a tin shit anyway," Judd said. "You'll kindly spare that talk while I'm around," Norma said. She came out on the porch with iced tea on an antique Coca-Cola tray. "Sorry, my love." "He ain't sorry a bit," Norma said to Louis and sat down with a wince. "Saw Ellie get on the bus," Judd said, lighting a Chesterfield. "She'll be fine," Norma said. "They almost always are." Almost, Louis thought morbidly. But Ellie was fine. She came home at noon smiling and sunny, her blue first day of school dress belling gracefully around her scabbed shins. And there was a new scrape on one knee to marvel over. A picture of what might have been two children or perhaps two walking gantries in one hand, one shoe untied, one ribbon missing from her hair, shouting, "We sang, Old MacDonald." "Mommy, Daddy, we sang, Old MacDonald." Same one as in the Carstairs Street School. Rachel glanced over at Louis, who was sitting in the window seat with Gage on his lap. The baby was almost asleep. There was something sad in Rachel's glance, and although she looked away quickly, Louis felt a moment of terrible panic. "We're really going to get old," he thought. "It's really true. No one's going to make an exception for us. She's on her way, and so are we." Ellie ran over to him, trying to show him her picture, her new scrape, and tell him about Old MacDonald and Mrs. Berryman all at the same time. Church was twining in and out between her legs, purring loudly, and Ellie was somehow, almost miraculously, not tripping over him. "Shush," Louis said and kissed her. Gage had gone to sleep, unmindful of all the excitement. "Just let me put the baby to bed and then I'll listen to everything." He took Gage up the stairs, walking through hot slanting September sunshine, and as he reached the landing, such a premonition of horror and darkness struck him that he stopped cold and looked around in surprise, wondering what could possibly have come over him. He held the baby tighter, almost clutching him, and Gage stirred uncomfortably. Louis's arms and back had broken out in great rashes of gooseflesh. "What's wrong?" he wondered, confused and frightened. His heart was racing, his scalp felt cool and abruptly too small to cover his skull. He could feel the surge of adrenaline behind his eyes. Human eyes really did bug out when fear was extreme, he knew. They did not just widen but actually bulged as blood pressure dimmed and the hydrostatic pressure of the cranial fluids increased. "What the hell is it? Ghosts?" Christ, it really feels as if some hing just brushed by me in this ballway, something I almost saw. Good God, what gave you the horrors? Let it go. Dump it. He kissed his son and went down to listen to Ellie tell about her first day at the big kids' school. 8. That Saturday, after Ellie had completed her first week of school and just before the college kids came back to campus, Judd Crandall came across the road and walked over to where the Creed family sat on their lawn. Ellie had gotten off her bike and was drinking a glass of iced tea. Gage was crawling in the grass, examining bugs, perhaps even eating a few. Gage was not particular where his protein came from. Judd, Lewis said, getting up. Let me get you a chair. No need. Judd was wearing jeans, an open-throated work shirt, and a pair of green boots. He looked at Ellie. You still want to see where yon path goes, Ellie? Yes, Ellie said, getting up immediately. Her eyes sparkled. George Buck at school told me it was the pet cemetery, and I told Mommy, but she said to wait for you because you knew where it was. I do, too, Judd said. If it's okay with your folks, we'll take us a stroll up there. You'll want a pair of boots though. Ground's a bit squishy in places. Ellie rushed into the house. Judd looked after her with amused affection. Maybe you'd like to come too, Lewis. I would, Lewis said. He looked at Rachel. You want to come, honey? What about Gage? I thought it was a mile. I'll put him in the jerry pack. Rachel laughed. Okay, but it's your back, mister. They started off 10 minutes later, all of them but Gage wearing boots. Gage was sitting up in the jerry pack and looking at everything over Lewis's shoulder, goggle-eyed. Ellie ranged ahead constantly, chasing buckshire flies and picking flowers. The grass in the back field was almost waist-high, and now there was goldenrod, that late summer gossip which comes to tattle on autumn every year. But there was no autumn in the air today. Today the sun was still all August, although calendar August was almost 2 weeks gone. By the time they had reached the top of the first hill, walking strung out along the mown path, there were big patches of sweat under Lewis's arms. Judd paused. At first Lewis thought it might be because the old behind them man was winded, then he saw the view that had opened out behind them. Presti up here, Judd said, putting a piece of Timothy grass between his teeth. Lewis thought he had just heard the quintessential Yankee understatement. It's gorgeous, Rachel breathed and then turned to Lewis, almost accusingly. How come you didn't tell me about this? Because I didn't know it was here, Lewis said, and was a little ashamed. They were still on their own property. He had just never found time to climb the hill in back of the house until today. Ellie had been a good way ahead. Now she came back, also gazing with frank wonder. Church padded at her heels. The hill was not a high one, but it did not need to be. To the east, heavy woods blocked any view, but looking this way, west, the land fell away in a golden and dozy late summer dream. Everything was still, hazed, silent. There was not even an Orinco tanker on the highway to break the quiet. It was the river valley they were looking into, of course, the Penobscot, where loggers had once floated their timber from the northeast down to Bangor and Derry. But they were south of Bangor and a bit north of Derry here. The river flowed wide and peacefully, as if in its own deep dream. Lewis could make out Hampton and Winterport on the far side, and over here he fancied he could trace the Black River paralleling Snake of Route 15 nearly all the way to Bucksport. They looked over the river, its lush hem of trees, the roads, the fields. The spire of the North Ludlow Baptist Church poked through one canopy of old elms, and to the right he could see the square brick sturdiness of Ellie's school. Overhead, white clouds moved slowly toward a horizon the color of faded denim. And everywhere were the late summer fields, used up at the end of the cycle, dormant but not dead, an incredible tawny color. Gorgeous is the right word, Lewis said finally. They used to call it Prospect Hill back in the old days, Judd said. He put a cigarette in the corner of his mouth but did not sight-eye. There's a few that still do, but now that younger people soared into town, it's mostly been forgot. I don't think done routine many people that even come up here. It don't look like you could see much because the hill's not very high. Burr, you can see. He gestured with one hand and fell silent. You can see everything, turned to Lewis. Honey, do we own this? Rachel said in a low, awed voice. She And before Louis could answer, Judd said, "It's part of the property." "Oh yes." Which wasn't, Louis thought, quite the same thing. It was cooler in the woods, perhaps by as much as 8 or 10 degrees. The path, still wide and occasionally marked with flowers in pots or in coffee cans, most of them wilted, was now floored with dry pine needles. They had gone about a quarter of a mile, moving downhill now, when Judd called Ellie back. "This is a good walk for a little girl," Judd said kindly, "but I want you to promise your mom and dad that if you come up here, you'll always stay on the path." "I promise," Ellie said promptly. "Why?" He glanced at Louis, who had stopped to rest. Toting Gage, even in the shade of these old pines and spruces, was heavy work. "Do you know where you are?" Judd asked Louis. Louis considered and rejected answers. "Ludlow, North Ludlow, behind my house, between Route 15 and Middle Drive." He shook his head. Judd jerked a thumb back over his shoulder. "Plenty of stuff that way," he said. "That's town. This way, nothing but woods for 50 miles or more. The North Ludlow Woods they call it here, but it hits a little corner of Orrington, then goes over to Rockford. Ends up going onto those state lands I told you about, the ones the Indians want back. I know it sounds funny to say your nice little house there on the main road, with its phone and electric lights and cable TV and all, is on the edge of a wilderness, but it is." He looked back at Ellie. "All I'm saying is that you don't want to get messing around in these woods, Ellie. You might lose the path, and God knows where you might end up then." "I won't, Mr. Crandall." Ellie was suitably impressed, even awed, but not afraid. Louis saw. Rachel, however, was looking at Jude uneasily, and Louis felt a little uneasy himself. It was, he supped the cerebred's almost instinctive fear of the woods. Louis Adae held a compass in his hand since Bay Scouts, 20 years the North Star or which side of the trees moss grew on were as before, and his memories of how to find your way by things like ROG as his memories of how to tie a sheepshank or a half-hitch. "Nobody in these woods since 1934, he said. "At least, nobody." Judd looked them over and smiled a little. "Now, we ain't lost local. The last one was Will Jepson, no great loss. Except for Bucksport. Stanley Bouchard, guess Will was the biggest tosspot this side of you." "Said nobody local," Rachel remarked in a voice that was not quite casual, and Louis could almost read her mind. "We're not local. At least, not yet." Judd paused and then nodded. "We do lose one of the tourists every 2 or 3 years because they think you can't get lost right off the main road. But we never lost even one of them for good, Mrs. Don't you fret." "Are there moose?" Rachel asked apprehensively, and Louis smiled. If Rachel wanted to fret, she would jolly well fret. "Well, you might see a moose," Judd said, "but he wouldn't give you any trouble, Rachel. During mating season they get a little irritated, but otherwise they do no more than look. Only people they take after out of their rutting time are people from Massachusetts. I don't know why that's so, but it is." Louis thought the man was joking but could not be sure. Judd looked utterly serious. "T've seen it time and time again. Some fella from Saugus or Milton or Weston up a tree, yelling about a herd of moose, every damn one of 'em as big as a motorhome. Seems like moose can smell Massachusetts on a man or a woman. Or maybe it's just all those new clothes from LL Beans they smell, I dunno. I'd like to see one of those animal husbandry students from the college do a paper on it, but I suppose none ever will." "What's rutting time?" Ellie asked. "Never mind," Rachel said. "T don't want you up here unless." "Louis, you're witcha grown up, Ellie." Rachel moved a step closer to Louis. Judd looked pained. "I didn't want to scare you, Rachel. You owe your daughter. No need to be scared in these woods. This is a good path. It gets a little buggy in the spring and it's a little sloppy all the time except for 55, which was the driest summer I can remember, but hell, there isn't even any poison ivy or poison oak, which there is at the back of the schoolyard, and you want to stay away from it, Ellie, if you don't want to spend 3 weeks of your life talkin' starch baths." Ellie covered her mouth and giggled. "It's a safe path," Judd said earnestly to Rachel, who still didn't look convinced. "Why, I bet even Gage could follow it, and the town kids come up here a lot. I already told you that. They keep it nice. Nobody tells them to, they just do it. I wouldn't want to spoil that for Ellie. He bent over her and winked. It's like many other things in life, Ellie. You keep on the path and all's well. You get off it and the next thing you know you're lost if you're not lucky, and then someone has to send out a searchin' party. They walked on. Louis began to get a dull cramp of pain in his back from the baby carrier. Every now and then Gage would grab a double handful of his hair and tug enthusiastically or administer full kick to Louis's kidneys. Late mosquitoes cruised around ND Neck, making their eye-watering hum. The path curved down, bending in and out between very old D, then cut widely through a brambly, tangled patch of undergrowth. The going was soupy here, and Louis's boots elched in mud and some standing water. At one point they stepped over a marshy spot using a pair of good-sized tussocks as stepping stones. That was the worst of it. They started to climb again and the trees reasserted themselves. Gage seemed to have magically put on 10 pounds, and the day had, with some similar magic, warmed up 10 degrees. Sweat poured down Louis's face. For a while, "How you doing, hun?" Rachel asked. "Want me to carry him?" "No, I'm fine," he said, and it was true, although his heart was galloping along at a good speed in his chest. He was more used to prescribing physical exercise than he was to doing it. Judd was walking with Ellie by his side. Her lemon-yellow slacks and red blouse were bright splashes of color in the shady brown-green gloom. "Lou, does he really know where he's going, do you think?" Rachel asked in a low, slightly worried tone. "Sure," Louis said. Judd called back cheerily over his shoulder. "Not much farther now." "You bearin' up, Louis?" My God, Louis thought, the man's well past 80, but one don't think he's even broken a sweat. "I'm fine," he called back a little aggressively. Pride probably would have led him to say the same thing even if he had felt the onset of a coronary. He grinned, hitched the straps of the jerry pack up a bit, and went on. They topped the second hill, and then the path sloped through a head-high swatch of bushes and tangled underbrush. It narrowed and then, just ahead, Louis saw Ellie and Judd go under an arch made of old weather-stained boards. Written on these in faded black paint, only just legible, were the words Pet Sematary. He and Rachel exchanged an amused glance and stepped under the arch, instinctively reaching out and grasping each other's hands as they did so, as if they had come here to be Mar Reed. For the second time that morning Louis was surprised into wonder. There was no carpet of needles here. Here was an almost perfect circle of mown grass, perhaps as large as 40 feet in diameter. It was bounded by thickly interlaced underbrush on 3 sides and an old blowdown on the 4th, a jackstraw jumble of fallen trees that looked both sinister and dangerous. A man trying to pick his way through that or to climb over it would do well to put on a stell jock, Louis thought. The clearing was crowded with markers, obviously made by children from whatever materials they could beg or borrow, the slats of crates, scrapwood, pieces of beaten tin. And yet, seen against the perimeter of low bushes and straggly trees that fought for living space and sunlight here, the very fact of their clumsy manufacture, and the fact that humans were responsible for what was here, seemed to emphasize what Try they had. The forested backdrop lent the place a crazy sort of profundity, a charm that was not Christian but pagan. "It's lovely," Rachel said, not sounding as if she meant it. "Wow!" Ellie cried. Louis unshouldered Gage and pulled him out of the baby carrier so he could crawl. Louis's back sighed with relief. Ellie ran from one monument to the next, exclaiming over each. Louis followed her while Rachel kept an eye on the baby. Judd sat down cross-legged, his back against a protruding rock, and smoked. Louis noticed that the place did not just seem to have a sense of order, a pattern. The memorials had been arranged in rough concentric circles. SMUCKY the cat, one crate board marker proclaimed. The hand was childish but careful. He was OBEDIANT. And below this, 1971 to 1974. A little way around the outer circle he came to a natural slate with a name written on it in fading but legible red paint, Biffer. And below this a bit of verse, Biff Biffer, a hell of a sniffer, until he died he made us her. Biffer was the Dessler's Cocker Spaniel, Judd said. He had dug a bald place in the earth with the heel of his shoe and was carefully tapping all his ashes into it. Got run over by a dumpster last year. Ain't that some poime? It sure is, Lewis agreed. Some of the graves were marked with flowers, some fresh, most old, not a few almost totally decomposed. Over half of the painted and penciled inscriptions that Lewis tried to read had faded away to partial or total illegibility. Others bore no discernible mark at all, and Lewis guessed that the writing on these might have been done with chalk or crayon. "Mom," Ellie yelled, "here's a goldfishy. Come and see." "Till pass," Rachel said, and Lewis glanced at her. She was standing by herself, outside the outermost circle, looking more uncomfortable than Lewis thought. Even here she's upset. She never had been easy around the appearances of death, not, he supposed, that anyone really was, probably because of her sister. Rachel's sister had died very young, and it had left a scar which Lewis had learned early in their marriage not to couch. Her name had been Zelda, and her death had been from spinal meningitis. Her mortal illness had probably been long and painful and ugly, and Rachel would have been at an impressionable age. If she wanted to forget it, he thought there could be no harm in that. Lewis tipped her a wink, and Rachel smiled gratefully at him. Lewis looked up. They were in a natural clearing. He supposed Chad explained how well the grass did. The sun could get through. Nevertheless, it would have taken watering and careful tending. That meant cans of water lugged up here, or maybe Indian pumps even heavier than Gage in his jerry pack carried on small backs. He thought again that it was an odd thing for children to have kept up for so long. His own memory of childhood enthusiasms, reinforced by his dealings with Ellie, was that they tended to burn like newsprint, fast, hot, and quick, to die. Moving inward, the pet graves became older. Fewer and fewer of the inscriptions could be read, but those that could yielded a rough timeline extending into the past. Here was Trixie, killed on the highway September 15, 1968. In the same circle was a wide flat board planted deep in the earth. Frost and thaw had warped it and canted it to one side, but Lewis could still make out in memory of Marta, our pet rabbit, died March 1, 1965. A row farther in was, General Patton, R. Good Dog. The inscription amplified, who had died in 1958, and Pauline SIA, who would have been a parrot, if Lewis remembered his Dr. Dolittle correctly, who had squawked her last, "Polly want a cracker," in the summer of 1953. There was nothing readable in the next CWO rows, and then, still a long way in from the center, chiseled roughly on a piece of sandstone, was Hannah the best dog that ever lived 1929 to 1939. Although sandstone was relatively soft as a result, the inscription was now little more than a ghost. Lewis found it hard to conceive of the hours some child must have spent impressing those 9 words on the stone. The commitment of love and grief seemed to him staggering. This was something parents did not even do for their own parents or for their children if they died young. "Boy, this does go back some," he said to Judd, who had strolled over to join him. Judd nodded. "Come here, Lewis. Want to show you something." They walked to a row only 3 back from the center. Here the circular pattern, perceived as an almost haphazard coincidence in the outer rows, was very evident. Judd stopped before a small piece of slate that had fallen over. Kneeling carefully, the old man set it up again. "Used to be words here," Judd said. "I chiseled 'em myself. Brr, it's worn away now. I buried my first dog here. Spot. He died of old age in 1914, the year the Great War begun." Bemused by the thought that here was a graveyard that went farther back than many graveyards for people, Lewis walked toward the center and examined several of the markers. None of them were readable, and most had been almost reclaimed by the forest floor. The grass had almost entirely overgrown one, and when he set it back up, there was a small tearing, protesting sound from the earth. Blind beetles scurried over the section he had exposed. He felt a small chill and thought, "Boot Hill for animals. I'm not sure I really like it. How far do these go back?" "Gory, I don't know," Judd said, putting his hands deep in his pockets. "Place was here when Spot died, of course. I had a whole gang of friends in those days. They helped me dig the hole for Spore. Digging here ain't that easy, either, ground's awful stony, you know, hard to turn. And I helped them sometimes." He pointed here and there with a horny finger. That there was Pete Levasue's dog, if I remember right, and there's 3 of Albion Grotley's barn cats buried right in a row there. Old man Fitchy kept racing pigeons. Me and Al Grotley and Car Hannah buried one of them that a dog got. He's right there." He paused thoughtfully. "I'm the last of that bunch left, you know. All dead now, my gang. All gone." Louis sawed nothing, only stood looking at the pet graves with his hands in his pockets. "Ground's stony," Judd repeated. "Couldn't plant nothing here but corpses anyway, I guess." Across the way, Gage began to cry thinly, and Rachel brought him over, toting him on her hip. "He's hungry," she said. "I think we ought to go back, Lou. Please, okay?" Her eyes asked. "Sure," he said. He shouldered the jerry pack again and turned around so Rachel could pop Gage in. "Ellie. Hey Ellie, where are you?" "There she is," Rachel said and pointed toward the blowdown. Ellie was climbing as if the blowdown was a bastard cousin to the monkey bars at school. "Oh, honey, you want to come down off there?" Judd called over, alarmed. "You stick your foot in the wrong hole and those old trees shift, you'll break your ankle." Blee jumped down. "Ow," she cried and came toward them, rubbing her hip. The skin wasn't broken, but a stiff, dead branch had torn her slacks. "You see what I mean," Judd said, ruffling her hair. "Old blowdown like this, even someone wise about the woods won't try to climb over it if he can go around. Trees that all fall down in a pile get mean. They bite you if they can." "Really?" Ellie asked. "Really. They're piled up like straws, you see. And if you was to step on the right one, they might all come down in an avalanche." Ellie looked at Louis. "Is that true, Daddy?" "I think so, hun." "Yuck." She looked back at the blowdown and yelled, "You for my pants, you cruddy trees." All 3 of the grown-ups laughed. The blowdown did not. It merely sat whitening in the sun as it had done for decades. To Louis it looked like the skeletal remains of some long-dead monster, something slain by a parfait good and gentil knight, perchance. A dragon's bones, left here in a giant cairn. It occurred to him even then that there was something too convenient about that blowdown and the way it stood between the pet cemetery and the depths of woods beyond, woods which Judd Crandall later sometimes referred to absently as the Indian woods. Its very randomness seemed too artful, too perfect for a work of nature. Then Gage grabbed one of his ears and twisted it, crowing happily, and Louis forgot all about the blowdown in the woods beyond the pet cemetery. It was time to go home. Ellie came to him the next day, looking troubled. Louis was working on a model in his study. This one was a 1917 Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost 680 pieces, over 50 moving parts. It was nearly done, and he could almost imagine the liveried chauffeur, direct descendant of 18th and 19th century English coachmen, sitting imperially behind the wheel. He had been model crazy since his 10th year. He had begun with a World War I Spad that his uncle Carl had brought him, had worked his way through most of the Rayvale airplanes, and had moved on to bigger and better things in his teens and twenties. There had been a boats and bottles phase and a war machines phase and even a phase in which he had built guns so realistic it was hard to believe they wouldn't fire when you pulled the trigger Colts and Winchesters and Lugers, even a buntline special. Over the last 5 years or so, it had been the big cruise ships. A model of the Lusitania and one of the Titanic sat on his shelves at his university office, and the Andrea Doria, completed just before they left Chicago, was currently cruising the mantelpiece in their living room. Now he had moved on to classic cars, and if previous patterns held true, he supposed it would be 4 or 5 years before the urge to do something new struck him. Rachel looked on this, his only real hobby, with a wifely indulgence that held, he supposed, some elements of contempt. Even after 10 years of marriage she probably thought he would grow out of it. Perhaps some of this attitude came from her father, who believed just as much now as at the time Louis and Rachel had married that he had gotten an asshole for a son-in-law. Maybe, he thought, Rachel is right. Maybe I just wake up one morning at the age of 37, put all these models in the ATI, and take up bang gliding. Meanwhile Ellie looked serious. Far away, drifting in the clear air, he could hear that perfect Sunday morning sound of church bells calling worshippers. "Hi, Dad," she said. Hello, Pumpkin. Wha's happenin'? Oh, nothing, she said, but her face said differently. Her face said that plenty was up, and none of it was so hot, thank you very much. Her hair was freshly washed and fell loose to her shoulders. In this light it was still more blonde than the brown it was inevitably becoming. She was wearing a dress, and it occurred to Louis that his daughter almost always put on a dress on Sundays, although they did not attend church. What are you building? Carefully gluing on a mudguard, he told her. Look at this, he said, carefully handing her a hubcap. See those linked R's? That's a nice detail, huh? If we fly back to Chi-Town for Thanksgiving and we get on an L-1011, you look out at the jet engines and you'll see those same R's. Hubcap, big deal. She handed it back. Please, he said, if you own a Rolls-Royce, you call that a wheel covering. If you're rich enough to own a Rolls, you can strut a little. When I make my second million, I'm going to buy myself one. Rolls-Royce Cornish. Then when Gage gets carsick, he can throw up into real leather. And just by the way, Ellie, what's on your mind? But it didn't work that way with Ellie. You didn't ask things right out. She was wary of giving too much of herself away. It was a trait Louis admired. Are we rich, Daddy? No, he said, but we're not going away to starve either. Michael Burns at school says all doctors are rich. Well, you tell Michael Burns at school that lots of doctors get rich, but it takes 20 years. And you don't get rich running a university infirmary. You get rich being a specialist. A gynecologist or an orthopedist or a neurologist. They get rich quicker. For utility infielders like me, it takes longer. Then why don't you be a specialist, Daddy? Louis thought of his models again and of the way he had one day just not wanted to build any more warplanes, the way he had likewise gotten tired of Tiger tanks and gun emplacements, the way he had come to believe, almost overnight, it seemed in retrospect that building boats in bottles was pretty dumb. And then he thought of what it would be like to spend your whole life inspecting children's feet for hammertoe or putting on the thin latex gloves so you could grope along some woman's vaginal canal with one educated finger, feeling for bumps or lesions. I just wouldn't like it, he said. Church came into the office, paused, inspected the situation with his bright green eyes. He leapt silently onto the windowsill and appeared to go to sleep. Ellie glanced at him and frowned, which struck Louis as exceedingly odd. Usually Ellie looked at Church with an expression of love so sappy it was almost painful. She began to walk around the office, looking at various models, and in a voice that was nearly casual, she said, Boy, there were a lot of graves up in the pet cemetery, weren't there? Beer's the nub, Louis thought but did not look around. After examining his instructions, he began putting the carriage lamps on the rolls. There were, he said. Better than 100, I'd say. Daddy, why don't pets live as long as people? Well, some animals do live about as long, he said, and some live much longer. Elephants live a very long time, and there are some sea turtles so old that people really don't know how old they are. Or maybe they do, and they just can't believe it. Ellie dismissed these simply enough. Elephants and sea turtles aren't pets. Pets don't live very long at all. Michael Burns says that every year a dog lives, it's like 9 of our years. 7, Louis corrected automatically. I see what you're getting at, honey, and there's some truth to it. A dog who lives to be 12 is an old dog. See, there's this chine called metabolism, and what metabolism seems to do is tell time. Oh, it does other stuff, too. Some people can eat a lot and stay thin because of their metabolism, like your mother. Other people, me, for instance, just can't eat as much without getting fat. Our metabolisms are different, that's all. But what metabolism seems to do most of all is to serve living things as a body clock. Dogs have a fairly rapid metabolism. The metabolism of human beings is much slower. We live to be about 72, most of us. And believe me, 72 years is a very long time. Because Ellie looked really worried, he hoped he sounded more sincere than he actually felt. He was 35, and it seemed to him that those years had passed as quickly and ephemerally as a momentary draft under a door. Sea turtles, now, have an even slower metabo. What about cats? Ellie asked and looked at Church again. Well, cats live as long as dogs, he said, mostly, anyway. This was a lie, and he knew it. Cats lived violent lives and often died bloody deaths, always just below the usual range of human sight. Here was Church, dozing in the sun, or appearing to, Church who slept peacefully on his daughter's bed every night, Church who had been so cute as a kitten, all tangled up in a ball of string. And yet Lewis had seen him stalk a bird with a broken wing, his green eyes sparkling with curiosity and, yes, Lewis would have sworn it, cold delight. He rarely killed what he stalked, but there had been one notable exception, a large rat, probably caught in the alley between their apartment house and the next. Church had really put the blocks to that baby. It had been so bloody and gore-flecked that Rachel, then in her 6th month with Gage, had had to run into the bathroom and vomit. Violent lives, violent deaths. A dog got them and ripped them open instead of just chasing them like the bumbling, easily fooled dogs in the TV cartoons, or another Tom got them, or a poisoned bait, or a passing car. Cats were the gangsters of the animal world, living outside the law and often dying there. There were a great many of them who never grew old by the fire. But those were maybe not things to tell your 5-year-old daughter, who was for the first time examining the facts of death. I mean, he said, Church is only 3 now, and you're 5. He might still be alive when you're 15, a sophomore in high school. And that's a long time away. It doesn't seem long to me, Ellie said, and now her voice trembled. Not long at all. Lois gave up the pretense of working on his model and Jess turned for her to come. She sat on his lap, and he was again struck by her beauty, which was emphasized now by her emotional upset. She was dark-skinned, almost Levantine. Tony Benton, one of the doctors he had worked with in Chicago, used to call her the Indian princess. Honey, he said, if it was up to me, I'd let Church live to be 100. But I don't make the rules. Who does? She asked, and then, with infinite scorn, God, I suppose. Lewis stifled the urge to laugh. It was too serious. God or somebody, he said. Clocks run down, that's all I know. There are no guarantees, babe. I don't want Church to be like all those dead pets. She burst out, suddenly tearful and furious. I don't want Church to ever be dead. He's my cat. He's not God's cat. Let God have his own cat. Let God have all the damn old cats he wants, and kill them all. Church is mine. There were footsteps across the kitchen, and Rachel looked in, startled. Ellie was now weeping against Lewis's chest. The horror had been articulated, it was out, its face had been drawn and could be regarded. Now, even if it could not be changed, it could at least be wept over. Ellie, he said, rocking her, Ellie, Church isn't dead. He's right over there, sleeping. But he could be, she wept. He could be, any time. He held her and rocked her, believing, rightly or wrongly, Ellie wept for the very intractability of death, its imperviousness to argument or to a little girl's tears. That she wept over its cruel unpredictability. And that she wept because of the human being's wonderful, deadly ability to translate symbols into conclusions that were either fine and noble or blackly terrifying. If all those animals had died and been buried, then Church could die, any time, and be buried. And if that could happen to Church, it could happen to her father, her baby brother. To herself. Death was a vague idea, the pet cemetery was real. In the texture of those rude markers were truths which even a child's hands could feel. It would be easy to lie at this point, the way he had lied earlier about the life expectancy of tomcats. But a lie would be remembered later and perhaps finally totted up on the report card all children hand in to themselves on their parents. His own mother had told him such a lie, an innocuous one about women finding babies in the dewy grass when they really wanted them, and as innocuous as the lie had been, Lewis had never forgiven his mother for telling it, or himself for believing it. Honey, he said, it happens. It's a part of life. It's a bad part, she cried. It's a really bad part. There was no answer for this. She wept. Eventually her tears would stop. It was a necessary first step on the way to making an uneasy peace with a truth that was never going to go away. He held his daughter and listened to church bells on Sunday morning, floating across the September fields, and it was some time after her tears had stopped before he realized that, like Church, she had gone to sleep. He put her up in her bed and then came downstairs to the kitchen, where Rachel was beating cake batter too hard. He mentioned his surprise that Ellie should just quirk off like that in the middle of the morning. It wasn't like her. No, Rachel said, setting the bowl down on the counter with a decisive thump. It isn't, but I think she was awake most of the night. I heard her tossing around, and Church cried to go out around 3. He only does that when she's restless. Why would she? Oh, you know why. Rachel said angrily, that damned Sematary is why. It really upset her, Lou. It was the first cemetery of any kind for her, and it just upset her. I don't think I'll write your friend Judd Crandall any thank you notes for that little hike. All at once he's my friend, Louis thought, bemused and distressed. At the same time, Rachel, and I don't want her going up there again. Rachel, what Judd said about the path is true. Tay's not the path and you know it, Rachel said. She picked up the bowl again and began beating the cake batter even faster. It's that damn place. It's unhealthy. Kids going up there and tending the graves, keeping the path. Fucking morbid is what it is. Whatever disease the kids in this town have got, I don't want Ellie to catch it. Louis stared at her, nonplussed. He more than half suspected that one of the things which had kept their marriage together when it seemed as if each year brought the news that 2 or 3 of their friends' marriages had collapsed was their respect of the mystery. The half-grasped but never-spoken idea that maybe, when you got right down to the place where the cheese binds, there was no such thing as marriage, no such thing as union, that each soul stood alone and ultimately defied rational ity. That was the mystery, and no matter how well you thought you knew your partner, you occasionally ran into blank walls or fell into pits. And sometimes, rarely, thank God, you ran into a full-fledged pocket of alien strangeness, something like the clear air turbulence that can buffet an airliner for no reason at all. An attitude or belief which you had never suspected, one so peculiar, at least to you, that it seemed nearly psychotic. And then you trod lightly, it you valued your marriage and your peace of mind. You tried to remember that anger at such a discovery was the province of fools who really believed it was possible for one mind to know another. Honey, it's just a pet cemetery, he said. The way she was crying in there just now, Rachel said, gesturing toward the door to his office with a batter-covered spoon. Do you think it's just a pet cemetery to her? It's going to leave a scar, Lou. No, she's not going up there anymore. It's nor the path, it's the place. Here she is already thinking Church is going to. For a moment Louis had the crazy impression that he was still talking to Ellie. She had simply donned stilts, one of her mother's dresses, and a very clever, very realistic Rachel mask. Even the expression was the same, set and a bit sullen on top, but wounded beneath. He groped because suddenly the issue seemed large to him, not a thing to be simply passed over in deference to that Terry, or that aloneness. He groped because it seemed to him that she was missing something so large it nearly filled the landscape, and you couldn't do that unless you were deliberately closing your eyes to it. Rachel, he said, Church is going to die. She stared at him angrily. That is hardly the point, she said, enunciating each word carefully, speaking as one might speak to a backward child. Church is not going to die today, or tomorrow. I tried to tell her that. Or the day after that, or probably for years. Honey, we can't be sure of th_. Of course we can, she shouted. We take good care of him, he's not going to die, no one is going to die around here. And so why do you want to go and get a little girl all upset about something she can't understand until she's much older? Rachel, listen. But Rachel had no intention of listening. She was blazing. I's bad enough to try and cope with a death, pet or a friend or a relative when it happens, without turning it into a god-cursed attraction. AFP forest lawn for animals. Tears were running down her cheeks. Rachel, he said, and tried to put his hands on her shoulders. She shrugged them off in a quick, hard gesture. Never mind, she said. You don't have the slightest idea what I'm talking about. He sighed. I feel like I fell through a hidden trapdoor and into a giant mixmaster, he said, hoping for a smile. He got none, only her eyes, locked on his, black and blazing. She was furious, he realized, not just angry, but absolutely furious. Rachel, he said suddenly, not fully sure what he was going to say until it was out, how did you sleep last night? Oh boy, she said scornfully, turning away but not before he had seen a wounded flicker in her eyes. That's really intelligent. Really intelligent. You never change, Louis. When something isn't going right, blame Rachel, right? Rachel's just having one of her weird emotional reactions. That's not fair, no? She took the bowl of cake batter over to the far counter by the stove and set it down with another bang. She began to grease a cake tin, her lips pressed tightly together. He said patiently, "There's nothing wrong with a child finding out something about death, Rachel. In fact, I'd call it a necessary thing." Ellie's reaction, her crying that seemed perfectly natural to me. It sounded natural, Rachel said, whirling on him again. It sounded very natural to hear her weeping her heart out over her cat, which is perfectly fine. Stop it, he said. You're not making any sense. I don't want to discuss it anymore. Yes, but we're going to, he said, angry himself now. You had your at-bat show about giving me mine? She's not going up there anymore. And as far as I'm concerned, the subject is closed. Ellie has known where babies come from since last year, Louis said deliberately. We got her the Myers book and talked to her about it, do you remember that? We both agreed that children ought to know where they come from. That has nothing to do with underscore. It does, though, he said roughly. When I was talking to her in my office about church, I got thinking about my mother and how she spun me that old cabbage leaf story when I asked her where women got babies. I've never forgotten that lie. I don't think children ever forget the lies their parents tell them. Where babies come from has nothing to do with a goddamn pet cemetery. Rachel cried at him, and what her eyes said to him was talk about the parallels all night and all day, if you want to, Louis, talk until you turn blue, but I won't accept it. Still, he tried. She knows about babies. That place up in the woods just made her want to know something about the other end of Ching's. It's perfectly natural. In fact, I think it's the most natural thing in the W underscore. Will you stop saying that? She screamed suddenly, really screamed, and Louis recoiled, startled. His elbow struck the open bag of flour on the counter. It tumbled off the edge and struck the floor, splitting open. Flour puffed up in a dry white cloud. Oh fuck, he said dismally. In an upstairs room, Gage began to cry. That's nice, she said, also crying now. You woke the baby up too. Thanks for a nice, quiet, stressless Sunday morning. She started by him and Louis put a hand on her arm. Let me ask you something, he said, because I know that anything, literally anything, can happen to physical beings. As a doctor I know that. Do you want to be the one to explain to her what happened if her cat gets distemper or leukemia? Cats are very prone to leukemia, you know, or if he gets run over in that road. Do you want to be the one, Rachel? Let me go, she nearly hissed. The anger in her voice, however, was overmatched by the hurt and bewildered terror in her eyes. I don't want to talk about this, Louis, and you can't make me, of his C+_, that look said. Let me go, I want to get Gage before he falls out. Because maybe you ought to be the one, he said. You can tell her we don't talk about it. Nice people don't talk about it. They just bury it, oops. But don't say, buried, you'll give her a calm. I hate you. Rachel sobbed and tore away from him. Then he was of course sorry, and it was of course too late. Rachel, she pushed by him roughly, crying harder. Leave me alone. You've done enough. She paused in the kitchen doorway, turning toward him, the tears coursing down her cheeks. I don't want this discussed in front of Ellie anymore, Lou. I mean it. There's nothing natural about death. Nothing. You as a doctor should know that. She whirled and was gone, leaving Louis in the empty kitchen, which still vibrated with their voices. At last he went to the pantry to get the broom. As he swept, he reflected on the last thing she had said and on the enormity of this difference of opinion, which had gone undiscovered for so long. Because, as a doctor, he knew that death was, except perhaps for childbirth, the most natural thing in the world. Taxes were not so sure, human conflicts were not, the conflicts of society were not, boom and bust were not. In the end there was only the clock, and the markers, which became eroded and nameless in the passage of time. Even sea turtles and the giant sequoias had to buy out someday. Zelda, he said aloud. Christ, that must have been bad for her. The question was, should he just let it ride or should he try to do something about it? He tilted the dustpan over the wastebasket, and flour slid out with a soft fume, powdering the cast-out cartons and used-up cans. 10. Hope Ellie didn't take it too hard, Judd Crandall said. Not for the first time Lewis thought that the man had a peculiar and rather uncomfortable ability to put his finger gently on whatever the sore spot was. He and Judd and Norma Crandall now sat on the Crandalls' porch in the cool of the evening, drinking iced tea instead of beer. On 15, going home after the weekend traffic was fairly heavy. People recognized that every good late summer weekend now might be the last one, Lewis supposed. Tomorrow he took up his full duties at the University of Maine Infirmary. All day yesterday and today students had been arriving, filling apartments in Orono and dorms on campus, making beds, renewing acquaintances, and no doubt groaning over another year of 8 o'clock classes and commons food. Rachel had been cool to him all day. No, freezing was more like it, and when he went back across the road tonight, he knew that she would already be in bed, Gage sleeping with her more than likely, the two of them so far over to her side that the baby would be in danger of falling off. His half of the bed would have grown to 3/4, all of it looking like a big, sterile desert. I said I hoped. Sorry, Lewis said. Wool gathering. She was a little upset. Yeah. How did you guess that? Seen em come and go, like I said. Judd took his wife's hand gently and grinned at her. Haven't we, dear? Packs and packs of them, Norma Crandall said. We love the children. Sometimes that pet cemetery is their first eyeball to eyeball with death, Judd said. They see people die on TV, but they know that's pretend, like the old westerns they used to have at the movies on Saturday afternoons. On TV and in the western movies, they just hold their stomachs or their chests and fall over. Place up on that hill seems a lot more real to most of them than all those movies and TV shows put together, don't you know? Lewis nodded, thinking. Tell my wife that, why don't you? Some kids it don't affect at all, at least not so you can see it, although I guess most of them kinda take it home in their pockets to look over later, like all the other stuff they collect. Most of them are fine. But some, you remember the little Holloway boy, Norma? She nodded. Ice chattered softly in the glass she held. Her glasses hung on her chest, and the headlights of a passing car illuminated the chain briefly. He had such nightmares, she said. Dreams about corpses coming out of the ground and I don't know what all. Then his dog died. Ate some poisoned bait was all anyone in town could figure, wasn't it, Judd? Poisoned bait, Judd said, nodding. That's what most people thought, AYUH. That was 1925. Billy Holloway was maybe 10 then. Went on to become a state senator. Con for the U.S. House of Representatives later on, but he lost. That was just before Korea. He and some of his friends had a funeral for the dog, Norma remembered. It was just a mongrel, but he loved it well. I remember his parents were a little against the burying, because of the bad dreams and all, but it went off fine. Two of the bigger boys made a coffin, didn't they, Judd? Judd nodded and drained his iced tea. Dean and Dana Hall, he said. Them and that other kid Billy chummed with. I can't remember his first name, but I'm sure he was one of the Bowie kids. You remember the Bowies that used to live up on Middle Drive in the old Burchett house, Norma? Yes, Norma said, as excited as if it had happened yesterday. And perhaps in her mind, it seemed that way. It was a Bowie, Alan or Bert, or maybe it was Kendall, Judd agreed. Anyways, I remember they had a pretty good argument about who was going to be pallbearers. The dog wasn't very big, and so there wasn't room but for two. The Hall boys said they ought to be the ones to do it since they made the coffin, and also because they were twins, sort of a matched set, Wisey. Billy said they didn't know Bowser, that was the dog, well enough to be the pallbearers. My dad says only close friends get to be pallbearers, was his argument, not just any carpenter. Judd and Norma both laughed at this, and Lewis grinned. They was just about ready to fight over it when Mandy Holloway, Billy's sister, fetched out the 4th volume of the Encyclopedia Britannica, Judd said. Her dad, Stephen Holloway, was the only doctor this side of Bangor and that side of Bucksport in those days, Lewis, and they was the only family in Ludlow that could afford a set of encyclopedia. They were also the first to have electric lights, Norma broke in. Anyway, Judd resumed, Mandy came out all AF Lucan, head up and tail over a splashboard, all of 8 years old, petticoats flyin', that big book in her arms. Billy and the Bowie kid, I think it must have been Kendall, him that crashed and burned up in Pensacola where they was trainin' fighter pilots in early 1942. They was gettin' ready to take on the Hall twins over the privilege o' toting that poor old poisoned mutt up to the boneyard. Lewis started giggling. Soon he was laughing out loud. He could feel the days-old residue of tension left from the bitter argument with Rachel beginning to loosen. So she says, wait, Luca this. And they all stop and look. And goddamn if she ain't underscore, Judd, Norma said warningly. Sorry, dear, I get carried away yarning, you know that. I guess you do, she said. And darned if she ain't got that book open to funerals, and Thea's a picture of Queen Victoria getting her final send-off in band voyage. And there are about 11 people on each side of her coffin, some sweatin' and strainin' to lift the bugger. Some just standin' around in their funeral coats and ruffled collars like they was waitin' for someone to call post time at the racetrack. And Mandy says, when it's a ceremonial funeral of state, you can have as many as you want. The book says so. That solved it? Lewis asked. That did the trick. They ended up with about 20 kids, and damn if they didn't look just like the picture Mandy had found, except maybe for the ruffles and tall hats. Mandy took charge, she did. Got 'em lined up and gave each of 'em a wild dower, a dandelion or a lady's slipper or a daisy, and off they went. By the G, I always thought the country missed a bet when Mandy Holloway never got voted to the U.S. Congress. He laughed and shook his head. Anyway, that was the end of Billy's bad dreams aboard the Pet Sematary. He mourned his dog and finished his mourning and got on. Which is what we all do, I guess. Lewis thought again of Rachel's near hysteria. Your Ellie will get over it, Norma said and shifted position. You must be thinking that death is all we talk about around here, Lowe's. Judd and I are getting on, but I hope neither of us has bought into the gore crow stage yet. No, of course not, don't be silly, Lewis said. But it's not such a bad idea to be on nodding acquaintance with it. These days, I don't know, no one wants to talk about it or think about it, it seems. They took it off the TV because they thought it might hurt the children some way, hurt their minds. And people want closed coffins so they don't have to look at the remains or say goodbye. It just seems like people want to forget it. And at the same time they brought in the cable TV with all those movies showing people, Judd looked at Norma and cleared his throat, showing people doing what people usually do with their shades pulled down, he finished. Queer how things change from one generation to the next, isn't it? Yes, Lewis said, I suppose it is. Well, we come from a different time, Judd said, sounding almost apologetic. We was on closer terms with death. We saw the flu epidemic after the Great War, and mothers dying with child, and children dying of infection and fevers that it seems like doctors just wave a magic wand over these days. In the time when me and Norma was young, if you got cancer, why, that was your death warrant, right there. No radiation treatments back in the 1920s. 2 wars, murders, suicides. He fell silent for a moment. We knew it as a friend and as an enemy, he said finally. My brother Pete died of a burst appendix in 1912, back when Taft was president. Pete was just 14, and he could hit a baseball farther than any kid in town. In those days you didn't need to take a course in college to study death, hot spice, or whatever they call it. In those days it came into the house and said howdy, and sometimes it took supper with you and sometimes you could feel it bite your ass. This time Norma didn't correct him, instead she nodded silently. Lewis stood up, stretched. I have to go, he said. Big day tomorrow. Yes, the merry-go-round starts for you tomorrow, don't it? Judd said, also standing. Judd saw Norma was also trying to get up and gave her a hand. She rose with a grimace. Bad tonight, is it? Lewis asked. Not so bad, she said. Put some heat on it when you go to bed. I will, Norma said. I always do. And Lewis, don't freak about Ellie. She'll be too busy getting to know her new friends this fall to worry much about that old place. Maybe someday all of 'em'll go up and repaint some of the signs, or pull weeds, or plant flowers. Sometimes they do, when the notion takes them. And she'll feel better about it. She'll start to get that nodding acquaintance. Not if my wife has anything to say about it. Come on over tomorrow night and tell me how it went up at the college, if you get the chance, Judd said. I'll whoop you at cribbage. Well, maybe I'll get you drunk first, Lewis said. Double skunk you, Doc, Judd said with great sincerity. The day I get double skunked at cribbage would be the day I'd let a quack like you treat me. He left on their laughter and crossed the road to his own house in the late summer dark. Rachel was sleeping with the baby, curled up on her side of the bed in a fetal, protective position. He supposed she would get over it. There had been other arguments and times of coldness in their marriage, but this one was surely the worst of the lot. He felt sad and angry and unhappy all at the same time, wanting to make it up but not sure how, not even sure that the first move should come from him. It was all so pointless, only a capful of wind somehow blown up to hurricane proportions by a trick of the mind. Other fights and arguments, yes, sure, but only a few as bitter as the one over Ellie's tears and questions. He supposed it didn't take a great many blows like that before the marriage sustained structural damage, and then one day, instead of reading about it in a note from a friend, well, I suppose I ought to tell you before you hear it from someone else, Lou, Maggie and I are splitting. Or in the newspaper, it was you. He undressed to his shorts quietly and set the alarm for 6 a.m. Then he showered, washed his hair, shaved, and crunched up a rollade before brushing his teeth. Norma's iced tea had given him acid indigestion. Or maybe it was coming home and seeing Rachel all the way over on her side of the bed. Territory is that which defines all else. Hadn't he read that in some college history course? Everything done, the evening put neatly away, he went to bed, but couldn't sleep. There was something else, something that nagged at him. The last 2 days went around and around in his head as he listened to Rachel and Gage breathing nearly in tandem. General, Patton, Hannah the best dog that ever lived. Marta our pet rabbit. Ellie, furious. I don't want Church to ever be dead. He's not God's cat. Let God have his own cat. Rachel, equally furious. You as a doctor should know. Norma Crandall saying it just seems like people want to forget it. And Judd, his voice terribly sure, terribly toying, a voice from another age. Sometimes it took supper with you and sometimes you could feel it bite your ass. And that voice merged with the voice of his mother, who had lied to Louis Creed about sex at 4 but told him the truth about death at 12, when his cousin Ruthie had been killed in a stupid car accident. She had been crushed in her father's car by a kid who had found the keys in a public works department payloader and decided to take it for a cruise and then found out he didn't know how to stop it. The kid suffered only minor cuts and contusions. His Uncle Carl's Fairlane was demolished. She can't be dead, he had replied in answer to his mother's bald statement. He had heard the words, but he couldn't seem to get the sense of them. What do you mean, she's dead? What are you talking about? And then, as an afterthought, who's going to bury Beer? For although Ruthie's father, Louis's uncle, was an undertaker, he couldn't imagine that Uncle Carl would possibly be the one to do it. In his confusion and mounting fear, he had seized upon this as the most important question. It was a genuine conundrum, like who cut the town barber's hair. I imagine that Donnie Donahue will do it, his mother replied. Her eyes were red-rimmed. Most of all she had looked tired. His mother had looked almost ill with weariness. He's your uncle's best pal in the business. Oh, but Louis. Sweet little Ruthie. I can't stand to think she suffered. Pray with me, will you, Louis? Pray with me for Ruthie. I need you to help me. So they had gotten down on their knees in the kitchen, he and his mother, and they prayed, and it was the praying that finally brought it home to him. If his mother was praying for Ruthie Creed's soul, then it meant that her body was gone. Before his closed eyes rose a terrible image of Ruthie coming to his 13th birthday party with her decaying eyeballs hanging on her cheeks and blue mold growing in her red hair. And this image provoked not just sickening horror but an awful doomed love. He cried out in the greatest mental agony of his life, she can't be dead. Mama, she can't be dead. I love her. And his mother's reply, her voice flat and yet full of images. Dead fields under a November sky. scattered rose petals brown and turning up at the edges, empty pools scummed with algae, rot, decomposition, dust. She is, my darling. I'm sorry, but she is. Ruthie is gone. Louis shuddered, thinking, dead is dead. What else do you need? Suddenly Louis knew what it was he had forgotten to do. Why he was still awake on this night before the first day of his new job, hashing over old griefs. He got up, headed for the stairs, and suddenly detoured down the hall to Ellie's room. She was sleeping peacefully, mouth open, wearing her blue baby doll pajamas that she had really outgrown. My God, Ellie, he thought, you're sprouting like calm. Church lay between her splayed ankles, also dead to the world. You should pardon the pun. Downstairs there was a bulletin board on the wall by the phone with various messages, memos, and bills tacked to it. Written across the top in Rachel's neat caps was things to put off as long as possible. Louis got the telephone book, looked up a number, and jotted it on a blank memo sheet. Below the number he wrote, Quentin L. Jolander, DVM call for appointment re church if Jolander doesn't neuter animals, B will refer. He looked at the note, wondering if it was time, knowing that it was. Something concrete had to come out of all this bad feeling, and he had decided sometime between this morning and tonight, without even knowing he was deciding, that he didn't want church crossing the road anymore if he could help it. His old feelings on the subject rose up in him, the idea that neutering would lessen the cat, would turn him into a fat old Tom before his time, content to just sleep on the radiator until someone put something into his dish. He didn't want church like that. He liked church the way he was, lean and mean. Outside in the dark, a big semi droned by on Route 15, and that decided him. He tacked the memo up and went to bed. 11. The next morning at breakfast, Ellie saw the new memo on the bulletin board and asked him what it meant. It means he's going to have a very small operation, Louis said. He'll probably have to stay over at the vet's for one night afterward. And when he comes home, he'll stay in our yard and not want to roam around so much. Or cross the road? Ellie asked. SBE may be only 5, Louis thought, but she's sure no slouch. Or cross the road, he agreed. Yay, Ellie said, and that was the end of the subject. Louis, who had been prepared for a bitter and perhaps hysterical argument about church being out of the house for even one night, was mildly stunned by the ease with which she had acquiesced. And he realized how worried she must have been. Perhaps Rachel had not been entirely wrong about the effect the Sematary had had on her. Rachel herself, who was feeding Gage his breakfast egg, shot him a grateful approving look, and Louis felt something loosen in his chest. The look told him that the chill was over, this particular hatchet had been buried. Forever, he hoped. Later, after the big yellow school bus had gobbled Ellie up for morning, Rachel came to him, put her arms around his neck, and kissed his mouth gently. You were very sweet to do that, she said, and I'm sorry I was such a bitch. Louis returned her kiss, feeling a little uncomfortable nonetheless. It occurred to him that the I'm sorry I was such a bitch statement, while by no means a standard, was not exactly something he'd never heard before either. It usually came after Rachel had gotten her way. Gage, meanwhile, had toddled unsteadily over to the front door and was looking out the lowest pane of glass at the empty road. Bus, he said, hitching nonchalantly at his sagging diapers. Ellie bus. He's growing up fast, Louis said. Rachel nodded. Too fast to suit me, I think. Wait until he's out of diapers, Louis said. Then he can stop. She laughed, and it was all right between them again, completely all right. She stood back, made a minute adjustment to his tie, and looked him up and down critically. Do I pass muster, Sarge? He asked. You look very nice. Yeah, I know, but do I look like a heart surgeon? A $200,000 a year man? No, just old Lou Creed, she said and giggled. The rock and roll animal. Louis glanced at his watch. The rock and roll animal has got to put on his boogie shoes and go, he said. Are you nervous? Yeah, a little. Don't be, she said. It's $67,000 a year for putting on ace bandages, prescribing for the flu and for hangovers, giving girls the pill. Don't forget the crab and louse lotion, Louis said, smiling again. One of the things that had surprised him on his first tour of the infirmary had been the supplies of quel, which seemed to him enormous. More fitted to an army base infirmary than to one on a middle-sized university campus. Miss Charlton, the head nurse, had smiled cynically. Off-campus apartments in the area are pretty tacky. You'll see. He supposed he would. Have a good day, she said and kissed him again, lingeringly. But when she pulled away, she was mock stern. And for Christ's sake remember that you're an administrator, not an intern or a second-year resident. Yes, doctor, Louis said humbly, and they both laughed again. For a moment he thought of asking, was it Zelda, babe? Is that what's got under your skin? Is that the zone of low pressure? Zelda and Beau she died? But he wasn't going to ask her that, not now. As a doctor he knew a lot of things, and while the fact that death was just as natural as childbirth might be the greatest of them, the fact that you don't monkey with a wound that has finally started to heal was far from the least of them. So instead of asking, he only kissed her again and went out. It was a good start, a good day. Maine was putting on a late summer show, the sky was blue and cloudless, the temperature pegged at an utterly perfect 72 degrees. Rolling to the end of the driveway and checking for traffic, Louis mused that so far he hadn't seen so much as a trace of the fall foliage that was supposed to be so spectacular. But he could wait. He pointed the Honda Civic they had picked up as a second car toward the university and let it roll. Rachel would call the vet this morning, they would get church fixed, and that would put this whole nonsense of pet cemeteries. It was funny how that misspelling got into your head and began to seem right, and death fears behind them. There was no need to be thinking about death on a beautiful September morning like this one. Louis turned on the radio and dialed until he found the Ramones belting out Rockaway Beach. He turned it up and sang along, not well but with lusty enjoyment. 12. The first thing he noticed turning into the university grounds was how suddenly and spectacularly the traffic swelled. There was car traffic, bike traffic, there were joggers by the score. He had to stop quickly to avoid two of the latter coming from the direction of Dunn Hall. Louis braked hard enough to lock his shoulder belt and honked. He was always annoyed at the way joggers, bicyclers had the same irritating habit, seemed to automatically assume their responsibility lapsed completely at the moment they began to run. They were, after all, exercising. One of them gave Louis the finger without even looking around. Louis sighed and drove on. The second thing was that the ambulance was gone from its slot in the small infirmary parking lot, and that gave him a nasty start. The infirmary was equipped to treat almost any illness or accident on a short-term basis. There were 3 well-equipped examination and treatment rooms opening off the big foyer, and beyond this were 2 wards with 15 beds each. But there was no operating theater, nor anything even resembling one. In case of serious accidents, there was the ambulance, which would rush an injured or seriously ill person to the Eastern Maine Medical Center. Steve Masterton, the physician's assistant who had given Louis his first tour of the facility, had shown Louis the log from the previous 2 academic years with justifiable pride. There had only been 38 ambulance runs in that time. Not bad when you considered that the student population here was over 10,000 and the total university population was almost 17,000. And here he was, on his first real day of work, with the ambulance gone. He parked in the slot headed with a freshly painted sign reading reserved for Dr. Creed and hurried in. He found Charlton, a graying but lithe woman of about 50, in the first examining room, taking the temperature of a girl who was wearing jeans and a halter top. The girl had gotten a bad sunburn not too long ago, Louis observed. The peeling was well advanced. "Good morning, Joan," he said. "Where's the ambulance?" "Oh, we had a real tragedy, all right," Charlton said, taking the thermometer out of the student's mouth and reading it. "Steve Masterton came in this morning at 7 and saw a great big puddle under the engine and the front wheels. Radiator let go. They hauled it away." "Great," Louis said, but he felt relieved nonetheless. At least do we get it back. Wasn't out on a run, which was what he had first feared. When Joan Charlton laughed, knowing the university motor pool, she said, "It'll come back around December 15th wrapped in Christmas ribbon." She glanced at the student. "You've got Haffa and dark alleys. Degree of fever," she said. Take 2 aspirins and stay out of bars. The girl got down. She gave Lewis a quick appraising glance and then went out. Our first customer of the new semester, Charlton said sourly. She began to shake the thermometer down with brisk snaps. You don't seem too pleased about it. I know the type, she said. Oh, we get the other type 2 athletes who go on playing with bone chips and tendonitis and everything else because they don't want to be benched. They've got to be macho men, not let the team down, even if they're jeopardizing pro careers later on. Then you've got little Miss Half Degree of Fever. She jerked her head toward the window, where Lewis could see the girl with the peeling sunburn walking in the direction of the Gannett-Cumberland Androscoggin complex of dorms. In the examining room, the girl had given the impression of being someone who did not feel well at all but was trying not to let on. Now she was walking briskly, her hips swinging prettily, noticing and being noticed. Your basic college hypochondriac. Charlton dropped the thermometer into a sterilizer. We'll see her 24 times this year. Her visits will be more frequent before each round of prelims. A week or so before finals, she'll be convinced she has either mono or pneumonia. Bronchitis is the fallback position. She'll get out of 4 or 5 tests, the ones where the instructors are wimps, to use the word they use, and get easier makeups. They always get sicker if they know the prelim or final is going to be an objective test rather than an essay exam. My, aren't we cynical this morning, Lewis said. He was, fact, a little nonplussed. She tipped him a wink that made him grin. I don't take it to heart, doctor. Neither should you. Where's Stephen now? In your office, answering mail and trying to figure out the latest font of bureaucratic bullshit from Blue Cross Blue Shield, she said. Lewis went in. Charlton's cynicism notwithstanding, he felt comfortably in harness. Looking back on it, Lewis would think, when he could bear to think about it at all, that the nightmare really began when they brought the dying boy, Victor Pascoe, into the infirmary around 10 that morning. Until then, things were very quiet. At 9, half an hour after Lewis arrived, the 2 candy stripers who would be working the 9 to 3 shift came in. Lewis gave them each a donut and a cup of coffee and talked to them for about 15 minutes, outlining their duties, and what was perhaps more important, what was beyond the scope of their duties. Then Charlton took over. As she led them out of Lewis's office, Lewis heard her ask, "Either of you allergic to shit or puke?" "You'll see a lot of both here." "Oh God," Lewis murmured and covered his eyes. But he was smiling. A tough old babe like Charlton was not always a liability. Lewis began filling out the long Blue Cross Blue Shield forms, which amounted to a complete inventory of drug stock and medical equipment. Every year, Steve Masterton said in an aggrieved voice, every goddamn year the same thing. Why don't you write down complete Bayer transplant facility, approximately, value $8 million, Lewis? That'll foozle M, and he was totally engrossed, thinking only marginally that a cup of coffee would go down well, when Masterton screamed from the direction of the foyer waiting room, "Lewis! Hey, Lewis, get out beer. We got a mess." The near panic in Masterton's voice got Lewis going in a hurry. He bolted out of his chair almost as if he had, in some subconscious way, been expecting this. A shriek, as thin and sharp as a shard of broken glass, arose from the direction of Masterton's shout. It was followed by a sharp slap and Charlton saying, "Stop. That or get the hell out of here. Stop it right now." Lewis burst into the waiting room and was first only conscious of the blood. There was a lot of blood. One of the candy stripers was sobbing. The other, pale as cream, had her fist-red hands to the corners of her mouth, pulling her lips into a big revolted grin. Masterton was kneeling down, trying to hold the head of the boy sprawled on the floor. Steve looked up at Lewis, eyes grim and wide and frightened. He tried to speak. Nothing came out. People were congregating at the student medical center's big glass doors, peering in, their hands cupped around their faces to cut out the glare. Lewis's mind conjured up an insanely appropriate image, sitting in the living room as a kid of no more than 6 with his mother in the morning before she went to work, watching the television. Watching the old Today show with Dave Garroway. People were outside, gaping in at Dave and Frank Blair and good old J. Fred Muggs. He looked around and saw other people standing at the windows. He couldn't do anything about the doors, but Shut the drapes, he snapped at the candy striper who had screamed. When she didn't move immediately, Charlton slapped her can. Do it, girl. The candy striper got in gear. A moment later green drapes were jerked across the windows. Charlton and Steve Masterton moved instinctively between the boy on the floor and the doors, cutting off the view as best they could. Hard stretcher, doctor? Charlton asked. If we need it, get it, Lewis said, squatting beside Masterton. I haven't even had a chance to look at him. Come on, Charlton said to the girl who had closed the drapes. She was pulling the corners of her mouth with her fists again, making that humorless, screaming grin. She looked at Charlton and moaned, "Oh, ag. Yeah, ag is right. Come on." She gave the girl a hard yank against her legs, and got her moving, her red and white pinstriped skirt swishing. Lewis bent over his first patient at the University of Maine at Orono. He was a young man, age approximately 20, and it took Lewis less than 3 seconds to make the only diagnosis that mattered. The young man was going to die. Half of his head was crushed. His neck had been broken. One collarbone jutted from his swelled and twisted right shoulder. From his head, blood and a yellow, pussy fluid seeped sluggishly into the carpet. Lewis could see the man's brain, whitish-gray and pulsing through a shattered section of skull. It was like looking through a broken window. The incursion was perhaps 5 centimeters wide. If he had had a baby in his skull, he could almost have birthed it, like Zeus delivering from his forehead. That he was still alive at all was incredible. In his mind suddenly he heard Judd Crandall saying sometimes you could feel it beer your ass. And his mother. Dead is dead. He felt a crazy urge to laugh. Dead was dead, all right. That's affirmative, good buddy. Holler for the ambulance, he snapped at Masterton. Lewis, the ambulance is. Oh Christ, Lewis said, slapping his own forehead. He shifted his gaze to Charlton. Joan, what do you do in a case like this? Call campus security or the EMMC? Joan looked flustered and upset, an extreme rarity with her, Lewis guessed. But her voice was composed enough as she replied. Doctor, I don't know. We've never had a situation like this before in my time at the medical center. Lewis chawed as fast as he could. Call the campus police. We can't wait for EMMC to send out their own ambulance. If they have to, they can take him up to Bangor in one of the fire engines. At least it has a siren, flashers. Go do it, Joan. She went out but not before he caught her deeply sympathetic glance and interpreted it. This young man, who was deeply canned and well-muscled perhaps from a summer working on a road crew somewhere, or painting houses, or giving tennis lessons and dressed now only in red gym shorts with white pip-ing, was going to die no matter what they did. He would be just as dead even if their ambulance had been parked out front with the motor idling when the patient was brought in. Incredibly, the dying man was moving. His eyes fluttered and opened. Blue eyes, the irises ringed with blood, they stared vacantly around, seeing nothing. He tried to move his head, and Lewis exerted pressure to keep him from doing so, mindful of the broken neck. The cranial trauma did not preclude the possibility of pain. The bull in his bead, ab Christ, the bale in Biss' head. What happened to him? He asked Steve, aware that it was, under the circumstances, a stupid and pointless question. The question of a bystander. But the hole in the man's head confirmed his status. A bystander was all he was. Did the police bring him? Some students brought him in a blanket sling. I don't know what the circumstances were. There was what happened next to be thought of. That was his responsibility too. Go out and find them, Lewis said. Take them around to the other door. I want them handy, but I don't want them to see any more of this than they already have. Masterton, looking relieved to be away from what was happening in here, went to the door and opened it, letting in a babble of excited, curious, confused conversation. Lewis could also hear the warble of a police siren. Campus security was here then. Lewis felt a kind of miserable relief. The dying man was making a gurgling sound in his throat. He tried to speak. Lewis heard syllables, phonetics, at least, but the words themselves were slurred and unclear. Lewis leaned over him and said, "You're going to be all right, fella." He thought of Rachel and Ellie as he said it, and his stomach gave a great, unlovely lurch. He put a hand over his mouth and stifled a burp. "Caaa," the young man said. "Gaw." Lewis looked around and saw that he was momentarily alone with the dying man. Dimly he could hear Joan Charlton yelling at the candy stripers that the hard stretcher was in the supply closet off room 2. Lewis doubted if they knew room 2 from a frog's gonads. It was, after all, their first day on the job. They had gotten a hell of an introduction to the world of medicine. The green wall-to-wall carpet was now soaked a muddy purple in an expanding circle around the young man's ruined head. The leakage of intracranial fluid had, mercifully, stopped. In the pet cemetery, the young man croaked, and he began to grin. This grin was remarkably like the mirthless, hysterical grin of the candy striper who had closed the drapes. Lewis stared down at him, at first refusing to credit what he had heard. Then Lewis thought he must have had an auditory hallucination. He made some more of those phonetic sounds and my subcon shokes made them into something coherent. Oris patched the sounds into my own experience. But that was not what had happened, and a moment later he was forced to realize it. A swooning, mad terror struck him and his flesh began to creep avidly, seeming to actually move up and down his arms and along his belly in waves. But even then he simply refused to believe it. Yes, the syllables had been on the bloody lips of the man on the carpet as well as in Lewis's ears, but that only meant the hallucination had been visual as well as auditory. "What did you say?" he whispered. And this time, as clear as the words of a speaking parrot or a crow whose tongue had been split, the words were unmistakable. "It's not the real cemetery." The eyes were vacant, not seeing, rimmed with blood. The mouth grinning the large grin of a dead carp. Horror rolled through Lewis, gripping his warm heart in its cold hands, squeezing. It reduced him, made him less and less, until he felt like taking to his heels and running from this bloody, twisted, speaking head on the floor of the infirmary waiting room. He was a man with no deep religious training, no bent toward the superstitious or the occult. He was ill prepared for this, whatever it was. Fighting the urge to run with everything in him, he forced himself to lean even closer. "What did you say?" he asked a second time. The grin. "That was bad. The soil of a man's heart is stonier," Lewis, the dying man whispered. "A man grows what he can, and tends it." Lewis, he thought, hearing nothing with his conscious mind after his own name. "Oh my God, be called me by my name." "Who are you? Who are you?" Lewis asked in a trembling, papery voice. "Injun, bring my fish." "How did you know my underscore?" "Keep clear, us." "No, you." "Caw," the young man said, and now Lewis fancied he could smell death on his breath, internal injuries, lost rhythm, failure, ruin. What? A crazy urge came to shake him. "Gaw." The young man in the red gym shorts began to shudder all over. Suddenly he seemed to freeze with every muscle locked. His eyes lost their vacant expression momentarily and seemed to find Lewis's eyes. Then everything let go at once. There was a bad stink. Lewis thought he must speak again. Then the eyes resumed their vacant expression, and began to glaze. The man was dead. Lewis sat back, vaguely aware that all his clothes were sticking to him. He was drenched with sweat. Darkness bloomed, spreading a wing softly over his eyes, and the world began to swing sickeningly sideways. Recognizing what was happening, he half turned from the dead man, thrust his head down between his knees, and pressed the nails of his left thumb and left forefinger into his gums hard enough to bring blood. After a moment the world began to clear again. 13. Then the room filled up with people, as if they were all only actors, waiting for their cue. This added to Lewis's feeling of unreality and disorientation. The strength of these feelings, which he had studied in psychology classes but never actually experienced, frightened him badly. It was, he supposed, the way a person would feel shortly after someone had slipped a powerful dose of LSD into his drink. Like a play staged only for my benefit, he thought. IHE room is first mariniently deared so the dying Sybil can speak a few lines of oblique rip Bessie to me and me alone. And as soon as he's dead, everyone comes back. The candy stripers bungled in, one on each end of the hard stretcher, the one they used for people with spinal or neck injuries. Joan Charlton followed them, saying that the campus police were on their way. The young man had been struck by a car while jogging. Lewis thought of the joggers who had run in front of his car that morning and his guts rolled. Behind Charlton came Steve Masterton with 2 campus security cops. Lewis, the people who brought Pascal in are. He broke off and said sharply, Lewis, are you all right? I'm okay, he said and got up. Faintness washed over him again and then withdrew. He groped. Pascal is his name? One of the campus cops said, Victor Pascal, according to the gid he was jogging with. Lewis glanced at his watch and subtracted 2 minutes. From the room where Masterton had sequestered the people who had brought Pascal in, he could hear a girl sobbing wildly. Welcome back to school, little lady, he thought. Have a nice semester. Mr. Pascal died at 10:09 a.m., he said. One of the cops wiped the back of his hand across his mouth. Ribble, Masterton said again, Lewis, are you really okay? You look tear. Lewis opened his mouth to answer, and one of the candy stripers abruptly dropped her end of the hard stretcher and ran out, vomiting down the front of her pinafore. A phone began to ring. The girl who had been sobbing now began to scream the dead man's name, Vic. Vic, Vic, over and over. Bedlam, confusion. One of the cops was asking Charlton if they could bear a blanket to cover him up, and Charlton was saying she didn't know if she had the authority to requisition one, and Lewis wild rumpus start. Found himself thinking of a line from Maurice Sendak. Those rotten giggles rose in his throat again, and somehow he managed to bottle them up. Had this Pascal really said the words Pet Sematary? Had this Pascal really spoken his names? Those were the things that were knocking him off kilter, the things that had sent him wobbling out of orbit. But already his mind seemed to be wrapping those few moments in a protective film, sculpting, changing, disconnecting. Surely he had said something else, if he had indeed spoken at all, and in the shock and unhappy passion of the moment, Lewis had misinterpreted it. More likely, Pascal had only mouthed sounds, as he had at first thought. Lewis groped for himself, for that part of himself that had caused the administration to give him this job over the other 53 applicants for the position. There was no one in command here, no forward motion. The room was full of milling people. Steve, go give that girl a trank, he said, and just saying the words made him feel better. It was as if he were in a rocket ship under power now, pulling away from a tiny moonlet. Said moonlet being, of course, that irrational moment when Pascal had spoken. Lewis had been hired to take charge, he was going to do it. Joan, give the cop a blanket. Doctor, we haven't inventoried. Give it to him anyway. Then check on that candy striper. He looked at the other girl, who still held her end of the hard stretcher. She was staring at Pascal's remains with a kind of hypnotized fascination. Candy striper, Lewis said harshly, and her eyes jerked away from the body. WWWH. What's the other girl's name? Who? The one who puked, he said with deliberate harshness. Judy. Judy D'Alessio. Your name? Carla. Now the girl sounded a little more steady. Carla, you go check on Judy. And get that blanket. You'll find a pile of them in the little utility closet off examining room 1. Go, all of you. Let's look a little professional here. They got moving. Very shortly the screaming in the other room quieted. The phone, which had stopped ringing, now began. Again, Lewis pushed the hold button without picking up the receiver off its cradle. The older campus cop looked more together, and Lewis spoke to him. Who do we notify? Can you give me a list? The cop nodded and said, we haven't had one of these in 6 years. It's a bad way to start the semester. It sure is, Lewis said. He picked up the phone and punched off the hold button. Hello? Who is? An excited voice began, and Lewis cut it off. He began to make his calls. 14. Things did not slow down until nearly 4 that afternoon, after Lewis and Richard Irving, the head of campus security, made a statement to the press. The young man, Victor Pascal, had been jogging with 2 friends, one of them his fiancée. A car driven by Tremont Withers, 23, of Haven, Maine, had come up the road leading from the Lengyel Women's Gymnasium toward the center of campus at an excessive speed. Withers's car had sent Pascal and driven him head first into a tree. Pascal had been brought to the infirmary in a blanket by his friends and 2 passers-by. He had died minutes later. Withers was being held pending charges of reckless driving, driving under the influence, and vehicular manslaughter. The editor of the campus newspaper asked if he could say that Pascal had died of head injuries. Lewis, thinking of that broken window through which the brain itself could be seen, said he would rather let the Penobscot County coroner announce the cause of death. The editor then asked if the 4 young people who had brought Pascal to the infirmary in the blanket might not have inadvertently caused his death. No, Lewis replied, not at all. Unhappily, Mr. Pascal was, in my opinion, mortally wounded upon being struck. There were other questions few, but that answer really ended the press conference. Now Lewis sat in his office. Steve Masterton had gone home an hour before. The press conference immediately to catch himself on the evening new Luce suspected. Trying to pick up the shards of the day. Maybe he was just trying to cover what had happened, to paint thin coating of routine over it. He and Charlton were going over the cards in the front file. Those students who were pushing grimly through their college years in spite of some disability. There were 23 diabetics in the front file, 15 epileptics, 14 paraplegics, and assorted others. Students with leukemia, students with cerebral palsy and muscular dystrophy, blind students, 2 mute students, and 1 case of sickle cell anemia, which Lewis had never even seen. Steve left. Charlton came in and laid a pink memo sup on Lewis's. Perhaps the lowest point of the afternoon had come just after desk. Bangor carpet will be beer at 9 o'clock tomorrow, it read. Carpet? He had asked. It will have to be replaced, she said apologetically. No way the stain's going to come out, doctor. Of course not. At that point Lewis had gone into the dispensary and taken a Tuinol, what his first med school roommate had called tuners. Hop up on the Tunerville trolley, Lewis, he'd say, and I'll put on some credence. More often than not Lewis had declined the ride on the fabled Tunerville, and that was maybe just as well. His roomie had flunked out halfway through his 3rd semester and had ridden the Tunerville trolley all the way to Vietnam as a medical corpsman. Lewis sometimes pictured him over there, stoned to the eyeballs, listening to Creedence do Run Through the Jungle. But he needed something. If he was going to have to see that pink slip about the carpet on his note-minder board every time he glanced up from the front file spread out in front of them, he needed something. He was cruising fairly well when Mrs. Bailings, the night nurse, poked her head in and said, "Your wife, Dr. Creed." Lewis glanced at his watch and saw it was nearly 5:30. He had meant to be out of here an hour and a half ago. Okay, Nancy. Thanks. He picked up the phone and punched line 1. Hi, honey. Just on my. Lewis, are you all right? Heard about it on the news. Lou, I'm so sorry. She paused. It was on the radio news. They had you on, answering me question. You sounded fine. Did I? Good. Are you sure you're all right? Yes, Rachel. I'm fine. Come home, she said. Yes, he said. Home sounded good to him. 15. She met him at the door, and his jaw dropped. She was wearing the net bra he liked, a pair of semi-transparent panties, and nothing else. You look delicious, he said. Where are the kids? Missy Dandridge took them. We're on our own until 8:30, which gives us 2.5 hours. Let's not waste it. She pressed against him. He could smell a faint, lovely scent. Was it attar of roses? His arms went around her, first around her waist, and then his hands found her buttocks as her tongue danced lightly over his lips and then into his mouth, licking and darting. At last their kiss broke, and he asked her a bit hoarsely, "Are you for dinner?" "Dessert," she said, and then began to rotate her lower body slowly and sensuously against his groin and abdomen. "But I promise you, you don't have to cat anything you don't like." He reached for her, but she slipped out of his arms and took his hand. "Upstairs first," she said. She drew him an extremely warm bath, then undressed him and shooed him into the water. She donned the slightly rough sponge glove that hung unused on the shower head, soaped his body gently, then rinsed it. He could feel this horrible first day slipping slowly off him. She had gotten quite wet, and her panties clung like a second skin. "Bendy." Lewis started to get out of the tub, and she pushed him back. What? Now the sponge glove gripped him gently but with almost unbearable friction, moving slowly up and down. Rachel, sweat had broken all over him, and not just from the heat of the tub. Shush. It seemed to go on almost eternally. He would near climax, and the hand in the sponge glove would slow, almost stop. Then it didn't stop but squeezed, loosened, squeezed again, until he came so strongly that he felt his eardrums bulge. My God, he said shakily when he could speak again. Where did you learn that? Girl Scouts, she said primly. They had made a stroganoff which had been simmering during the bathtub episode, and Louis, who would have sworn at 4 o'clock that he would next want to eat sometime around Halloween, ate 2 helpings. Then she led him upstairs again. Now, she said, let's see what you can do for me. All things considered, Louis thought he rose to the occasion quite well. Afterward, Rachel dressed in her old blue pajamas. Louis pulled on a flannel shirt and nearly shapeless corduroy pants, what Rachel called his grubs, and went after the kids. Missy Dandridge wanted to know about the accident, and Louis sketched it in for her, giving her less than she would probably read in the Bangor Daily News the following day. He didn't like doing it, it made him feel like the most rancid sort of gossip, but Missy would accept no money for sitting, and he was grateful to her for the evening he and Rachel had shared. Gape was asleep before Louis had gotten the mile between Missy's house and their own. Even Ellie was yawning and glassy-eyed. He put Gage into fresh diapers, poured him into his sleeper suit, and popped him into his crib. Then he read Ellie a storybook. As usual, she clamored for Where the Wild Things Are, being a veteran wild thing herself. Louis convinced her to settle for The Cat in the Hat. She was asleep 5 minutes after he carried her up, and Rachel tucked her in. When he came downstairs again, Rachel was sitting in the living room with a glass of milk. A Dorothy Sayers mystery was open on Oh Long Thigh. Louis, are you really all right? Honey, I'm fine, he said. And thanks for everything. We aim to please, she said with a curving, slightly saucy smile. Are you going over to Judd's for a beer? He shook his head. Not tonight. I'm totally bushed. I hope I had something to do with that. I think you did. Then grab yourself a glass of milk, doctor, and let's go to bed. He thought perhaps he would lie awake, as he often had when he was interning, and days that were particularly hairy would play over and over in his mind. But he slid smoothly toward sleep, as if on a slightly inclined, frictionless board. He had read somewhere that it takes the average human being just 7 minutes to turn off all the switches and uncouple from the day. 7 minutes for conscious and subconscious to revolve, like the trick wall in an amusement park haunted house. Something a little eerie in that. He was almost there when he heard Rachel say, as if from a great distance. Day after tomorrow. Jolander, the vet. He's taking church the day after Tomer. Oh, church, treasure your cojones while you got him. Church, old die. Then he slipped away from everything, down a hole, sleeping deeply and without dreams. 16. Something woke him much later, a crash loud enough to cause him to sit up in bed, wondering if Ellie had fallen onto the floor or if maybe Gage's crib had collapsed. Then the moon sailed out from behind a cloud, flooding the room with cold white light, and he saw Victor Pascoe standing in the doorway. The crash had been Pascoe throwing open the door. He stood there with his head bashed in behind the left temple. The blood had dried on his face in maroon stripes like Indian war paint. His collarbone jutted whitely. He was grinning. Come on, doctor, Pascoe said. We got places to go. Louis looked around. His wife was a vague hump under her yellow comforter, sleeping deeply. He looked back at Pascoe, who was dead but somehow not dead. Yet Louis felt no fear. He realized why almost at once. It's a dream, he thought, and it was only in his relief that he realized he had been frightened after all. The dead do not return. It is physiologically impossible. This young man is in an autopsy drawer in Bangor with the pathologist's tattoo, a Y cut stitched back up, on him. The pathologist probably tossed his brain into his chest cavity after taking a tissue sample and filled up the skull cavity with brown paper to prevent leaking, simpler than trying to fit the brain back into the skull like a jigsaw piece into a puzzle. Uncle Carl, father of the unfortunate Ruthie, had told him that pathologists did that, and all sorts of other random information that he supposed would give Rachel, with her death phobia, the screaming horrors. But Pascal was not here, no way, baby. Pascal was in a refrigerated locker with a tag around his toe. And B is most certainly not wearing those red jogging shorts in there. Yet the compulsion to get up was strong. Pascal's eyes were upon him. He threw back the covers and swung his feet onto the floor. The hooked rug, a wedding present from Rachel's grandmother long ago, pressed cold nubbles into the balls of his feet. The dream had a remarkable reality. It was so real that he would not follow Pascal until Pascal had turned and begun to go back down the stairs. The compulsion to follow was strong, but corpse. He did not want to be touched, even in a dream, by a walking, but he did follow. Pascal's jogging shorts glimmered. They crossed the living room, dining room, kitchen. Louis expected Pascal to turn the lock and then lift the latch on the door which connected the kitchen to the shed where he garaged the station wagon and the Civic, but Fasco did no such thing. Instead of opening the door, he simply passed through it. And Louis, watching, thought with mild amazement, "Is that how it's done? Remarkable. Anyone could do that." He tried it himself and was a little amused to meet only unyielding wood. Apparently he was a hard-headed realist, even in his dreams. Louis twisted the knob on the Yale lock, lifted the latch, and let himself into the shed garage. Pascal was not there. Louis wondered briefly if Pascal had just ceased to exist. Figures in dreams often did just that. So did locations. First you were standing nude by a swimming pool with a raging harden, discussing the possibilities of wife-swapping with, say, Roger and Missy Dandridge. Then you blinked and you were climbing the side of a Hawaiian volcano. Maybe he had lost Pascal because this was the beginning of Act 2. But when Louis emerged from the garage, he saw him again, standing in the faint moonlight at the back of the lawn at the head of the path. Now fear came, entering softly, sifting through the hollow places of his body and filling them up with dirty smoke. He didn't want to go up there. He halted. Pascal glanced back over his shoulder, and in the moonlight his eyes were silver. Louis felt a hopeless crawl of horror in his belly, that jutting bone, those dried clots of blood. But it was hopeless to resist those eyes. This was apparently a dream about being hypnotized, being dominated, being unable to change things. Perhaps, the way he had been unable to change the fact of Pascal's death. You could go to school for 20 years and you still couldn't do a thing when they brought a guy in who had been rammed into a tree hard enough to open a window in his skull. They might as well have called a plumber, a rainmaker, or the man from Glad. And even as these thoughts passed through his mind, he was drawn toward onto the path. He followed the jogging shorts, as maroon in this light as the dried blood on Pascal's face. He didn't like this dream. Oh God, not at all. It was too real. The cold nubbles in the rug, the way he had not been able to pass through the shed door when a person could, or should, be able to walk through doors and walls in any self-respecting dream. And now the cool brush of dew on his bare feet, and the feel of the night wind, just a breath of it, on his body, which was naked except for his jockey shorts. Once under the trees, pine needles stuck to the soles of his feet. Another little detail that was just a bit more real than it needed to be. Never mind, I am home in my own bed. It's just a dream, no matter how vivid, and like all Otber dreams, it will seem ridiculous in the morning. My waking mind will discover its inconsistencies. The small branch of a dead tree poked his bicep rudely and he winced. Up ahead, Pascal was only a moving shadow, and now Louis's terror seemed to have crystallized into a bright sculpture in his mind. I am following a dead man into the woods. I am following a dead man up to the pet cemetery, and this is no dream. God help me, this is no dream. This is happening. They walked down the far side of the wooded hill. The path curved in lazy S shapes between the trees and then plunged into the underbrush. No boots now. The ground dissolved into cold jelly under his feet, grabbing and holding, letting go only reluctantly. There were ugly sucking noises. He could feel the mud oozing between his toes, trying to separate them. He tried desperately to hold on to the dream idea. It wouldn't wash. They reached the clearing, and the moon sailed free of its reef of clouds again, bathing the graveyard with ghastly effulgence. The leaning markers, bits of board and tin cans that had been cut with a father's tin snips and then hammered into rude squares, chipped chunks of shale and slate stood out with three-dimensional clarity, casting shadows perfectly black and defined. Pascal stopped near Smucky the cat. He was obedient and turned back toward Louis. The horror, the terror he felt these chings would grow in him until his body blew apart under their soft yet implacable pressure. Pascal was grinning. His bloody lips were wrinkled back from his teeth, and his healthy road-crew tan in the moon's bony light had become overlaid with the white of a corpse about to be sewn into its winding shroud. He lifted one arm and pointed. Louis looked in that direction and moaned. His eyes grew wide, and he crammed his knuckles against his mouth. There was coolness on his cheeks, and he realized that in the extremity of his terror he had begun to weep. The deadfall from which Judd Crandall had called Ellie in alarm had become a heap of bones. The bones were moving. They writhed and clicked together, mandibles and femurs and ulnas and molars and incisors. He saw the grinning skulls of humans and animals. Finger bones clittered. Here the remains of a foot flexed its pallid joints. Ah, it was moving. It was creeping. Pascal was walking toward him now, his bloody face grim in the moonlight, and the last of Louis's coherent mind began to slip away in a yammering, cyclic thought. You got to scream yourself awake. Doesn't matter if you scare Rachel Ellie Gage wake, the whole household, the whole neighborhood got to scream yourself awake. Scream, scream, scream yourself awake, awake, awake. But only a thin whisper of air would come. It was the sound of a little kid sitting on a stoop somewhere and trying to teach himself to whistle. Pascal came closer and then spoke. The door must not be opened, Pascal said. He was looking down at Louis because Louis had fallen to his knees. There was a look on his face which Louis at first mistook for compassion. It wasn't really compassion at all, only a dreadful kind of patience. Still he pointed at the moving pile of bones. Don't go beyond, no matter how much you feel you need to, doctor. The barrier was not made to be broken. Remember this. There is more power here than you know. It is old and always restless, remember. Louis tried again to scream. He could not. I came here as a friend, Pascal said, but was friend actually the word Pascal had used? Louis thought not. It was as if Pascal had spoken in a foreign language which Louis could understand through some dream magic, and friend was as close to whatever word Pascal had actually used that Louis's struggling mind could come. Your destruction and the destruction of all you love is very near, doctor. He was close enough for Louis to be able to smell death on him. Pascal, reaching for him. The soft, maddening click of the bones. Louis began to overbalance in his effort to get away from that hand. His own hand struck a monument and tilted it into the earth. Pascal's face, leaning down, filled the sky. Doctor, remember. Louis tried to scream, and the world whirled away, but still he heard the click of moving bones in the moonlit crypt of the night. 17. It takes the average human 7 minutes to go to sleep, but according to Hans' human physiology, it takes the same average human 15 to 20 minutes to wake up. It is as if sleep is a pool from which emerging is more difficult than entering. When the sleeper wakes, he or she comes up by degrees, from deep sleep to light sleep to what is sometimes called waking sleep, a state in which the sleeper can hear sounds and will even respond to questions without being aware of it later, except perhaps as fragments of dream. Louis heard the click and rattle of bones, but gradually this sound became sharper, more metallic. There was a bang, a yell, more metallic sounds. Something rolling? Sure, his drifting mind agreed. Roll dem bones. He heard his daughter calling, "Get it, Gage. Go get it." This was followed by Gage's crow of delight. He held himself perfectly still, waiting for the reality, the good reality, the blessed reality, to come home all the way. Dream. Only a fossil in the mind under his mind. All a dream. No matter how terrible, how real, it had all been. The metallic sound came again. It was one of Gage's toy cars being rolled along the upstairs hall. "Get it, Gage. Get it," Gage yelled. "Get it, get it, get it." Thumpa, thumpa, thumpa. Gage's small bare feet thundering along the hallway. Ruiz re. Te rad else beer giggling. Louis looked to his right. Rachel's bed was empty, the covers thrown back. The sun was well up. He glanced at his watch and saw it was nearly 8 o'clock. Rachel had let him oversleep, probably on purpose. Ordinarily this would have irritated him, but this morning it did not. He drew in a deep breath and let it out, content for the moment to lie here with a bar of sunlight slanting in through the window, feeling the unmistakable texture of the real world. Dust motes danced in the sunlight. Rachel called upstairs. Better come down and get your snack and go out for the bus, Elle. Okay. The louder clack of her feet. Here's your car, Gage. I got to go to school. Gage began to yell indignantly. Although it was garbled, the only clear words being Gage, car, get it, and Ellie bus, his text seemed clear enough. Ellie should stay. Public education could go hang for the day. Rachel's voice again, give your dad a shake before you come down, Elle. Ellie came in, her hair done up in a ponytail, wearing her red dress. I'm awake, babe, he said. Go on and get your bus. Okay, Daddy. She came over, kissed his slightly scruffy cheek, and bolted for the stairs. The dream was beginning to fade, to lose its coherence. Damn good thing too. Gage, he yelled. Come give your dad a kiss. Gage ignored this. He was following Ellie downstairs as rapidly as he could, yelling, get it. Get it, get it, get it. At the top of his lungs. Louis caught just a glimpse of his sturdy little kid's body, clad only in diapers and rubber pants. Rachel called up again. Louis, was that you? You awake? Yeah, he said, sitting up. Told you he was. Ellie called. I'm goin'. Bye. The slam of the tront door and Gage's outraged bellow punctuated this. One egg or two? Rachel called. Louis pushed back the blankets and swung his feet out onto the nubs of the hooked rug, ready to tell her he'd skip the eggs, just a bowl of cereal and he'd run, and the words died in his throat. His feet were filthy with dirt and pine needles. His heart leapt up in his throat like a crazy jack in the box. Moving fast, eyes bulging, teeth clamped unfeelingly on his tongue, he kicked the covers all the way back. The foot of his bed was littered with needles. The sheets were mucky and dirty. Louis? He saw a few errant pine needles on his knees, and suddenly he looked at his right arm. There was a scratch there on the bicep, a fresh scratch, exactly where the dead branch had poked him, in the dream. I'm going to scream. I can feel it. And he could too. It was roaring up from inside, nothing but a big cold bullet of fear. Reality shimmered. Reality, the real ity, he thought, was those needles, the filth on the sheets, the bloody scratch on his bare arm. I'm going to scream and then I'll go crazy and I won't have to worry about it anymore. Louis? Rachel was coming up the stairs. Louis, did you go back to sleep? He grappled for himself in those 2 or 3 seconds. He fought grimly for himself just as he had done in those moments of roaring confusion after Pascal had been brought into the medical center, dying in a blanket. He won. The thought which tipped the scales was that she must not see him this way, his feet muddy. Reveal the muck-splashed ground sheet. And coated with needles, the blanket tossed back onto the floor too. I'm awake, he called cheerfully. His tongue was bleeding from the sudden, involuntary bite he had given it. His mind swirled, and somewhere deep inside, away from the action, he mad irrationalities, if everyone was. Wondered if he had always been within touching distance of such. 1 egg or 2? She had stopped on the 2nd or 3rd riser. Thank God. Bled. 2, he said, barely aware of what he was saying. Scram. Good for you, she said, and went back downstairs again. He closed his eyes briefly in relief, but in the darkness he saw Pascal's silver eyes. His eyes flew open again. Louis began to move rapidly, putting off any further thought. He jerked the bed dothes off his bed. The blankets were okay. He separated out the 2 sheets, balled them up, took them into the hallway, and dumped them down the laundry chute. Almost running, he entered the bathroom, jerked the shower handle on, and stepped under water so hot it was nearly scalding, unmindful. He washed the dirt from his feet and legs. He began to feel better, more in control. Drying off, it struck him that this was how murderers must feel when they believe they have gotten rid of all the evidence. He began to laugh. He went on drying himself, but he also went on laughing. He couldn't seem to stop. "Hey, up there," Rachel called. "What's so funny?" "Private joke," Louis called back, still laughing. He was frightened, but the fright didn't stop the laughter. The laughter came, rising from a belly that was as hard as stones mortared into a wall. It occurred to him that shoving his sheets down the laundry chute was absolutely the best thing he could have done. Missy Dandridge came in 5 days a week to vacuum, clean, and do the laundry. Rachel would never see those sheets at all until she put them back on his bed, clean. He supposed it was possible that Missy would mention it to Rachel, but he didn't think so. She would probably whisper to her husband
Playing
that the
some
Creeds
strange
were sex game that involved mud and pine needles instead of body parts. This thought made Louis laugh all the harder. The last of the giggles and chuckles dried up as he was dressing, and he realized that he felt a little better. How that could be he didn't know, but he did. The room looked normal now except for his stripped bed. He had gotten rid of the poison. Maybe evidence was actually the word he was looking for, but in his mind it felt like poison. Perhaps this is what people do with the inexplicable, he thought. This is what they do with the irrational that refuses to be broken down into the normal causes and effects that run the Western world. Maybe this was how your mind coped with the flying saucer you say hovering silently over your backfield one morning, casting its own tight little pool of shadow. The rain of frogs. The hand from under the bed that stroked your bare foot in the dead of night. There was a giggling fit or a crying fit, and since it was its own inviolable self and would not break down, you simply passed terror intact, like a kidney stone. Gage was in his chair, eating cocoa bears and decorating the table with it. He was decorating the plastic mat under his high chair with cocoa bears and apparently shampooing with it. Rachel came out of the kitchen with his eggs and a cup of coffee. "What was the big joke, Lou? You were laughing like a loon up there. Scared me a little." Louis opened his mouth with no idea of what he was going to say, and what came out was a joke he had heard the week before at the corner market down the road, something about a Jewish tailor who bought a parrot whose only line was, "Ariel Sharon jerks off." By the time he finished, Rachel was laughing too, so was Gage for that matter. "Fine. Our hero has taken care of all the evidence at wit, the muddy beats and the loony laughter in the bathroom. Our Barrow will now read the morning paper or at least look at it, putting the seal of normality on the morning." So thinking, Louis opened the paper. "That's what you do, all right," he thought with immeasurable relief. "You pass it like a stone, and that's the end of it. Unless there poems a campfire some night with friends when the wind is big, and the wind is big, talk is cheap." Sale turns to inexplicable events. Because on campfire nights when he ate his eggs, he kissed Rachel and Gage. He glanced at the square, white-painted laundry cabinet at the foot of the chute only as he left. Everything was okay. It was another knockout of a morning. Late summer showed every sign of just going on forever, and everything was okay. He glanced at the path as he backed the car out of the garage. That was okay too. Neve ruined a hair. You passed it like a stone. Everything was okay until he had gotten 10 miles down the road, and then the shakes hit him so hard that he had to pull off Route 2 and into the morning deserted parking lot of Singh's, the Chinese restaurant not far from the Eastern Maine Medical Center, where Pascal's body would have been taken. The EMMC, that is, not Singh's. Vic Pascal was never going to eat another helping of Moo Goo Gai Pan, ha ha. The shakes twisted his body, ripped at it, had their way with it. Louis felt helpless and terrified, not terrified of anything supernatural, not in this bright sunshine, but simply terrified of the possibility that he might be losing his mind. It reeled as a long, invisible wire was being twirled through his head. "No more," he said. "Please, no more." He fumbled for the radio and got Joan Baez singing about diamonds and rust. Her sweet, cool voice soothed him, and by the time she had finished, Louis felt that he could drive on. When he got to the medical center, he called hello to Charles Khan and then ducked into the bathroom, believing that he must look like hell. Not so. He was a little hollow under the eyes, but not even Rachel had noticed that. He slapped some cold water on his face, dried off, combed his hair, and went into his office. Steve Masterton and the Indian doctor, Surendra Hardu, were in there, drinking coffee and continuing to go over the front file. "Morning, Lou," Steve said. "Morning. Let's hope it is not like last morning," Hardu said. "That's right, you missed all the excitement." "Surendra had plenty of excitement himself last Niji," Masterton said, grinning. "Tell him, Surendra." Hardu polished his glasses, smiling. "Two boys bring in then lady friend around 1 o'clock in the morning," he said, very happily drunk, celebrating the return to university, you understand. "She has cut one thigh quite badly, and I tell her it will be at least 4 stitches, no scar. Stitch away, she tells me, and so do, bending over like this." Hardu demonstrated, salaaming over an invisible thigh. Lewis began to grin, sensing what was coming. "And as I am suturing, she vomits on my head." Masterton broke up. So did Lewis. Hardu smiled calmly, as if this had happened to him thousands of times in thousands of lives. "Surendra, how long have you been on duty?" Lewis asked, when the laughter died. "Since midnight," Hardu said. "I am just leaving, but I wanted to stay long enough to say hello again." "Well, hello," Lewis said, shaking his small, brown hand. "Now go home and go to sleep. We're almost through with the front file," Masterton said. "Say hallelujah, Surendra." "I decline," Hardu said, smiling. "I am not a Christian." "Then sing the chorus of Instant Karma or something." "May you both shine on," Hardu said, still smiling, and glided out the door. Lewis and Steve Masterton looked after him for a moment, silent, and then looked at each other. They broke out laughing. To Lewis, no laugh had ever felt so good, so normal. "Just as well we got the file finished up," Steve said. "Today's the day we put the welcome mat out for the dope pushers." Lewis nodded. The first of the drug salesmen would begin arriving at 10. As Steve liked to crack, Wednesday might be Prince Spaghetti Day, but at UMO every Tuesday was D-Day. The D stood for Darwin, the all-time favorite. What Desi guys were like out in Chicago, but around here they stooped to just about anything. Trom all expenses paid hunting junkets into the Allagash in November to free bowling AR family fun drugs, they'll drive you to them. Able Judy dolls. Me. And I'm only a PA. If they can't sell you lanes in Bangor. I had one guy try to give me one of those inflate. Should have taken the Judy doll. Nah, she was a redhead. Not my type. Well, I agree with Surendra, Lewis said. Just as long as it's not like yesterday. 18. When the representative from Upjohn didn't turn up promptly at 10, Lewis gave in and called the registrar's office. He spoke with a Mrs. Stapleton, who said she would send over a copy of Victor Pascow's records immediately. When Lewis hung up, the Upjohn guy was there. He didn't try to give Lewis anything, only asked him if he had any interest in buying a season ticket to the New England Patriots games at a discount. "Nope," Lewis said. "I didn't think you would," the Upjohn guy said glumly and left. At noon Lewis walked up to the Bears' Den and got a tuna fish sandwich and a Coke. He brought them back to his office and ate lunch while going over Pascow's records. He was looking for some connection with himself or with North Ludlow, where the pet cemetery was. A vague belief, he supposed, that there must be some sort of rational explanation even for such a weird occurrence as this. Maybe the guy had grown up in Ludlow had, maybe, even buried a dog or a cat up there. He didn't find the connection he was looking for. Pascow was from Bergenfield, New Jersey, and had come to UMO to study electrical engineering. In those few Cypdes beats, Lewis could see no possible connection between himself and Che young man who had died in the reception room other than the mortal one, of he sucked the last Coke out of his cup, listening to the straw crackle in the bottom, and Chen tossed all his trash into the waste basket. Lunch had been light, but he had eaten in with good appetite. Nothing much wrong with the way he felt, really. Not now. There had been no recurrence of the shakes, and now even that morning's horror began to seem more like a nasty, pointless surprise, dreamlike itself, of no consequence. He drummed his fingers on his blotter, shrugged, and picked up the phone again. He dialed the EMMC and asked for the morgue. After he was connected with the pathology clerk, he identified himself and said, "You have one of our students there, a Victor Pascoe _." "Not anymore," the voice at the other end said. He's gone. Lewis's throat closed. At last he managed. What? His body was flown back to his parents late last night. Guy from Brookings Smith Mortuary came and took custody. They pure him on Delta. Papers riffling. Delta Flight 109. Where did you think he went? Out dancing at the show ring? No, Lewis said. No, of course not. It was just what? What the Christ was he doing pursuing this, anyway? There was no sane way to deal with it. It had to be let go, marked off, forgotten. Anything else was asking for a lot of pointless true BLE. It's just that it seemed very quick, he finished lamely. Well, he was autopsied yesterday afternoon. That faint riffle of papers again. At around 3:20 by Dr. Rhineswick. By then his father had made all the arrangements. I imagine the body got to Newark by 2 in the morning. Oh, well, in that case. Unless one of the carriers screwed up and sent it somewhere else, the pathology clerk said brightly. We've had that happen, you know, although never with Delta. Delta's actually pretty good. We had a guy who died on a fishing trip way up in Arooz, Rook County, in one of Cho's little towns that just have a couple of map coordinates for a name. Asshole strangled on a pop-top while he was chugging a can of beer. Took his buddies 2 days to buck him out of the wilderness, and you know chat by then it's a Ross up whether or nor the forever goop will take. But they shoved it in and hoped for the best. Sent him home to Grand Falls, Minnesota, in the cargo compartment of some airliner. But there was screw up. They shipped him first to Miami, then to Des Moines, then to Fargo, North Dakota. Finally somebody wised up, but by then another 3 days had gone by. Nothing took. They might as well have injected him with Kool-Aid instead of Jondaflow. The guy was totally black and smelled like a spoiled pork roast. That's what I heard, anyway. 6 baggage handlers got sick. The voice on the other end of the line laughed heartily. Lewis closed his eyes and said, well, thank you _ I can give you Dr. Rhineswick's home phone if you want it, doctor. But he usually plays golf up in Orono in the morning. That's okay, Lewis said. He hung up the telephone. Let that put paid to it, he thought. When you were having that crazy dream, or whatever it was, Pascal's body was almost certainly in a Bergenfield funeral home. That closes it off. Let that be the end of it. Driving home that afternoon, a simple explanation of the filth at the foot of the bed finally occurred to him, flooding him with relief. He had experienced an isolated incident of sleepwalking, brought on by the unexpected and extremely upsetting happenstance of having a student mortally injured and then dying in his infirmary during his first real day on the job. It explained everything. The dream had seemed extremely real because large parts of it were real: the feel of the carpet, the cold dew, and, of course, the dead branch that had scratched his arm. I explained why Pascal had been able to walk through the door and he had not. A picture rose in his mind, a picture of Rachel coming downstairs last night and catching him bumping against the back door. 84. Stephen A. Grin. It would have given her a hell of a turn, all right. Trying in his sleep to walk through it. The thought made him with the sleepwalking hypothesis in mind. He was able to analyze the causes of the dream, and he did so with a certain eagerness. He had walked to the pet cemetery because it had become associated with another moment of recent stress. It had in fact been the cause of a serious argument between him and his wife, and also, he thought with growing excitement, it was associated in his mind with his daughter's first encounter with the idea of death, something his own subconscious must have been grappling with last night when he went to bed. Idea of Deitch. Something his own subkia adus must have been damn lucky I got back to the house okay. I don't even remember that part. Must have come back on autopilot. It was a good thing he had. He couldn't imagine what it would have been like to have awakened this morning by the grave of Smucky the cat, disoriented, covered with dew, and probably scared shitless as Rachel also would have been, undoubtedly. But it was over now. Put paid to it, Lewis thought with immeasurable relief. Yes, but what about the things be said when he was dying? His mind tried to ask, and Lewis shut it up fast. That evening, with Rachel ironing and Ellie and Gage sitting in the same chair, both of them engrossed with The Muppet Show, Lewis told Rachel casually that he believed he might go for a short walk, to get a little air. Will you be back in time to help me put Gage to bed? She better when you're there. Asked without looking up from her ironing. You know he goes. Sure, he said. Where you going, Daddy? Ellie asked, not looking away from the TV. Kermit was about to be punched in the eye by Miss Piggy. Just out back, hun. Oh, Louis went out. 15 minutes later he was in the pet cemetery, looking around curiously and coping with a strong feeling of déjà vu. That he had been here was beyond doubt. The little grave marker put up to honor the memory of Smucky the cat was knocked over. He had done that when the vision of Pascal approached, near the absently, and walked over to the deadfall. End of what he could remember of the dream. Louis righted it. He didn't like it. The memory of all these weather-whitened branches and dead trees turning into a pile of bones still had the power to chill. He forced himself to reach out and touch one. Balanced precariously on the jack straw pile, it rolled and fell, bouncing down the side of the heap. Lowe's jumped back a step before it could touch his shoe. He walked along the deadfall, first to the left, then to the right. On both sides the underbrush closed in so thickly as to be impenetrable. Nor was it the kind of brush you'd try to push your way through, not if you were smart, Louis thought. There were lush masses of poison ivy growing close to the ground. All his life Louis had heard people boast that they were immune to the stuff, but he knew that almost no one really was, and farther in were some of the biggest, most wicked-looking thorns he had ever seen. Louis strolled back to the rough center of the deadfall. He looked at it, hands stuck in the back pockets of his jeans. You're not going to try to climb that, are you? Not me, boss. Why would I want to do a stupid thing like that? Great. Had me worried for just a minute there, Lou. Looks like a good way to land in your own infirmary with a broken ankle, doesn't it? Sure does. Also, it's getting dark. Sure that he was altogether and in total agreement with himself, Louis began to climb the deadfall. He was halfway up when he felt it shift under his feet with a peculiar creaking sound. Roll dem bones, Doc. When the pile had shifted again, Louis began to clamber back down. The tail of his shirt had pulled out of his pants. He reached solid ground with or incident and dusted crumb-bled bits of bark off his hands. He walked back to the head of the path which would return him to his house, his children who would want a story before bed, to church, who was enjoying his last day as a card-carrying tomcat and ladykiller, to tea in the kitchen with his wife after the kids were down. He surveyed the clearing again before leaving, struck by its green silence. Tendrils of ground fog had appeared from nowhere and were beginning to wind around the markers. Those Conch Ludlow's generarians had built a kind of scale model Stonehenge. But, Louis, is this all? Alchow he had gotten only the barest glimpse over the top of the deadfall before the shifting sensation had made him nervous. He could have sworn there was a path beyond, leading deeper into the woods. No business of yours, Louis. You've got to let this go. Okay, boss. Louis turned and headed home. He stayed up that night an hour after Rachel went to bed, reading a stack of medical journals he had already been through, refusing to admit that the thought of going to sleep made him nervous. He had never had an episode of somnambulism before, and there was no way to be sure it was an isolated incident, until it did or didn't happen again. He heard Rachel get out of bed, and then she called down softly, Lou? Hun? You coming up, and getting up? Just was, he said, turning out the lamp over his study desk. It took a good deal longer than 7 minutes to shut the machine down chatnight. Listening to Rachel draw the long, calm breaths of deep sleep beside him, the apparition of Victor Pascal seemed less dreamlike. He would close his eyes and see the door crashing open, and there he was, our special guest star. Astor Pascoe's, stand MG there in his jogging shorts, pallid under he would slide down coward sleep. Think about how it would take to come fully coldly awake in the pet cemetery. To see those moonly concentric circles lit by moonlight. To have to walk awake, along the path through the woods. He would think she's things and then snap Tully awake again. IR was sometime after midnight when sleep finally crept up on his blindside and bagged him. There were no dreams. He woke up promptly at 7:30, to the sound of cold autumn rain beating against the window. He threw the sheets back with some apprehension. The ground sheet on his bed was flawless. No carway, but they were at least clean. Parisi would describe his feet, with their rings of heel calluses. Lewis coughed himself whistling in the shower. 19. Missy Dandridge kept Gage while Rachel ran Winston Churchill to the vet's office. That night Ellie stayed awake until after 11, complaining querulously that she couldn't sleep without church and calling for glass after glass of water. Finally Lewis refused to let her have any more on the grounds that she would wet the bed. This caused a crying tantrum of such ferocity that Rachel and Lewis stared at each other blankly, eyebrows raised. "She's scared for church," Rachel said. "Let her work it out, Lou. She can't keep it up at that pitch for long," Lewis said. "I hope." He was right. Ellie's hoarse, angry cries became hitches and hiccups and moans. Finally there was silence. When Lewis went up to check on her, he found she was sleeping on the floor with her arms wrapped tightly around the catbed that Church hardly even deigned to sleep in. He removed it from her arms, put her back in bed, brushed her hair back from her sweaty brow gently, and kissed her. On impulse he went into the small room that served as Rachel's office, wrote a quick note in large block letters on a sheet of paper. "I will be back tomorrow, love, Church," and pinned it to the cushion on the bottom of the catbed. Then he went into his bedroom, looking for Rachel. Rachel was there. They made love and fell asleep in each other's arms. Church returned home on the Friday of Lewis's first full week of work. Ellie made much of him, used part of her allowance to buy him a box of cat treats, and nearly slapped Gage once for trying to touch him. This made Gage cry in a way mere parental discipline could never have done. Receiving a rebuke from Ellie W. like receiving a rebuke from God. Looking at Church made Lewis feel sad. It was ridiculous, but that didn't change the emotion. There was no sign of Church's former feistiness. No more did he walk like a gunslinger. Now walk was the slow, careful walk of the convalescent. He allowed Ellie to hand feed him. He showed no sign of wanting to go aside, not even to the garage. He had change. Perhaps it was teamately for the better that he had change. Neither Rachel nor Ellie seemed to notice. Confidentiality of the Intamary's treatment for VD and exhorting the student population to get flu boosters, as the A-type was apt to be prevalent again that winter. He sat on panels. He chaired panels. During the second week in October, he went to the New England Conference on College and University Medicine in Providence and presented a paper on the legal ramifications of student treatment. Victor Pascal was mentioned in his paper under the fictitious name of Henry Montez. The paper was well received. He began working up the Intramary budget for the next academic year. His evenings fell into a routine: kids after supper, a beer or two with Judd Crandall later. Sometimes Rachel came over with him if Missy was available to sit for an hour, and sometimes Norma joined them, but mostly it was just Lewis and Judd. Lewis found the old man as comfortable as an old slipper, and he would talk about Ludlow history going back 300 years almost as though he had lived all of it. He talked but never rambled. He never bored Lewis, although he had seen Rachel yawning under her hand on more than one occasion. He would cross the road to his house again before 10 on most evenings, and, like as not, he and Rachel would make love. Never since the first year of their marriage had they made love so often, and never so successfully and pleasurably. Rachel said she believed it was something in the artesian well water. Lewis opted for the main air. The nasty death of Victor Pascal on the first day of the fall semester began to fade in the memory of the student body and in Lewis's own. Pascal's family no doubt still grieved. Lewis had spoken to the tearful, mercifully faceless voice of Pascal's father on the telephone. The father had only wanted assurance that Lewis had done everything he could, and Lewis had assured him that everyone involved had. He did not tell him of the confusion, the spreading stain on the carpet, and how his son had been dead almost from the instant he was brought in, although these were things that Lewis thought he himself would never forget. But for those to whom Pa Cow was only a casualty, he had already dimmed. 20. Indian summer came and went. Brazen color came into the trees, rioted briefly, and then faded. After one cold, driving rain in mid-October, the leaves started to fall. Ellie began to arrive home laden with Halloween decorations she had made at school and entertained Gage with the story of the Headless Horseman. Gage spent that evening babbling happily about somebody named Itchybod Brain. Rachel got giggling and couldn't stop. It was a good time for them, that early autumn. Louis's work at the university had settled into a demanding but pleasant routine. He saw patients, he attended meetings of the Council of Colleges, he wrote the obligatory letters to the student newspaper, advising the university's co-ed population. Confidentiality of the Intamary's treatment for VD and exhorting the student population to get flu boosters, as the A-type was apt to be prevalent again that winter. He sat on panels. He chaired panels. During the second week in October, he went to the New England Conference on College and University Medicine in Providence and presented a paper on the legal ramifications of student treatment. Victor Pascal was mentioned in his paper under the fictitious name of Henry Montez. The paper was well received. He began working up the Intramary budget for the next academic year. His evenings fell into a routine: kids after supper, a beer or two with Judd Crandall later. Sometimes Rachel came over with him if Missy was available to sit for an hour, and sometimes Norma joined them, but mostly it was just Louis and Judd. Louis found the old man as comfortable as an old slipper, and he would talk about Ludlow history going back 300 years almost as though he had lived all of it. He talked but never rambled. He never bored Louis, although he had seen Rachel yawning under her hand on more than one occasion. He would cross the road to his house again before 10 on most evenings, and, like as not, he and Rachel would make love. Never since the first year of their marriage had they made love so often, and never so successfully and pleasurably. Rachel said she believed it was something in the artesian well water. Louis opted for the main air. The nasty death of Victor Pascal on the first day of the fall semester began to fade in the memory of the student body and in Louis's own. Pascal's family no doubt still grieved. Louis had spoken to the tearful, mercifully faceless voice of Pascal's father on the telephone. The father had only wanted assurance that Louis had done everything he could, and Louis had assured him that everyone involved had. He did not tell him of the confusion, the spreading stain on the carpet, and how his son had been dead almost from the instant he was brought in, although these were things that Louis thought he himself would never forget. But for those to whom Pa Cow was only a casualty, he had already dimmed. Louis still remembered the dream and the sleepwalking ink dent that had accompanied it, but it now seemed almost as if it had happened to someone else, or on a television show he had once watched. His one visit to a whore in Chicago 6 years ago seemed like that now. They were equally unimportant, side trips which held a false resonance, like sounds produced in an echo chamber. He did not think at all about what the dying Pascal had or had not said. There was a hard frost on Halloween night. Louis and Ellie began at the Crandalls. Ellie cackled satisfyingly, pretended to ride her broom around Norma's kitchen, and was duly pronounced, "Just the cutest thing I ever saw, isn't she, Judd?" Judd agreed that she was and lit a cigarette. "Where's Gage, Louis? Thought you'd have him dressed up too." They had indeed planned on taking Gage around. Rachel in particular had been looking forward to it because she and Missy Dandridge had womped together a sort of bug costume with twisted coat hangers wrapped in crepe paper for feelers. But Gage had come down with a troublesome, bronchial cold, and after listening to his lungs, which sounded a bit rattly, and consulting the thermometer outside the window, which read only 40 degrees at 6 o'clock, Louis had nixed it. Rachel, although disappointed, had agreed. Ellie had promised to give Gage some of her candy, but the exaggerated quality of her sorrow made Louis wonder if she wasn't just a bit glad that Gage wouldn't be along to slow her down, or steal part of the limelight. Poor Gage, she had said in tones usually reserved for those suffering terminal illness. Gage, unaware of what he was missing, sat on the sofa watching Zoom, with Church snoozing beside, and went back to the TV. Ellie which, Gage had replied without a great deal of interest. Poor Gage, Ellie had said again, fetching another sigh. Louis thought of crocodile tears and grinned. Ellie grabbed his hand and started pulling him. "Let's go, Daddy. Let's go, let's." "Gage has got a touch of the croup," Louis said to Judd now. "More to him next year. Hold out your bag, Blee." "Whoops, that's a real shame," Norma said, but it will mean she had taken an apple and a bite-sized Snickers bar out of the treat bowl on the table. But both of them had fallen out of her. Louis was a little shocked at how claw-like that hand looked. He bent over and picked up the apple as it rolled across the floor. Judd got the Snickers and dropped it into Ellie's bag. One will bruise. Oh, let me get you another apple, honey, Norma said. That. I's fine, Louis said, trying to drop it into Ellie's bag, but Blee stepped away, holding her bag protectively shut. I don't want a bruised apple, Daddy, she said, looking at her father as if he might have gone mad. Brown spots. Yuck. Ellie, that's damned impolite. Don't scold her for telling the truth, Louis, Norma said. Only children tell the whole truth, you know. That's what makes them children. The brown spots are yucky. Thank you, Mrs. Crandall, Ellie said, casting a vindicated eye on her father. You're very welcome, honey, Norma said. Judd escorted them out to the porch. Two little ghosts were coming up the walk, and Ellie recognized them both as friends from school. She took them back to the kitchen, and for a moment Judd and Louis were alone on the porch. Her arthritis has gotten worse, Louis said. Judd nodded and pinched out his cigarette over an ashtray. Yeah, it's come down harder on her every fall and winter, but this is the worst it's ever been. What does her doctor say? Nothing. He can't say nothing because Norma hasn't been back to see him. What? Why not? Hand and started pulling him. Let's go, Daddy. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Gage has got a touch of the croup, Louis said to Judd now. More to him next year. Hold out your bag, Blee. Whoops, that's a real shame, Norma said, but it will mean she had taken an apple and a bite-sized Snickers bar out of the treat bowl on the table. But both of them had fallen out of her. Louis was a little shocked at how claw-like that hand looked. He bent over and picked up the apple as it rolled across the floor. Judd got the Snickers and dropped it into Ellie's bag. One will bruise. Oh, let me get you another apple, honey, Norma said. That. I's fine, Louis said, trying to drop it into Ellie's bag, but Blee stepped away, holding her bag protectively shut. I don't want a bruised apple, Daddy, she said, looking at her father as if he might have gone mad. Brown spots. Yuck. Ellie, that's damned impolite. Don't scold her for telling the truth, Louis, Norma said. Only children tell the whole truth, you know. That's what makes them children. The brown spots are yucky. Thank you, Mrs. Crandall, Ellie said, casting a vindicated eye on her father. You're very welcome, honey, Norma said. Judd escorted them out to the porch. Two little ghosts were coming up the walk, and Ellie recognized them both as friends from school. She took them back to the kitchen, and for a moment Judd and Louis were alone on the porch. Her arthritis has gotten worse, Louis said. Judd nodded and pinched out his cigarette over an ashtray. Yeah, it's come down harder on her every fall and winter, but this is the worst it's ever been. What does her doctor say? Nothing. He can't say nothing because Norma hasn't been back to see him. What? Why not? Judd looked at Louis, and in the light cast by the headlamps of the station wagon waiting for the ghosts, he looked defenseless. I'd meant to ask you this at a better time, Louis, brr. I guess there isn't no good time to impose on a friendship. Would you examine her? From the kitchen, Louis could hear the two ghosts booing and Ellie going into her cackles which she had been practicing all week again. It all sounded very fine and Halloweenish. What else is wrong with Norma? He asked. Is she afraid of something else, Judd? She's been having pains in her chest, Judd said in a low voice. She won't go see Dr. Weybridge anymore. I'm a little worried. Is Norma worried? Judd hesitated and then said, I think she's scared. I think that's why she doesn't want to go to the doctor. One of her oldest friends, Betty Koswaff, died in the EMM just last month. Cancer. She and Norma were of an age. She's scared. T'd be happy to examine her, Louis said. No problem at all. Thanks, Louis, Judd said gratefully. If we catch her one night, gang up on her, I think. Judd broke off, head cocking quizzically to one side. His eyes met Louis's. Louis couldn't remember later exactly how one emotion slipped into the next. Trying to analyze it only made him feel dizzy. All he could remember for sure was that curiosity changed swiftly into a feeling that somewhere something had gone badly wrong. His eyes met Judd's, both unguarded. It was a moment before he could find a way to act. Ooh boo, the Halloween ghosts in the kitchen chanted. Hoo boo. And then suddenly the H sound was gone and the cry rose louder, genuinely frightening. Oh 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 oh. And then one of the ghosts began to scream. Mrs. Crandall fell down. Daddy. Ellie's voice was wild and tight with alarm. Daddy. Ah, Jesus, Judd almost moaned. Ellie came running out onto the porch, her black dress flapping. She clutched her broom in one hand. Her green face, now pulled long in dismay, looked like the face of a pygmy wino in the last stages of alcohol poisoning. The two little ghosts followed her, crying. Judd lunged through the door, amazingly spry for a man of over 80. No, more than spry, again, almost lithe. He was calling his wit's name. Louis bent and put his hands on Ellie's shoulders. Stay right here on the porch, Ellie. Understand? Daddy, I'm scared, she whispered. The two ghosts barreled past them and ran down the walk, candy bags rattling, screaming their mother's name. Louis ran down the front hall and into the kitchen, ignoring Ellie, who was calling for him to come back. Norma lay on the hilly linoleum by the table in a litter of apples and small Snickers bars. Apparently she had caught the bow with her hand going down and had overturned it. It lay nearby like a small Pyrex flying saucer. Judd was chafing one of her wrists, and he looked up at Louis with a strained face. Help me, Louis, he said. Help Norma. She's dying, I think. Move to one side, Louis said. He kneeled and came down on a spy, crushing it. He felt juice bleed through the knee of his old cords, and the cidery smell of apple suddenly filled the kitchen. Here it is, Pascal all over again, Louis thought, and then shoved the thought out of his mind so fast that it might have been on wheels. He felt for her pulse and got something that was weak, thready, and rapid. Not really a beat but only simple spasms. Extreme arrhythmia, well on the way to full cardiac arrest. You and a Louise Presley, Norma, he thought. He opened her dress, exposing a creamy yellow silk slip. Moving with his own rhythm now, he turned her head to one side and began administering CPR. Judd, listen to me, he said. Heel of the left hand 1/3 of the way up the breastbone 4 centimeters above the xiphoid pocus. Right hand gripping the left wrist, bracing, lending pressure. Kept as firm. But let's take it easy on the old ribs, no need to panic. Odd for Christ's sake, don't collapse the old lungs. I'm here, Judd said. Take Ellie, he said. Go across the street. Carefully, don't get hit by a car. Tell Rachel what's happened. Tell her I want my bag. Not the one in the study, but the one on the high shelf in the upstairs bathroom. She'll know the one. Tell her to call Bangor Med CU and to send an ambulance. Bucksport's closer, Judd said. Bangor's taster. Go. Don't you call. Let Rachel do that. One need that bag. And once she knows the situation here, Louis thought. Don't think she'll bring it over. Judd went. Louis heard the screen door bang. He was alone with Norma Crandall and the smell of apples. From the living room came the steady tick of the 7-day clock. Norma suddenly uttered a long, snoring breath. Her eyelids fluttered, and Louis was suddenly doused with a cold, horrid tainty. She's going to open her eyes. Oh Christ, she's going to open her eyes and start talking about the pet cemetery. But she only looked at Louis with a muddled sort of recognition, and then her eyes closed again. Louis was ashamed of himself and this stupid fear that was so unlike him. At the same time he felt hope and relief. There had been some pain in her eyes but not agony. His first guess was that this had not been a grave seizure. Louis was breathing hard now and sweating. No one but TV paramedics could make CPR look easy. A good steady closed chest massage popped a lot of calories, and the webbing between his arms and shoulders would ache tomorrow. Can I do anything? He looked around. A woman dressed in slacks and a brown sweater stood hesitantly in the doorway, one hand clutched into a fist between her breasts. The mother of the ghosts, Louis thought. No, he said, and then, yes. Wet a cloth, please. Wring it out. Put it on her forehead. Open again. She moved to do it. Louis looked down. Norma's eyes were open again. Louis, I fell down, she whispered. Think I fainted. You've had some sort of coronary event, Louis said. Doesn't look too serious. Now relax and don't talk, Norma. He rested for a moment and then took her pulse again. The bear was too fast. She was Morse coding. Her heart would beat regularly, then run briefly in a series of beats that was almost but not quite fibrillation, and then begin to beat regularly again. Beat beat beat, whack whack whack, beat 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 beat. It was not good, but it was marginally better than cardiac arrhythmia. The woman came over with the cloth and put it on Norma's forehead. She stepped away uncertainly. Judd came back in with Lewis's bag. Lewis? She's going to be fine, Lewis said, looking at Judd but actually speaking to Norma. Meds see you coming? Your wife is calling them, Judd said. I didn't stay around. No, hospital, Norma whispered. Yes, hospital, Lewis said. 5 days CB servation, medication, then home with your feet up, Norma my girl. And if you say anything else, I'll make you eat all these apples. Cores and all. She smiled wanly, then closed her eyes again. Lewis opened his bag, rummaged, found the isodil, and shook one of the pills, so tiny it easily would have fit on the moon of one fingernail, into the palm of his hand. He recapped the bottle and pinched the pill between his fingers. Norma, can you hear me? Yes. Want you to open your mouth. You did your trick, now you get your treat. I'm going to put a pill under your tongue. Just a small one. I want you to hold it there until it dissolves. It's going to taste a little bitter, but never mind that. All right? She opened her mouth. Stale denture breath wafted out, and Lewis felt a moment of aching sorrow for her, lying here on her kitchen floor in a litter of apples and Halloween candy. It occurred to him that once she had been 17, her breasts, eyed with great interest by the young men of the neighborhood, all her teeth her own, and the heart under her shirtwaist a tough little pony engine. She settled her tongue over the pill and grimaced a little. The pill tasted a little bitter, all right. It always did, but she was to Victor Pascow, beyond help and beyond reach. He thought Norma was going to live to fight another day. Her hand groped in the air, and Judd took it gently. Lewis got up then, found the overturned bow, and began to pick up the treats. The woman, who introduced herself as Moss Buttinger from down the road, helped him and then said she thought she had better go back to the car. Her 2 boys were frightened. Thank you for your help, Mrs. Buttinger, Lewis said. I didn't do anything, she said flatly. But I'll go down on my knees tonight and thank God you were here, Dr. Creed. Lewis waved a hand, embarrassed. That goes for me, too, Judd said. His eyes found Lewis's and held them. They were steady. He was in control again. His brief moment of confusion and fear had passed. I owe you one, Lewis. Get off it, Lewis said and tipped a finger toward Mrs. Buttinger as she left. She smiled and waved back. Lewis found an apple and began to eat it. The spy was so sweet that Lewis's taste buds cramped momentarily. But that was not a totally unpleasurable sensation. 1-1 tonight, Lou, he thought and worked on the apple with relish. He was ravenous. I do though, Judd said. When you need a favor, Lewis, you see me first. All right, Lewis said, I'll do that. The ambulance from Bangor Med CU arrived 20 minutes later. As Lewis stood outside watching the orderlies load Nom into the back, he saw Rachel looking out the living room window. He waved to her. She lifted a hand in return. He and Judd stood together and watched the ambulance away, lights flashing, siren silent. Guess I'll go on up to the hospital now, Judd said. They won't let you see her tonight, Judd. They'll want to run the first 12 hours. An EKG on her and then put her in intensive care. No visitors for. Is she going to be okay, Lewis? Really okay? Lewis shrugged. No one can guarantee that. It was a heart attack. For whatever it's worth, I think she's going to be fine. Maybe better than ever, once she gets on some medication. Judd said, lighting a Chesterfield. Lewis smiled and glanced at his watch. He was amazed to see it was only 10 minutes to 8. It seemed that a great deal more time had gone by. Judd, I want to go get Ellie so she can finish her trick or treat. Yeah, course you do. This came out as cos why do. Tell her to get all the treats she can, Lewis. I will, Lewis promised. Ellie was still in her witch costume when Lewis got home. Rachel had tried to persuade her into her nightie, but Ellie had resisted, holding out for the possibility that the game, suspended because of heart attack, might yet be played out. When Louis told her to put her coat back on, Ellie whooped and clapped. "I's going to be awfully late for her, Louis." "We'll take the car," he said. "Come on, Rachel. She's been looking forward to this for a month." "Well," she smiled. Ellie saw it and shouted again. She ran for the coat closet. "Is Norma all right?" "I think so." He felt good. Tired but good. It was a small one. "She's going to have to be careful, but when you're 75 you have to recognize that your pole vaulting days are done It's lucky you were there. Almost God's providence. Till settle for luck." He grinned as Ellie came back. "You ready, Witch Hazel?" "TM ready," she said. "Come on, come on, come on." On the way home with half a bag of candy an hour later, Billy posisted when Louis finally called a halt, but not too much. She was tired. His daughter startled him by saying, "Did one make Ms. Seuss Crandall have the heart attack, Daddy? When I wouldn't take the apple with the bruise on it." Louis looked at her, startled, wondering where children got such funny, half-superstitious ideas. "Step on a crack, break your mother's back. Loves me not. Daddy's stomach, Daddy's head, smile at midnight, Daddy's dead." That made him think of the pet cemetery again and those crude circles. He wanted to smile at himself and was not quite able. "No, honey," he said. "When you were in with those two ghosts." "Those weren't ghosts, just the Buttinger twins." "Well, when you were in with them, Mr. Crandall was telling me that his wife had been having little chest pains. In fact, you might have been responsible for saving her life or at least for keeping it from being much worse." Now it was Ellie's turn to look startled. Louis nodded. "She needed a doctor, honey. I'm a doctor. But I was only there because it was your night to go trick-or-treating." Ellie considered this for a long time and then nodded. "But she'll probably die anyway," she said matter-of-factly. "People who have heart attacks usually die. Even if they live, pretty soon they have another one and another one and another one until, boom." "And where did you learn these words of wisdom, may I ask?" Ellie only shrugged, a very Louis-like shrug, he was amused to see. She allowed him to carry in her bag of candy, an almost ultimate sign of trust, and Louis pondered her attitude. The thought of Church's death had brought on near hysteria, but the thought of grandmotherly Norma Crandall dying, that Ellie seemed to take calmly, a matter of course, a given. What had she said? Another one and another one, until, boom. The kitchen was empty, but Louis could hear Rachel moving around upstairs. He set Ellie's candy down on the counter and said, "It doesn't necessarily work that way, Ellie. Norma's heart attack was a very small one, and I was able to administer the treatment right away. I doubt if her heart was damaged much at all." "Oh, I know," Ellie agreed, almost cheerfully. "But she's old apple before I go to bed, Daddy, and she'll die pretty soon anyway. Mr. Crandall too. Can I have an?" "No," he said, looking at her thoughtfully. "Go up and brush your teeth, babe. Does anyone really think they understand kids?" He wondered. When the house was settled and they were in their side-by-side twin beds, Rachel asked softly, "Was it very bad for Ellie, Lou? Was she upset?" No, he thought. SBE knows old people croak at regular intervals, just like she knows to let the grasshopper go when it spits. Like she knows that if you stumble on the number to Bertine when you're skipping rope, your best friend will die. Like SBE knows that you put the graves in diminishing circles up in the pet cemetery. "Nope," he said. She handled herself very well. "Let's go to sleep, Rachel, okay?" That night, as they slept in their house and as Judd lay wakeful in his, there was another hard frost. The wind rose in the early morning, ripping most of the remaining leaves, which were now an uninteresting brown, from the trees. The wind awoke Louis, and he started up on his elbows, mostly asleep and confused. There were steps on the stairs, slow, dragging steps. Pascal had come back, only now, he thought, 2 months had passed. When the door opened he would see a rotting horror, the jogging shorts caked with mold, the flesh fallen away in great holes, the brain decayed to paste. Only the eyes would be alive, hellishly bright and alive. Pascal would not speak this time, his vocal cords would be too decayed to produce sounds. But his eyes, they would beckon him to come. No, he breathed, and the steps died out. He got up, went to the door, and pulled it open, his lips drawn back in a grimace of fear and resolution, his flesh cringing. Pa Cal would be there, and with his raised arms he would look like a long-dead conductor about to call for the first thundering phrase of Walpurgisnacht. No such thing, as Judd might have said. The landing was empty, silent. There was no sound but the wind. Luce went back to bed and slept. 21. The next day Lewis called the intensive care unit at the EMMC. Norma's condition was still listed as critical. That was standard operating procedure for the first 24 hours following a heart attack. Lewis got a cheerier assessment from Weybridge, her doctor, however. I wouldn't even call it a minor myocardial infarction, he said. No scarring. She owes you a hell of a lot, Dr. Creed. On impulse, Lewis stopped by the hospital later that week with a bouquet of flowers, and found that Norma had been moved to a semi-private room downstairs, a very good sign. Judd was with her. Norma exclaimed over the flowers and buzzed a nurse for a vase. Then she directed Judd until they were in water, arranged to her specifications, and placed on the dresser in the corner. Mother's feeling ever so much better, Judd said dryly after he had fiddled with the flowers for the third time. Don't be smart, Judson, Norma said. No, ma'am. At last Norma looked at Lewis. I want to thank you for what you did, she said with a shyness that was utterly unaffected and chose doubly touching. Judd says I owe you my life. Embarrassed, Lewis said, Judd exaggerates. Not very damn much, he don't, Judd said. He squinted at Lewis, almost smiling but not quite. Didn't your mother tell you never to slip a thank you, Lewis? She hadn't said anything abore that, at least not that Lowe could remember, but he believed she had said something on about false modesty being half the sin of pride. Norma, he said, anything I could do, I was pleased to do. Sleepy again, and I can't seem to get rid of him. You a dear man, Norma said. You take this man of mine out somewhere and let him buy you a glass of beer. I'm feeling quick, before she changes her mind. Judd stood up with alacrity. Hot damn, I'll go for that, Lewis. The first snow came a week before Thanksgiving. They got another 4 inches on the 22nd of November, but the day before the holiday itself was clear and blue and cold. Lewis took his family to Bangor International Airport and saw them of Rachel's parents. On the first leg of their trip back to Chicago for a visit with. It's not right, Rachel said for perhaps the 20th time since discussions on this matter had commenced in earnest a month ago. I don't like thinking of you rattling around the house alone on Thanksgiving Day. That's supposed to be a family holiday, Lewis. Lewis shifted Gage, who looked gigantic and wide-eyed in his first big boy parka, to his other arm. Ellie was at one of the big windows, watching an Air Force helicopter take off. I'm not exactly going to be crying in my beer, Lewis said. Judd and Norma are going to have me over for turkey and all the crimmings. Hell, I'm the one who feels guilty. I've never liked these big holiday group gropes anyway. I start drinking in front of some football game at 3 in the afternoon and fall asleep at 7. And the next day it feels like the Dallas Cowgirls are dancing around and yelling boola boola inside my head. I just don't like sending you off with the 2 kids. Till be fine, she said. Flying first class, I feel like a princess. And Gage will sleep on the flight from Logan to O'Hare. You hope, he said, and they both laughed. The flyer was called, and Ellie scampered over. That's us, Mommy, come on, come on, come on. They'll leave without us. No, they won't, Rachel said. She was clutching her 3 pink boarding cards in one hand. She was wearing her fur coat, some fake stuff that was a luxuriant brown. Probably a W supposed to look like muskrat, Lewis thought. Whatever IW supposed to look like, it made her look absolutely lovely. Perhaps something of what he felt showed in his eyes because she hugged him impulsively, semi-crushing Gage between them. Gage looked surprised but not terribly upset. Lewis Creed, I love you, she said. Come on, see. Mom, Ellie said, now in a fever of impatience. Come on. Oh, all right, she said. Be good, Lewis. Tell you what, he said, grinning, Teal, be careful. Say hello to your folks, Rachel. "Oh, you," she said and wrinkled her nose at him. Rachel was not fooled. She knew perfectly well why Lewis was skipping this trip. Fun nay. He watched them enter the boarding ramp, and disappear from sight for the next week. He already felt homesick and lonely for them. He moved over to the window where Ellie had been, hands stuffed in his coat pockets, watching the baggage handlers loading the hold. The truth was simple. Not only Mr. but also Mrs. Irwin Goldman of Lake Forest had disliked Lewis from the beginning. He came from the wrong side of the tracks, but that was just for starters. Worse, he fully expected their daughter to support him while he went to medical school, where he would almost surely flunk out. Lewis could have handled all this, in fact had been doing so. Then something happened which Rachel did not know about and never would. Not from Lewis, anyway. Irwin Goldman had offered to pay Lewis's entire tuition through med school. The price of this scholarship, Goldman's word, was that Lewis should break off his engagement with Rachel at once. Lewis Creed had not been at the optimum time of life to deal with such an outrage, but such melodramatic proposals, or bribes, to call a spade, are rarely made to those who are at an optimum time, which might be around the age of Siggy 5. He was tired, for one ching. He was spending 18 hours in UFF that was a luxuriant brown. Probably a W supposed to look like muskrat, Lewis thought. Whatever IW supposed to look like, it made her look absolutely lovely. Perhaps something of what he felt showed in his eyes because she hugged him impulsively, semi-crushing Gage between them. Gage looked surprised but not terribly upset. "Lewis Creed, I love you," she said. "Come on, see. Mom, Ellie said, now in a fever of impatience. "Come on." "Oh, all right," she said. "Be good, Lewis. Tell you what," he said, grinning, "Teal, be careful. Say hello to your folks, Rachel." "Oh, you," she said and wrinkled her nose at him. Rachel was not fooled. She knew perfectly well why Lewis was skipping this trip. Fun nay. He watched them enter the boarding ramp, and disappear from sight for the next week. He already felt homesick and lonely for them. He moved over to the window where Ellie had been, hands stuffed in his coat pockets, watching the baggage handlers loading the hold. The truth was simple. Not only Mr. but also Mrs. Irwin Goldman of Lake Forest had disliked Lewis from the beginning. He came from the wrong side of the tracks, but that was just for starters. Worse, he fully expected their daughter to support him while he went to medical school, where he would almost surely flunk out. Lewis could have handled all this, in fact had been doing so. Then something happened which Rachel did not know about and never would. Not from Lewis, anyway. Irwin Goldman had offered to pay Lewis's entire tuition through med school. The price of this scholarship, Goldman's word, was that Lewis should break off his engagement with Rachel at once. Lewis Creed had not been at the optimum time of life to deal with such an outrage, but such melodramatic proposals, or bribes, to call a spade, are rarely made to those who are at an optimum time, which might be around the age of Siggy 5. He was tired, for one ching. He was spending 18 hours a week in classes, another 20 hitting the books, another 15 waiting tables in a deep dish pizza joint down the block from the Wirehall Hotel. He was also nervous. Mr. Goldman's oddly jovial manner that evening had contrasted completely with his previous cold behavior, and Lewis thought that when Goldman invited him into the study for a cigar, a look had passed from him to his wife. Later, much later, when time had lent a little perspective, Lewis would reflect that horses must feel much the same free-floating anxiety when they smell the first smoke of a prairie fire. He began expecting Goldman to reveal at any moment that he knew Lewis had been sleeping with his daughter. When Goldman instead made his incredible offer, even going so far as to take his checkbook from the pocket of his smoking jacket like a rake in a Noel Coward farce, Lewis had blown up. He accused Goldman of trying to keep his daughter like an exhibit in a museum, of having no regard for anyone but himself, and of being an overbearing, thoughtless bastard. It would be a long time before he would admit to himself that part of his rage had been relief. All of these little insights into Irwin Goldman's character, though perhaps true, had no redeeming touch of diplomacy in them. Any semblance of Noel Coward departed. If there was humor in the rest of the conversation, it was of a much more vulgar sort. Goldman told him to get out and that if he ever saw Lewis on his doorstep again, he would shoot him like a yellow dog. Lewis told Goldman to take his checkbook and plug up his ass with it. Goldman said he had seen bums in the gutter who had more potential than Lewis Creed. Lewis told Goldman he could also shove his goddamn Bank AmeriCard and his American Express Gold Card right up there beside his checkbook. None of this had been a promising first step toward good relations with the future in-laws. In the end, Rachel had brought them around after each man had had a chance to repent of the things he had said, although neither of them had ever changed his mind in the slightest about the other. There was no more melodrama, certainly no D. Smalley theatrical from this day forward. I have no daughter. Scene. Goldman would have probably suffered crew raid, mirage to the creature from the Black Lagoon before denis her. Nevertheless, the face rising above the collar of Irwin Calman's morning coat on the day Lewis married Rachel had resembled the faces sometimes seen carved on Egyptian sarcophagi. Their wedding present had been a six-place setting spode china and a microwave oven. No money. For most in Lewis's harem-scarum med school days, Rachel had worked as an clerk in a women's apparel store. And from that day to this day, Rachel only knew that things had been and continued to be tense between her husband and her parents. Particularly between Lewis and her father. Lewis could have gone to Chicago with his family, although the university schedule would have meant flying back 3 days earlier than Rachel and the kids. That was not a great hardship. On the other hand, 4 days with Imhotep and his wife the Sphinx would have been. The children had melted his in-laws a good deal, as children often do. Lewis suspected that he himself could have completed the rapprochement simply by pretending he had forgotten that evening in Goldman's study. It wouldn't even matter that Goldman knew he was pretending. But the fact was, and he at least had the guts to be upfront about it with himself, that he did not quite want to make the rapprochement. 10 years was a long time, but it was not quite long enough to take away the slimy taste that had come into his mouth when, in Goldman's study over glasses of brandy, the old man had opened one side of that idiotic smoking jacket and removed the checkbook residing within. Yes, he had felt relief that the nights, 5 of them in all, that he and Rachel had spent in his narrow, sagging apartment bed had not been discovered, but that surprised disgust had been quite its own thing, and the years between then and now had not changed it. He could have come, but he preferred to send his father-in-law his grandchildren, his daughter, and a message. The Delta 727 pulled away from the rampway, ruined, and he saw Ellie at one of the front windows, waving frantically. Lewis, perhaps seeing him, perhaps only imitating Ellie, waved back, smiling, and then someone, Ellie or Rachel, hiked Gage into the window. Lewis waved, and Gage waved back. Allie, my people safe, he muttered, then zipped his coat and went out to the parking lot. Here the wind whined and zoomed with force enough to almost tear his hunter's cap off his head, and he clapped a hand to it. He fumbled with his keys to unlock its turbos thundering driver's side door of his car and then turned as the jet tossed beyond the terminal building, its nose tilted upward into the hard blue. Lewis waved again. Feeling very lonely indeed, now ridiculously close to tears. He was still feeling blue that evening when he recrossed Route 15 after a couple of beers with Judd and Norma. Norma had drunk a glass of wine, something she was allowed, even encouraged to have, by Dr. Weybridge. They had moved into the kitchen tonight in deference to the season. Judd had stoked up the small Merrick stove, and they had sat around it, the beer cold, the heat good, and Judd had talked about how the Micmac Indians had staved off a British landing at Machias 200 years ago. In those days the Micmacs had been pretty fearsome, he said, and then added that he guessed there were a few state and federal land lawyers who thought they still were. It should have been a fine evening, but Lewis was aware of the empty house waiting for him. Crossing the lawn and feeling the frost crunching under his shoes, he heard the telephone begin to ring in the house. He broke into a run, got through the front door, sprinted through the living room, knocking over a magazine stand, and then slid most of the way across the kitchen, his frosty shoes skidding over the linoleum. He snared the phone. "Hello, Lewis?" Rachel's voice, a little distant but about in. "We're here. We made it. No problems." "Greer," he said and sat down to talk to her, thinking, "I wish to God you were beer." But in his heart he felt sure that it was church, and if was he going to say to Ellie? Rachel called this evening as she almost certainly would. What crazily, he heard himself saying to Rachel. I know that anything, literally anything, can happen to physical beings. As a doctor I know that. Do you want to be the one to explain to Beer what happened if he gets run over in the road? But he hadn't really believed anything was going to happen to Church, had he? He remembered one of the guys he played poker with, Wick Sullivan, asking him once how he could get horny for his wife and not get horny for the naked women he saw day in and day out. Lewis had tried to explain to him that it wasn't the way people imagined in cheer fantasies. Woman coming in to get a pap smear or to learn how to give herself a breast cell examination did it suddenly drop a sheet and stand there like Venus on the half-shell. You saw a breast, a vulva, a thigh. The rest was draped in a sheet, and there was a nurse in attendance, more to protect the doctor's reputation than anything else. Vicky wasn't buying it. A tit is a tit, was Wicky's thesis, and a twat is a twat. You should either be horny all the time or none of the time. All Lewis could respond was that your white's tit was different. Just like your family's supposed to be different, he thought now. Church wasn't supposed to get killed because he was inside the magic circle of the family. What he hadn't been able to make Vicky understand was that doctors compartmentalized just as cheerfully and blindly as anyone else. A tit wasn't a tit unless it was your wife's tit. In the office, a tit was a case. You could stand up in front of a medical colloquium and cite leukemia figures in children until you were blue in the face and still not believe it if one of your own kids got a call on the bone phone. My kid? My kid's cat, even? Doctor, you must be joking. Never mind. Take this one step at a time. But that was hard when he remembered how hysterical Ellie had gotten at the prospect of Church someday dying. Way. Stupid fucking cat. Why did we ever bathe to get a fucking cat, anyway? But he wasn't fucking anymore. That was supposed to keep him Al. Church, he called, but there was only the furnace, mutrina and muttering, burning up dollars. The couch in the living room, where Church had recently spent most of his time, was empty. He was not lying on any of the radiators. Lewis rattled the car's dish, the one thing absolutely guaranteed to bring Church running it he was in earshot. But no cat came running this time. And never would again, he was afraid. He put on his coat and hat and started for the door. Then he came back. Giving in to what his heart told him, he opened the cupboard under the sink and squatted down. There were two kinds of plastic bags in there, small white ones for the household trash baskets and big green garbage can liners. Lewis took one of the latter. Church had put on weight since he had been fixed. He poked the bag into one of the side pockets of his jacket, nor liking the slick, cool way the plastic felt under his fingers. Then he let himself out the front door and crossed the street to Judd's house. It was about 5:30. Twilight was ending. The landscape had a dead look. The remainder of sunset was a strange orange line on the horizon across the river. The wind bowled straight down Route 15, numbing Lewis's cheeks and whipping away the white plume of his breath. He shuddered, but not from the cold. It was a feeling of aloneness that made him shudder. It was strong and persuasive. There seemed no way to concretize it with a metaphor. It was faceless. He just felt by himself, untouched and untouching. He saw Judd across the road, bundled up in his big green duffel coat, his face lost in the shadow cast by the fur-fringed hood standing on his frozen lawn. He looked like a piece of statuary, just another dead thing in this twilight landscape where no beer sang. Lewis started across, and then Judd moved, waved him back, shouted something Lewis could not make out over the pervasive whine of the wind. Lewis stepped back, realizing suddenly the wind's whine had deepened and sharpened. A moment later an air horn blatted and an Orinco truck roared past close enough to make his pants and jacket flap. Damned if he hadn't almost walked right in front of the thing to make his panka and jacket flap. Damned if he hadn't almond only the tanker's tail eyes, dwindling into the twilight. This seam he checked both ways before crossing. There was. Thought that Rinco truck was gonna get you, Judd said. Anyone at all. Have a care, Lewis. Even this close, Lewis couldn't see Judd's face, and the uncomfortable feeling persisted that this could have been sprawled bundle of fur by Judd's foot. Where's Norma? He asked, still not looking down at the. Went to the Thanksgiving church service, he said. She'll stay to the supper, guess, although I don't think she'll eat no thing. She's gotten peckish. The wind gusted, shifting the hood back momentarily, and Louis saw that it was indeed Judd. Who else would it have been? It's mostly an excuse for a hen party, Judd said. They don't eat much but sandwiches after the big meal at noon. She'll be back around 8. Louis knelt down to look at the cat. Don't let it be Church, he wished fervently, as he turned its head gently on its neck with gloved fingers. Let it be someone else's cat, let Judd be wrong. But of course it was Church. He was in no way mangled or disfigured. He had not been run over by one of the big tankers or semis that cruised Route 15. Just what was that Orenco truck doing ooze on Thanksgiving? He wondered randomly. Church's eyes were half open, as glazed as green marbles. A small flow of blood had come from his mouth, which was also open. Not a great deal of blood, just enough to stain the white bib on his chest. Yours, Louis? Mine, he agreed inside. He was aware for the first time that he had loved Church, maybe not as fervently as Ellie, but in his own absent way. In the weeks following his castration, Church had changed, had gotten fat and slow, had established a routine that took him between Billy's bed, the couch, and his dish, but rarely out of the house. Now, in death, he looked to Louis like the old Church. The mouth, too small and bloody, filled with needle-sharp car's teeth, was frozen in a shooter's snarl. The dead eyes seemed furious. It was as if after the short and placid stupidity of his life as a neuter, Clut had rediscovered his real nature in dying. Yeah, it's Church, he said. T1L be damned if I know how is going to tell Ellie about it. Suddenly he had an idea. He would bury Church up in the Terre Cemetery with no marker or any of that foolishness. He would say nothing to Ellie on the phone tonight about Church. Tomorrow he would mention casually that he hadn't seen Church around. The day after he would suggest that perhaps Church had wandered off. Cats did that sometimes. Ellie would be upset, sure, but there would be none of the finality. No reprise of Rachel's upsetting refusal to deal with death, just a withering away. Coward, part of his mind pronounced. Yes, no argument, but who needs this hassle? Loves that cat pretty well, doesn't she? Judd asked. Yes, Louis said absently. He moved Church's head again. The cat had begun to stiffen, but the head still moved much more easily than it should have. Broken neck. Yeah, given that, he thought he could reconstruct what had happened. Church had been crossing the road, for what reason God alone knew, and a car or truck had hit him, breaking his neck and throwing him aside onto Judd Crandall's lawn. Or perhaps the cat's neck had been broken when he struck the frozen ground. It didn't matter. Either way the remains remained the same. Church was dead. He glanced up at Judd, about to tell him his conclusions, but Judd was looking away toward that fading orange line of light at the horizon. His hood had fallen back halfway, and his face seemed thoughtful and stern, harsh, even. Louis pulled the green garbage bag out of his pocket and unfolded it, holding it tightly to keep the wind from whipping his away. The brisk crackling sound of the bag seemed to bring Judd back to this here and now. Yes, I guess she loves it pretty well, Judd said. His use of the present tense felt slightly eerie. The whole setting, with the fatting light, the cold, and the wind, struck him as eerie and geo-chic. Here's Heathcliff out on the desolate moors, Louis thought. Grim's ing against the cold. Getting ready to pop the family cat into a hay. Grabbed Church's tail, spread the mouth of the bag. Al lifted the car. He pulled a disgusted, unhappy face at the sound feds like a backer of sand. The car's body made coming upright pp as he pulled it out of the frost it had set into. The cat seemed almost unbelievably heavy, as if death had settled onto it like a physical weight. Chris, glad to be rid of that strange, unpleasant weight. Judd held the other side of the bag, and Louis dropped Church. What are you going to do with it now? Judd asked, mourning. In the pet cemetery? Put him in the garage, guess, Louis said. Bury him in the. Louis shrugged. Suppose so. Going to tell Ellie? I'll have to mull that one over a while. Judd was quiet a moment longer, and then he seemed to reach a decision. Wait here a minute or two, Louis. Judd moved away, with no apparent thought that Luce might not want to wait just a minute on this bitter night. He moved away with assurance and that lithe ease which was so strange in a man of his age. And Lewis found he had nothing to say anyway. He didn't feel much like himself. He watched Judd go, quite content to stand here. He raised his face into the wind after the door had clicked closed, the garbage bag with Church's body in it riffing between his feet. Content. Yes, he was. For the first time since they had moved to Maine, he felt that he was in his place, that he was home. Standing here by himself in the afterglow of the day, standing on the rim of Wind Terre, he felt unhappy and yet oddly exhilarated and strangely whole in a way he had not been, or could not remember feeling that he had been, since childhood. Something gonna happen beer, Bubba. Something pretty weird, I think. He tilted his head back and saw cold winter stars in a blackened sky. How long he stood like that he did not know, although it could not have been long in terms of seconds and minutes. Then a light flickered on Judd's porch, bobbed, approached the porch door, and descended the steps. It was Judd behind a big 4-cell flashlight. In his other hand he held what Lewis at first thought was a large X, and then he saw that it was a pick and shovel. He handed the shovel to Lewis, who took it in his free hand. Judd, what the hell are you up to? We can't bury him tonight. Yeah, we can. And we're gonna. Judd's face was lost behind the glaring circle of the flashlight. Judd, it's dark. It's late. And cold. Come on, Judd said. Let's get it done. Lewis shook his head and tried to begin again, but the words came hard, the words of explanation and reason. They seemed so meaningless against the low shriek of the wind, the seedling bed of stars in the black. It can wait till tomorrow when we can see. Does she love the cat? Yes, but, Judd's voice, soft and somehow logical, and do you love her? Of course I love her, she's my doe. Then come on. Lewis went. Twice, maybe 3 times on the walk up to the pet cemetery that night Lewis tried to talk to Judd, but Judd didn't answer. Lewis gave up. That feeling of contentment, odd under the circumstances but a pure fact, persisted. It seemed to come from everywhere. The steady ache in his muscles from carrying Church in one hand and the shovel in the other was a part of it. The wind, deadly cold, numbing exposed skin, was a part of icy. It wound steadily in the trees. Once they got into the woods, there was no snow to speak of. The bobbing light of Judd's flash was a part of it. He felt the pervasive, undeniable, magnetic presence of some secret, some dark secret. The shadows fell away and there was a feeling of space. Snow rest here, Judd said, and Lewis set the bag down. He wiped sweat off his forehead with his arm. Rest here? But they were beer. He could see the markers in the moving, aimless sweep of Judd's arms. Light as Judd sat down in the thin snow and put his face between his. Judd, are you all right? Fine. Need to catch my breath a bit, that's all. Lewis sat down next to him and deep-breathed half a dozen. You know, he said, I feel better than I have in maybe 6 years. I know that's a crazy thing to say when you're burying your daughter's cat, but it's the flat truth, Judd. I feel good. Judd breathed deeply once or twice himself. Yeah, no, he said. It is that way once in a while. You don't pick your times for feeling good, any more than you do for the other. And the place has something to do with it too, but you don't want to trust that. Heroin makes dope addicts feel good when they're putting it in their arms, but all the time it's poisoning them. Poisoning their bodies and poisoning their way of thinking. This place can be like that, Lewis, and don't you ever forget it. I hope to God I'm doing right. I think I am, but I can't be sure. Sometimes my head gets muddled. It's senility calming, I think. I don't know what you're talking about. This place has power, Lewis. Not so much here, but the place we're going. Judd, come on, Judd said and was on his feet again. The flashlight's beam illuminated the deadfall. Judd was walking toward it. Lewis suddenly remembered his episode of somnambulism. What was it Pascal had said in the dream that had accompanied it? Don't go beyond, no matter how much you feel you need to, doctor. The barrier was not made to be broken. But now, tonight, that dream or warning or whatever it had been seemed years rather than months distant. Lewis felt fine and fey and alive, ready to cope with anything, and yet full of wonder. It occurred to him that this was very much like a dream. Then Judd turned toward him, the hood seeming to surround a blankness, and for one moment Lewis imagined that it was Pa Cow himself who now stood before him, that the shining light would be reversed, trained on a grinning, gibbering skull framed in fur, and his fear returned like a dash of cold water. "Judd," he said, "we can't climb over that. We'll each break a leg and then probably freeze to death trying to get back." "Just follow me," Judd said. "Follow me and don't look down. Don't hesitate and don't look down. I know the way through, but it has to be done quick and sure." Lewis began to think that perhaps it was a dream, that he had simply never awakened from his afternoon nap. "If I was awake," he thought, "I'd no more beat up that deadfall than I'd get drunk and go skydiving. But I'm going to do it. I really think I am. So, I must be dreaming, right?" Judd angled slightly left, away from the center of the deadfall. The flash's beam centered brightly on the jumbled heap of bones, fallen trees and old logs. The circle of light grew smaller and even brighter as they approached. Without the slightest pause, without even a brief scan to assure himself that he was in the right place, Judd started up. He did not scramble, he did not climb bent over, the way a man will climb a rocky hillside or a sandy slope. He simply mounted, as if climbing a set of stairs. He walked like a man who knows exactly where his next step is coming from. Lewis followed in the same way. He did not look down or search for footholds. It came to him with a strange but total surety that the deadfall could not harm him unless he allowed it to. It was a piece of utter assholery, of course, like the stupid confidence of a man who believes it's safe to drive when totally shit-faced as long as he's wearing his St. Christopher's medallion. But it worked. There was no pistol-shot snap of an old branch giving way, no sickening plunge into a hole lined with jutting, weather-whitened splinters, each one ready to cut and gore and mangle. His shoes, puppy loafers hardly recommended for climbing deadfalls, did not slip on the old dry moss which had overgrown many of the fallen trees. He pitched neither forward nor backward. The wind sang wildly through the fir trees all around them. For a moment he saw Judd standing on top of the deadfall, and then he began down the far side, calves dropping out of sight, then thighs, then hips and waist. The light bounced randomly off the whipping branches of the trees on the other side of the barrier. Yes, that's what it was. Why try to pretend it wasn't? The barrier. Lewis reached the top himself and paused there momentarily, right foot planted on an old fallen tree that was canted up at a 35-degree angle. Left foot on something springier, a mesh of old fir branches? He didn't look down to see, but only swirched the heavy trash bag with Church's body in it from his right hand to his left, exchanging it for the lighter shovel. He kerned his face up into the wind and felt it sweep past him in an endless current, lifting his hair. It was so cold, so clean, so constant. Moving casually, almost sauntering, he started down again. Once a branch that felt to be the thickness of a brawny man's wrist snapped loudly under his foot, but he felt no concern at all and his plunging foot was stopped firmly by a heavier branch some 4 inches down. Lewis hardly staggered. He supposed that now he could understand how company commanders in World War I had been able to stroll along the top of the trenches with bullets snapping all around them, whistling, tip exhilarating. Pereri, it was crazy. But the very craziness made it tremendously. He walked down, looking straight ahead at the bright circle of Judd's light. Judd was standing there, waiting for him. Then he shot of coal oil on embers. Reached the bottom, and the exhilaration flared up in him like a shot of coal oil on embers. "We made it," he shouted. He put the shovel down. Clapped Judd on the shoulder. He remembered climbing an tree to the top fork where it swayed in the wind like a ship's maw. He had not felt so young or so viscerally alive in 20 years more. "Judd, we made it. Did you think we wouldn't?" Judd asked. Lewis opened his mouth to say something. "Think we won. We're damn lucky we didn't kill ourselves," and then he shut it again. He had never really questioned at all, not from the moment Judd approached the deadfall. And he was not worried about getting back over again. "I guess not," he said. "Come on. Got a piece to walk yet." 3 miles or more. They walked. The path did indeed go on. In places it seemed very wide, although the moving light revealed little clearly. It was mostly a feeling of space, a feeling that the trees had drawn back. Once or twice Lewis looked up and saw stars wheeling between the massed dark border of trees. Once something loped across the path ahead of them, and the light picked up the reflection of greenish eyes there and then gone. At other times the path closed in until underbrush scratched stiff fingers across the shoulders of Lewis's coat. He switched the bag and the shovel more often, but the ache in his shoulders was now constant. He fell into a rhythm of walking and became almost hypnotized with it. There was power here, yes, he felt it. He remembered a time when he had been a senior in high school. He and his girl and some other couple had gone way out in the boonies and had ended up necking at the end of a dead-end dirt road near a power station. They hadn't been there long before Lewis's girl said that she wanted to go home, or at least to another place, because all her teeth, all the ones with fillings, anyway, and that was most of them, were aching. Lewis had been glad to leave himself. The air around the power station had made him feel nervous and too awake. This was like that, but it was stronger. Stronger but not unpleasant at all. It was. Judd had stopped at the base of a long slope. Lewis ran into him. Felt us going downhill? Judd cured toward him. We're almost where we're gone. He said calmly. This next bit is like the deadfall to walk steady and easy. Just follow me and don't look down. This is the edge of what the Micmacs used to call Little Got Swamp. The fur traders who came through called it Dead Macy's again. Bog, and most of them who came once and got our never came. Is there quicksand? Oh, ayuh, quicksand aplenty. Streams that babble up name for it. Through a big deposit of quartz sand left over from the glaciate. Sea-Ica sand, we always called it, although there's probably a proper. Judd looked at him, and for a moment Lewis thought he saw eyes. Something bright and not completely pleasant in the old man's. Then Judd shifted the flashlight and that look was gone. Beevier, more electrical, or something. There's a lot of funny things down this way, Lewis. The airs. Lewis started. What's wrong? Nothing, Lewis said, thinking of that night on the dead-end road. You might see St. Elmo's fire. What the sailors call pholites. It makes funny shapes, but it's nothing. If you should see some of those shapes and they bother you, just look the other way. You may hear sounds like voices, but they are the loons down South Coward Prospect. The sound carries. It's funny. Loons? Lewis said doubtfully. This time of year? Oh, ayuh, Judd said again, and his voice was terribly bland and totally unreadable. For a moment Lewis wished desperately he could see the old man's face again. That look, Judd. Where are we going? What the hell are we doing out here? Oh, the back of the beyond. Tell you when we get there. Judd turned away. Mind the tussocks. They began to walk again, stepping from one broad hummock to the next. Lewis did not feel for them. His feet seemed to find them automatically, with no effort from him. He slipped only once, his left shoe breaking through a thin scum of ice and dipping into cold and somehow slimy standing water. He pulled it out quickly and went on, following Judd's bobbing light. That light, floating through the woods, brought back memories of the pirate tales he had liked to read as a boy. Evil men off to bury gold doubloons by the dark of the moon. And of course one of them would be tumbled into the pit on top of the chest, a bullet in his heart, because the pirates had believed, or so the authors of these lurid tales solemnly attested, that the dead comrade's ghost would remain there to guard the swag. Except it's not treasure we've come to bury. Just my daughter's castrated cat. He felt wild laughter bubble up inside and stifled it. He did not hear any sounds like voices, nor did he see any St. Elmo's fire, but after stepping over half a dozen tussocks, he looked down and saw that his feet, calves, knees, and lower thighs had disappeared into a ground fog that was perfectly smooth, perfectly white, and perfectly opaque. It was like moving through the world's lightest drift of snow. The air seemed to have a quality of light in it now, and it was warmer, he could have sworn it. He could see Judd before him, moving steadily along, the blunt end of the pick hooked over his shoulder. The pick enhanced the illusion of a man intent on burying treasure. That crazy sense of exhilaration persisted, and he suddenly wondered if maybe Rachel was trying to call him, if, back in the house, the phone was ringing and ringing, making its rational, prosaic sound. If He almost walked into Judd's back again. The old man had stopped in the middle of the path. His head was cocked to one side. His mouth was pursed and tense. Judd? What's? Shush. Lewis hushed, looking around uneasily. Here the ground mist moving there, something big. Was thinner, but he still couldn't see his own shoes. Then he heard underbrush and breaking branches. Something was. He opened his mouth to ask Judd if it was a moose, bear was the again. The sound carries, Judd had said. Thought that actually crossed his mind, and then he closed it. He cocked his head to one side in unconscious imitation of Judd, unaware that he was doing it, and listened. The sound seemed at first distant, then very close, moving away and then moving ominously toward them. Lewis felt the sweat on his forehead begin to trickle down his chapped cheeks. He shifted the hefty bag with Church's body in it from one hand to the other. His palm had dampened, and the green plastic seemed greasy, wanting to slide through his fist. Now the thing out there seemed to be so close that Lewis expected to see its shape at any moment, rising up on two legs, perhaps, blotting out the stars with some unthought of, immense and shaggy body. Bear was no longer what he was thinking of. Now he didn't know just what he was thinking of. Then it moved away and disappeared. Lewis opened his mouth again, the words "what was that?" already on his tongue. Then a shrill, maniacal laugh came out of the darkness, rising and falling in hysterical cycles, loud, piercing, chilling. To Lewis it seemed that every joint in his body had frozen solid and that he had somehow gained weight, so much weight that if he turned to run he would plunge down and out of sight in the swampy ground. The laughter rose, split into dry cackles like some rottenly friable chunk of rock along many fault lines. It reached the pitch of one scream, then sank into a guttural chuckling that might have become sobs before it faded out altogether. Somewhere there was a drip of water, and above them, like a steady river in a bed of sky, the monotonous whine of the wind. Ocherwise Little God Swamp was silent. Luce began to shudder all over. His flesh, particularly chat of his lower belly, began to creep. Yes, creep was the right word. His flesh actually seemed to be moving on his body. His mouth was totally dry. There seemed to be no spit at all left in it. Urchar feeling of exhilaration persisted, an unshakable lunacy. What in Chris's name? He whispered hoarsely to Judd. Judd turned to look at him, and in the dim light Lewis thought the old man looked 120. There was no sign of that odd, dancing light in his eyes now. His face was drawn, and there was stark terror in his eyes. But when he spoke, his voice was steady enough. Just a loon, he said. Come on. Almost there. They went on. The tussocks became firm ground again. For a few moments Lewis had a sensation of open space, although that dim glow in the air had now faded, and it was all he could do to make out Judd's back 3 feet in front of him. Short grass stiff with frost was underfoot. It broke like glass at every step. Then they were in the trees again. He could smell aromatic fir, feel needles. Occasionally a twig or a branch scraped against him. Lewis had lost all sense of time or direction, but they did not walk long before Judd stopped again and turned toward him. Steps here, he said. Cut into rock. 42 or 44, I disremember which. Just follow me. We get to the top and we're there. He began to climb again, and again Lewis followed. The stone steps were wide enough, but the sense of the ground dropping away was unsettling. Here and there his shoe gritted on a strew of pebbles and stone fragments. 12, 13, 14. The wind was sharper, colder, quickly numbing his face. Are we above the tree line? He wondered. He looked up and saw a billion stars, cold lights in the darkness. Never in his life had the stars made him feel so completely small, infinitesimal, without meaning. He asked himself the old question, is there anything intelligent out there? And instead of wonder, the thought brought a horrid cold feeling, as if he had asked himself what it might be like to ear a handful of squirming bugs. 26, 27, 28. Who cared these, anyway? Indians? The Micmacs? Where they took him think of fur-bearing animals, and that made him think of car thing that had been moving near them in the woods. One foot stumbled, and he raked a gloved hand along the rock wall to his left for balance. The wall felt old, chipped and channeled and wrinkled. Like dry skin that's almost worn out, he thought. You all right, Lewis? Judd murmured. I'm okay, he said, although he was nearly out of breath and his muscles throbbed from the weight of church in the bag. 42, 43, 44, 45, Judd said. I've forgot. Haven't been up here in 12 years, guess. Don't suppose I'll ever have a reason to come again. Here, up you come and up you get. He grabbed Lewis's arm and helped him up the last step. We're here, Judd said. Lewis looked around. He could see well enough. The starlight was dim but adequate. They were standing on a rocky, rubble-strewn plate of rock which slid out of the thin earth directly ahead like a dark tongue. Looking the other way, he could see the tops of the fir trees they had come through in order to reach the steps. They had apparently climbed to the top of some weird, flat-topped mesa, a geological anomaly that would have seemed far more normal in Arizona or New Mexico. Because the grass over top of the mesa, or hill, or truncated mountain, or whatever it was bare of trees, the sun had melted the snow here. Turning back to Judd, Lewis saw dry grasses bending before the steady wind that blew coldly in his face, and saw that it was a hill, not an isolated mesa. Ahead of them the ground rose again toward trees. But this flatness was so obvious, and so odd in the context of New England's low and somehow tired, tool-bearing Indians, his mind suddenly spoke up. Come on, Judd said and led him 25 yards toward the CES. The wind blew hard up here, but it felt clean. Lewis saw a number of shapes just under the gloom cast by the trees which were the oldest, tallest firs he had ever seen. The whole, which vibrated, effect of this high, lonely place was emptiness burr and emptinin. Micmacs sanded off the top of the hill here, Judd said. No one. The dark shapes were cairns of stones. Knows how, no more than anyone knows how the Mayans built their pyramids. And the Micmacs have forgot themselves, just like the Mayans have. Why? Why did they do it? This was their burying ground, Judd said. I brought you here so you could bury Ellie's cat here. The Micmacs didn't discriminate, you know. They buried their pets right alongside their owners. This made Lewis think of the Egyptians, who had gone that one better. They had slaughtered the pets of royalty so that the souls of the pets might go along to whatever afterlife there might be with the souls of their masters. He remembered reading about the slaughter of more than 10,000 domestic animals following the decease of one pharaoh's daughter. Included in the tally had been 600 pigs and 2,000 peacocks. The pigs had been scented with attar of roses, the dead lady's favorite perfume, before their throats were cut. And they built pyramids too. No one knows for sure what the Mayan pyramids are for, navigation and chronography. Some say, like Stone Bengabu, we know damn well what the Egyptian pyramids were and are. Great monuments to death, the world's biggest gravestones. Here lies Ramses II, he was obedient, Lewis thought and uttered a wild, helpless cackle. Judd looked at him, unsurprised. Go on and bury your animal, he said. I'm gonna have a smoke. I'd help you, but you got to do it yourself. Each buries his own. That's the way it was done then. Judd, what's this all about? Why did you bring me here? Because you saved Norma's life, Judd said, and although he sounded sincere, and Lewis was positive he believed himself sincere, he had a sudden, overpowering sense that the man was lying. Or that he was being lied to and then passing the lie on to Lewis. He remembered that look he had seen, or thought he had seen, in Judd's eye. But up here none of that seemed to matter. The wind mattered his brow and off his cars. But pushing Tolly around barn in that seedy siver, LF hung his Judd sar down with his back against one of the trees, cupped his bit before you start, hands around a march, and lit a Chesterfield. You want to rest a pawns, but he found he didn't really care to. This felt wrong but I'm okay, Lewis said. He could have pursued the case. Wisso felt right, and he decided to let that be enough, for now. There was really only one thing he needed to know. Will I really be able to dig him a grave? The soil looks thin. Lewis nodded edge of the steps. Toward the place where the rock pushed out of the ground at the Jad nodded slowly. He said. Soil's thin, all right. But soil deep enough to grow grass is generally deep enough to bury in, Lewis. And people have been burying here for a long, long rime. You won't find it any too easy, though. Nor did he. The ground was stony and hard, and very quickly he saw that he was going to need the pick to dig the grave deep enough to hold Church. So he began to alternate, first using the pick to loosen the hard earth and stones, then the shovel to dig out what he had loosened. His hands began to hurt. His body began to warm up again. He felt a strong, unquestionable need to do a good job. He began to hum under his breath, something he sometimes did when suturing a wound. Sometimes the pick would strike a rock hard enough to flash sparks, and the shiver would travel up the wooden haft to vibrate in his hands. He could feel blisters forming on his palms and didn't care, although he was, like most doctors, usually careful of his hands. Above and around him, the wind sang and sang, playing a tree note melody. Counterpointing this, he heard the soft drop and chunk of rock. He looked over his shoulder and saw Judd, hunkered down and pulling out the bigger rocks he had dug up, making a heap of them. "For your cairn," he said when he saw Lewis looking. "Oh," Lewis said and went back to work. He made the grave about 2 feet wide and 3 feet long. A Cadillac of a grave for a damn cat, he thought, and when it was perhaps 30 inches deep and the pick was flashing sparks up from almost every stroke, he tossed it and the shovel aside and asked Judd if it was okay. Judd got up and took a cursory look. "Seems fine to me," he said. "Anyway, it's what you think that counts. Will you tell me now what this is about?" Judd smiled a little. "The Micmacs believed this hill was a magic place," he said. "Believed this whole forest, from the swamp on north and east, was magic. They made this place, and they buried their dead here, away from everything else. Other tribes steered clear of it. The Penobscots said these woods were full of ghosts. Later on, the fur trappers started saying pretty much the same thing. I suppose some of them saw the Foo Fire in Little God Swamp and thought they were seeing ghosts." Judd smiled, and Lewis thought, "That isn't what you think at all." Later on, not even the Micmacs themselves would come here. One of them claimed he saw a Wendigo here and that the ground had gone sour. They had a big powwow about it, or so I heard the tale in my green years, Lewis. But I heard it from that old tosspot Stanley, which is what we all called Stanley Bouchard, and what Stanley didn't know, he'd make up. Lewis, who knew only that the Wendigo was supposed to be a spirit of the North Country, said, "Do you think the ground's gone sour?" Judd smiled, or at least his lips slanted. "I think it's a dangerous place," he said softly, "but not for cats or dogs or pet hamsters. Go on and bury your animal, Lewis." Lewis lowered the hefty bag into the hole and slowly shoveled dirt back in. He was cold now and tired. The patter of the earth on the plastic was a depressing sound, and while he did not regret coming up here, that sense of exhilaration was fading, and he had begun to wish the adventure over. It was a long walk back home. The pattering sound muffled, then stopped. There was only the whump of dirt on more dirt. He scraped the last bit into the hole with the blade of his shovel. "Terre's never enough," he thought. Recalling something his undertaker uncle had said to him at least. *1,000 years ago, never enough to fill the bowl up again and then. "Your cairn," Judd said. "Look, Judd, I'm pretty tired and it's Ellie's car, implacable. She'd want you to do it right." Lewis sighed. "I suppose she would," he said. Judd said, and his voice, although soft, was. It took another 10 minutes to pile up the rocks Judd handed him, one by one. When it was done, there was a low, conical pile of stones on Church's grave, and Lewis did indeed feel a small, tired pleasure. It looked right, somehow, rising with the others in the starlight. He supposed Ellie would never see it. The thought of taking her through that patch of swamp where there was quicksand would make Rachel's hair turn white, but he had seen it, and it was good. "Most of these have fallen over," he said to Judd, standing and brushing at the knees of his pants. He was seeing more clearly now, and in several places he could clearly make out scattered strews of loose stones. But Judd had seen to it that he built his own cairn only from stones taken from the grave he himself had dug. Judd said. "Told you, the place is old. Are we done now?" He clapped Lewis on the shoulder. "You did good, Lewis. I knew you would. Let's go home, Judd," he began again, but Judd only grabbed the pick and walked off toward the steps. Lewis got the shovel, had to trot to catch up, and then saved his breath for walking. He looked back once, but the cairn marking the grave of his daughter's cat Winston Churchill had melted into the shadows, and he could not pick it out. We just ran the film backward, Lewis thought tiredly as they emerged from the woods and into the field overlooking his own house some time later. He did not know how much later. He had taken off his watch when he had lain down to doze that afternoon, and IR would still be there on the windowsill by his bed. He only knew that he was beat, used up, done in. He could not remember feeling so kicked dog weary since his first day on Chicago's rubbish disposal crew one high school summer 16 or 17 years ago. They came back the same way they had gone, but he could remember very little about the trip. He stumbled on the deadfall. He remembered that lurching forward and thinking absurdly of Peter Pan. "Oh, Jesus, I lost my happy thoughts and down I come," and then Judd's hand had been there, firm and hard, and a few moments later they had been trudging past the final resting places of Smucky the cat and Trixie and Marta our pet rabbit and onto the path he had once walked not only with Judd but with his whole family. It seemed that in some weary way he had pondered the dream of Victor Pascal, the one which had resulted in his somnambulous tic episode, but any connection between that night walk and this had eluded him. It had also occurred to him that the whole adventure had been dangerous, not in any melodramatic Wilkie Collins sense but in a very real one. That he had outrageously blistered his hands while in a state that was nearly somnambulistic was really the least of it. He could have killed himself on the deadfall. Both of them could have. It was hard to square such behavior with sobriety. In his current exhaustion, he was willing to ascribe it to confusion and emotional upset over the death of a pet the whole family had loved. And after a time, there they were, home again. They walked toward it together, not speaking, and stopped again in Lewis's driveway. The wind moaned and whined. Wordlessly, Lewis handed Judd his pick. "I'd best get across," Judd said at last. "Luella Bisson or Ruthie Parks will be bringin' Norma home and she'll wonder where the hell I am." "Do you have the time?" Lewis asked. He was surprised that Norma wasn't home yet. In his muscles it seemed to him that midnight must have struck. "And then I let her go." "Oh, ayuh," Judd said. "I keep the time as long as I'm dressed and then I let her go." Scrolled cover back from its face. He fished a watch out of his pants pocket and flicked the. "It's gone 8:30, he said and snapped the cover closed. 8:30? Lewis repeated stupidly. "That's all? How late did you think it was?" Judd asked. "Later than that," Lewis said. "I'll see you tomorrow, Lewis," Judd said and began to move away. "Judd?" He turned toward Lewis, mildly questioning. "Judd, what did we do tonight?" "Why, we buried your daughter's cat." "Is that all we did?" "Nothing but that," Judd said. "You're a good man, Lewis, but you ask too many questions. Sometimes people have to do things that just seem right. That seem right in their hearts, I mean. And if they do those things and then end up not feeling right, full of questions and sort of like they got indigestion, only inside their heads instead of in their guts, they think they made a mistake. Do you know what I mean?" "Yes," Lewis said, thinking that Judd must have been reading his mind as the two of them walked downhill through the field and toward the house lights. "What they don't think is that maybe they should be questioning those feelings of doubt before they question their own hearts," Judd said, looking at him closely. "What do you think, Lewis?" "I think," Lewis said slowly, "that you might be right. And the things that are in a man's heart, it don't do him much good to talk about those things, does it?" "Well, no," Judd said, as if Lewis had simply agreed. "It don't," and in his calm voice that was so sure and so implacable, in that voice which somehow put the chill through Lewis, he said, "They are secret things. Women are supposed to be the ones good at keeping secrets, and I guess they do keep a few, but any woman who knows anything at all would tell you she's never really seen it any man's heart. The soil of a man's heart is stonier, Lewis, the soil up there in the old Micmac burying ground. Bedrock, close. A man grows what he can, and he tends it. Judd _ Don't question, Lewis. Accept what's done and follow your heart. But nothing. Accept what's done, Lewis, and follow your Bayard. We did what was right this time, at least. I hope to Christ it was right. Another time it could be wrong, wrong as hell. Will you at least answer one question?" Well, let's hear what it is, and then we'll see. How did you know about that place? This question had also occurred to Lewis on the way back, along with the suspicion that Judd himself might be part Micmac, although he did not look like it. He looked as if every one of his ancestors had been 100% card-carrying Anglos. Why, from Stanny B, he said, looking surprised. He just told you? No, Judd said. It isn't the kind of place you just tell somebody about. I buried my dog Spot up there when I was 10. He was chasing a rabbit, and he run on some rusty barbed wire. The wound's infected and it killed him. There was something wrong about that, something that didn't fit with something Lewis had been previously told, but he was too tired to puzzle out the discontinuity. Judd said no more, only looked at him from his inscrutable old man's eyes. Good night, Judd, Lewis said. Good night. The old man crossed the road, carrying his pick and shovel. Thanks, Lewis called impulsively. Heard. Judd didn't turn, he only raised one hand to indicate he hadn't in the house. Suddenly, the telephone began to ring. Lewis ran, wincing at the aches that flared in his upper thighs and lower back, but by the time he had gotten into the warm Lewis tan, wincing at the aches that flared in his upper thighs said hello, but there was only the open hum. Ringing just as he put his hand on it. He picked it up anyway in kitchen, the phone had already rung 6 or 7 times, it stopped. That was Rachel, he thought. I'll call Beer back, but suddenly it seemed like too much work to dial the numb Beer, to dance clumsily with her mother or worse, her checkbook brandishing father to be passed on to Rachel, and then to Ellie. Ellie would still be up, of course, it was an hour earlier in Chicago. Blee would ask him how church was doing. Great, he's fine. Got hit by an Orinco truck. Sumbo, I'm absolutely positive it was an Orinco truck. Anything else would lack dramatic unity, if you know what I mean. You don't? Well, never mind. The truck killed him but didn't mark him up hardly at all. Judd and I planted him up in the old Micmac burying ground, sort of an annex to the pet cemetery, you know what mean. Amazing walk, Pumpkin. I'll take you up there sometime and we'll put flowers by his marker, excuse me, his cairn. After the quicksand's frozen over, that is, and the bears go to sleep for the winter. He rehung the telephone, crossed to the sink, and filled it with hot water. He removed his shirt and washed. He had been sweating like a pig in spite of the cold, and a pig was exactly what he smelled like. There was some leftover meatloaf in the refrigerator. Lewis cut it into slabs, put them on a slice of Roman meal bread, and added 2 thick rounds of Bermuda onion. He contemplated this for a moment before dousing it with ketchup and slamming down another slice of bread. If Rachel and Ellie had been around, they would have wrinkled their noses in identical gestures of distaste. Yuck, gross. Well, you missed it, ladies, Lewis thought with undeniable satisfaction and gobbled his sandwich. It tasted great. Confucius say be who smell like pig eat like wolf, he thought and smiled. He chased the sandwich with several long swallows of milk directly from the carton, another habit Rachel frowned on strenuously, and then he went upstairs, undressed, and got into bed without even washing his teeth. His aches and pains had faded to one low throb that was almost comforting. His watch was there where he had left it, and he looked at it, 10 minutes of 9. It really was incredible. Lewis turned off the light, turned over on his side, and slept. He woke up sometime after 3 the next morning and fled to the bathroom. He was standing there urinating, blinking owlishly in the bright white fluorescent bathroom light, when the discrepancy suddenly showed up in his mind, and his eyes widened. It was as if 2 pieces of something which should have fitted together perfectly had instead thudded against one another and rebounded. Tonight Judd had told him that his dog had died when he was 10, had died of infection after being scraped up in a snarry of rusty barbed wire. But on the late summer day when all of them had walked up to the pet cemetery together, Judd said that his dog had died of old age and was buried there. He had even pointed out the marker, although the years had worn the inscription away. Lewis flushed the toilet, turned out the light, and went back to bed. Something else was wrong, as well, and in a moment he had it. Judd had been born with the century, and that day at the pet cemetery he had told Lewis his dog had died during the first year of the Great War. That would have been when Judd was 14, if he had meant when the war actually started in Europe. when he was 17, if he had meant when America entered the war. But tonight he had said that Spot died when he, Judd, was 10. Well, B's an old man, and old men get confused in their memories, he thought uneasily. He's said himself that he's noticed signs of increasing forgetfulness, groping for names and addresses that used to come to Bim easily, sometimes getting up in the morning and having no memory of the chores B planned to do just the night before. For a man of his age, B's getting off pretty goddamned light. Senility's probably too strong a word for it in Judd's case. Forgetfulness is actually better, more accurate. Nothing too surprising about a man forgetting when a dog died some 70 years ago. Or the circumstances in which it died, for that matter. Forget it, Lewis. But he wasn't able to fall asleep again right away, for a long wind that whined around the eaves outside it. While he lay awake, too conscious of the empty house and at some point he slept without even being aware that he had gone over the edge. It must have been so, because as he slipped away, it seemed to him that he heard bare feet slowly climbing the stairs and that he thought, "Let me alone, Pascal, let me alone. What's done is done and what's dead is dead," and the steps faded away. And although a great many other inexplicable things happened as that year darkened, Lewis was never bothered by the specter of Victor Pascal again, either waking or dreaming.